201 just left the hospital. As time passed, players from all over the world gradually arrived. The strange changes in Konoha also attracted the curiosity of many countries and ninja villages that did not have access to the internet. Many people even began to ask how to connect the internet cable. At this time, Konoha has changed a lot. Yes. It's only been a short time. Konoha has changed so much. Tsunade-sama, where should we go now? Do we need to go to Hokage-sama first? No need. Tsunade waved her hand casually and said calmly, after we came in, those people had already told Minato the news. We'll talk about it then. Then the third cage. Haha, one was investigated for embezzling public funds. One was reported for corruption and bribery. These old men are really getting worse and worse. Tsunade with a gloating look on his face, the movie is pretty good. The third generation and Maitaman-sama are not such people. Shizune heard Tsunade's words and hurriedly whispered, he must have been wronged. Who knows? Forget it, ignore those old guys. Then where are we going now? Back to the Senju clan? No. Tsunade touched her chin and looked at the internet cafe not far away. She seemed to think of something and narrowed her eyes slightly, go online first. After the words fell, ignoring Shizune behind him, he walked over directly. Oh, wait for me. Shizune could only follow helplessly. At least, it's good to surf the internet. Otherwise, if Tsunade-sama continues to gamble like this, she suspected that Tsunade-sama would have to sell the house. Boss. Charter a plane and settle at the end. Tsunade walked in, waved her hand proudly, and took out her black card, hurry up. However, okay, the boss hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the black card, rich group black card. This is only given to those who spend 10 million. It represents the storefront. Only one card has been issued in the entire Konoha. I heard that it is in the hands of Maitaman-sama. It was obtained through corruption and bribery. This exclamation immediately attracted the attention of many people, and they all turned their heads to look over. When they saw the black card that was really big, really round, really white, really square and really black, everyone stared at the blonde woman in disbelief. Rich people. Want to play with me? Tsunade shook her head calmly, enjoying the envious and jealous eyes of everyone, and said calmly, hurry up. Is there no chance? A mere 10 million. What's that? It's less than what she lost in gambling. Tsunade. Rich people. So heroic and high-spirited. She held her head high and attracted a lot of people's attention. She walked to the second floor and was about to walk towards her machine. One of the three ninjas of Konoha? Lady Tsunade. A cry of surprise made her stop. Has she been discovered? However, before she could see clearly who it was. Konoha Anshou. A flurry of voices rang out. Is Obito here? Call me Tio-sama. Do you know what's going on? Didn't you see Asuma is in the hospital again? Didn't Asuma get beaten up when he met his online friends offline? He deserves it. He always bullies others. You don't understand. Asuma was already sent to the hospital by Tio-sama before he was beaten up by his online friends. So pitiful. Tsunade saw who was calling her at this time, and immediately walked over with a dark face, and punched the silver-haired boy on the head. Damn it! Don't call me that name. Tsunade-sama. Bang! I've changed my name now. Kakashi covered his head and rolled his eyes at Tsunade-sama in front of him. Everyone in the ninja world knows that you should call her Tsunade-sama. He was just surprised to see Tsunade-sama return to the village suddenly. Now calm down, don't say anything, just roll your eyes. I didn't expect you to be surfing the internet here. Tsunade looked at Kakashi's attitude with satisfaction, then narrowed her eyes slightly. Where is the other three war hero? Where is Uchiha Obito? Obito is busy in the village, so he hasn't gotten off work yet. Is that so? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, touched her chin, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. I want to meet that genius. Obito. Come on. Forget it, I'm back anyway, so there's no rush. Tsunade waved her hand, looking at the silent Kakashi, as if she remembered something. By the way, let me ask you something. Kakashi was stunned and asked in confusion, Tsunade, please go ahead. After the words fell, Tsunade narrowed her eyes again, her hands clenched and cracked, a ferocious smile appeared on her face, and she said word by word, who is the commander of Konoha better than you? I don't. Sarutobi Asuma. That little monkey? Where is he now? Hospital. Just came back from a mission? Injured? No. Had just left the hospital, and then was hospitalized again. Had. The familiar smell of disinfectant, the familiar female nurse. And the familiar hospital bed. Asuma, lying on the bed, took a deep breath, sighed, and looked at the ceiling numbly. He got used to it. He was calm at this time. He was just very disappointed that the protection in Konoha was so lax. What happened? Someone dared to assassinate the son of the Hokage in the street? This is not taking Konoha to heart. Forget it. Who told him to walk on the street like a bright light, attracting everyone's attention? Therefore, it is not surprising that he was secretly plotted. But Asuma shook his head with emotion, looking at the medical ninja who had already helped him check his body. When can I be discharged from the hospital? You know the mahjong competition is still waiting for me. Or don't participate this time. No. Asuma roared, tears in his eyes, his voice excited. Winning the first place in the mahjong competition has always been my dream. I can't just give up like this. Really? That's my dream. Help me, doctor, I want to participate in the competition, my dream can't just stop like this. How long has mahjong been around, and it's still a dream? Are you kidding me? The medical ninja rolled his eyes and said unhappily, that guy didn't hit hard, and the injury wasn't serious. Hesitated for a moment, looking at the right leg covered with plaster. If there is no more damage in the future, then tomorrow, except for the right foot, I can't walk, and the other problems are not big, I can be discharged from the hospital. I know. I will definitely protect myself. The words fell. Asuma waved his hand firmly, and looked at the doctor's back with gratitude on his bruised face until the door was closed. He sighed, dreams will never disappear. He Asuma. Dreaming of getting that 10 million. Then he lay down, ready to rest well and get enough energy to participate in the competition. Dong dong. The door was knocked. Asuma turned his head in confusion. Who? I. A deep male voice sounded, I'm here to change the plaster. 202 lost at the start. Soon. The Konoha Sparrow God Cup began. At this time, the Chunin Joint Examination venue. It was still a familiar place and familiar banner. Authentic good milk tea, authentic good Sparrow God, welcome to watch the rich milk tea exclusively sponsored by the milk tea leader Fuya Group. When the host's hasty opening remarks sounded, the audience and contestants who entered the venue fell silent. Konoha Sparrow God Cup, eating barbecue adds energy, Fuya Barbecue Bar cheers for Konoha Sparrow God Cup. All contestants from all over the world in this Konoha Sparrow God Cup will embark on a dream journey. At the same time, those who participate in the interaction online, send Fuya 666 to Konoha Sparrow God Cup, and you can immediately get a 100 Liang coupon from Fuya Group. Thank you Fuya Group for your strong support for this program. Our Sparrow God Cup final champion will receive a bonus of 10 million sponsored by Fuya Group, and will also receive Fuya Group's Dream Sparrow God gift package. Thank you Fuya Konoha Hotel for providing hotel sponsorship for all contestants of Konoha Sparrow God Cup. Speaking of this, under the gaze of all the audience, the host waved his hand. The first Konoha Sparrow God Cup is now. It officially begins. Please invite all contestants to the stage. The words fell. There was a warm sound on the field. Fuyu and Huenokuo were also in the audience. According to the schedule, Ling Ian will participate in the first game A, and Kana and Konan will participate in the first game B. The time has been arranged. Directly staggered. After watching Ling Ian, you can go to watch Kana and Konan. Unexpectedly, he also needs time management one day. Fortunately, I was relieved in my heart. It was thanks to his sudden thought. Otherwise, if they were all in the same place, who would he go to see now? Yekang? If that's the case, I guess I'll have to eat leftovers when I get home. Yes, the Sand Village team led by Yekang arrived yesterday. It seems that the plan was very successful. It seems that many people in the Sand Village have become addicted to the internet. It's just a matter of time before the network cable is moved to the Sand Village. At the same time, I heard that the Cloud Village who live in the hotel also have some ideas. They have ordered a lot of takeouts with their computers during this period. So, maybe the Cloud Village he can also take this opportunity to succeed. You can say. No matter what the final result of this Mahjong God Cup is, it seems that it has been more than half successful now. Fuyu rolled his eyes and looked at Minato, who was rubbing his hands and walking around. It's just playing Mahjong. You're so nervous. Don't you want to go and see it in person? It's not forbidden to watch the game. However, Minato smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head. I wanted to cheer for Kushina. It's a vixen. Okay. I wanted to cheer for Kyuubi, but Minato sighed helplessly. Kushina said she would be embarrassed with so many people watching, so I should wait until she reaches the championship game before I go to cheer. That's it, I guess you can't wait until then. Fuyu is joking. Minato smiled. Kyuubi is also very strong now, and even more so besides, with Kushina's help, we will definitely not lose. When he said this, his eyes radiated with confidence. I believe in them. No wonder Kushina didn't let you go. Seeing Minato's look, Fuyu immediately nodded in understanding. He was probably worried that the fourth Hokage would cheer for her shamelessly with a banner. At this time, the game had already begun. The surroundings were separated by red lines, and each stadium could be watched, but it was not allowed to enter the red line. Da-da-da, the sound kept ringing. Fuyu thought about it and was about to go to see Ling Ian's game. A13 is over. The voice of the broadcast suddenly sounded. The two of them were stunned. It's only been a few minutes, and someone has finished? It's unscientific. Could it be? He trembled slightly in his heart and turned his head suddenly. At this time, their position was not far from the A13 field, so he saw it at once. When he saw the woman with blonde hair cursing, immediately relieved. Nodding in understanding, no wonder. It's her, it's normal. Too normal. However, what are you two talking about? Tsunade seemed to have heard it, and immediately crossed the red line and walked over. Damn it. I suspect they cheated. Otherwise, I can't lose so easily. She. Konoha gambling god. Is it just a false reputation? We must investigate it strictly. I didn't expect that after I came back this time, Konoha would become so corrupt. After the words fell, Tsunade-sama. A helpless and gentle voice sounded from her shoulder. Fuyu and Minato were stunned and looked over. A delicate and small slug emerged from Tsunade's shoulder. My clones saw it, they didn't cheat. It's you, they haven't told you the cards yet, how come you lost? So, you are the one who cheated? Hee. This is just an accident. Tsunade, who originally planned to play rogue and get the qualification for the rematch, laughed awkwardly and patted the slug directly. I told you not to call me Tsunade. Pa. The slug disappeared, probably went home. Minato looked at Tsunade-sama, who had been wandering for several days and didn't come to him, the Hokage, to report, and shook his head helplessly. Tsunade-sama. The words were not finished. I told you not to call me by this name. Tsunade smiled grimly at Minato. Minato, you really taught a good student. Hehe. This time it was Minato's turn to smile awkwardly. Looking at Tsunade-sama with her fists clenched, she felt a little embarrassed. Sorry. Forget it. At least it seems that you are quite qualified as the fourth Hokage. Tsunade waved her hands and said impatiently, and now call me Slug-sama. Yes, Slug-sama. Minato said helplessly to Fuyu. Where is that girl Kushina? Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. Otherwise, that name made her want to beat someone up, and then, she remembered Kushina. How is the seal of the Nine Tails? As the heir chosen by her grandmother, she still cares about Kushina. It's a rare return this time, isn't it time to go see her? Kushina is very good, and she also participated in the competition. As for the seal of the Nine Tails, Minato hesitated. She didn't. Hey? She also participated. Tsunade was stunned, then looked around excitedly. Which stadium? I'll go and see. Before Minato finished speaking, he seemed to have discovered something and turned his head to the side. Helpless. Minato, who had originally agreed with Kushina to cheer her on in the finals, could only follow in distress. As for Fuyu Suzun's competition venue happened to be next door, so he followed. Soon, a group of people came to Area A7-8. At this time, the situation on both sides was very intense, and the sound of da-da-da kept coming out. After all, not everyone is like Tsunade. It was destined to lose at the beginning. Want to win? First, let's offer sacrifices to relatives and friends. Not bad. Not bad. Tsunade nodded seriously. This girl has some of my aura. Look at the momentum behind her, it's like a giant fox, overpowering people with momentum, and it seems that her card strength is also very good. This battle seems to be won. The word hasn't come out yet. Tsunade suddenly stared at the red chakra in a daze, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Fuck, isn't this the Nine Tails chakra? Turning around, grabbing Minato's collar, and roaring, didn't you say it's okay? The Nine Tails chakra is coming out. 203 life-threatening mahjong. Little girl, these people are all masters. I'll do it. Humph. No need. To you, they are masters, but to me everyone here is a bunch of garbage. The nine-tailed fox said disdainfully in Kushina's body, you know I never play cards for more than 5 minutes now, this low-end game is nothing. The other side hit it. Kushina's face was full of contempt. That's just a fight between noobs. She has also seen that Konoha gambling god he is a bad loser. And at this time, the four people have already started to chase each other. The sound of da-da-da of mahjong kept coming out. On the left is the cloud ninja, on the right is the sand, and across from it is the mist ninja. It looks like there is a situation where the four major ninja villages are fighting each other. Maybe Konoha also considered this. How could the players selected to participate in the competition be simple? The situation began to become intense. It seems that I underestimated them. The originally relaxed Kyuubi immediately became serious. They can fight with me for so long. I recognize their strength. Kushina said that she didn't want to talk now. And Kyuubi seemed quite excited. Who knows what he has experienced since he was captured and brought to Konoha. Those were miserable years. And now? It's really rare. But the strongest is still me. As soon as the words fell, Kushina's headache suddenly sounded. They touched. It's okay to let them for a while. They're fighting again. Everything is under my control. Can you stop bragging? I'm a tailed beast, I never brag. Hee. Damn it. It's time to let you see my true strength. After the words fell. Suddenly, under the gaze of everyone outside, Kushina's aura changed, and it seemed that something terrifying came out of her. It was as if she had become a different person. Even the sound of rubbing mahjong in her hands was much louder. Aura. Terrible aura. Stop it now. Tsunade grabbed Minato's collar. Are you going to release the 9 tails? Tsunade. Call me Slug-sama. Before Minato could speak. Be patient. Tsunade. A leisurely voice came over. I told you not to call me that. Tsunade turned her head suddenly, and when she saw the old man with a serious face looking forward and hunched over, she was slightly stunned. Old man. Humph, you didn't come to see me when you came back. Sorry, we are not familiar with each other. I don't know an old man who embezzled public funds. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the poisonous mouth Tsunade speechlessly, and then turned his head to look ahead. Kushina didn't lose herself. Hey! It seems to be right. Tsunade turned her head and looked at Kushina, and was slightly surprised. Is this controlling the 9 tails chakra? That's right. Mito-sama is right. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with emotion, with a trace of memory in his turbid eyes. Kushina really succeeded in controlling the 9 tails chakra. He looked at the figure in the field. Terrible momentum. Sharp action. Every time she played a card, she crushed the opponent with unparalleled might. It can be seen. The enemy is already scared. Scared to death. Behind her. Behind her there seems to be a fox shadow. That is the shadow of the 9 tails. Of course. It's a bit blurry. Hiruzen sighed, shook the pipe in his hand, and hunched over. Kushina has won. I didn't expect that she could have such terrible card power. It's really terrible. Withstanding the power of the 9 tails. But she didn't lose herself. Tsunade nodded in agreement. It seems like she has become a different person in that instant. Just that momentum is already quite scary. Fuyu on the side looked so upset. The corners of his mouth twitched. This, are you really going to play mahjong, soul? I always feel that you are not talking about mahjong. Turning his head, looking at Kushina wearing the 9 tails chakra coat, he shook his head helplessly. This mahjong player, could he have learned the 9 tails mode? At this time. Damn it! I will never lose in Sand Village. Sand Village suddenly roared and left the seat directly, and a puppet suddenly appeared on the seat. This 10 million. It must belong to our Sand Village. No one can take it away. Sand Village. Poor. He. Puppet Master. Even poorer. So, we must not lose. With a ferocious face, he controlled the puppet from a distance, and it seemed that he felt less oppression, and the battle resumed again. On the other side, the Mist Ninja and the Cloud Ninja looked at each other. Suddenly understood. This may not be just a mahjong competition. Thunder escape? Spiritual rejuvenation technique. The Cloud Ninja said in a low voice, and suddenly his whole body was full of thunder escape, stimulating his body, and the whole person seemed to be 100 times more energetic. This is Professor Yang's electrotherapy? And the Mist Ninja. Water escape technique? Water face washing technique. Water was constantly washing her face, allowing her to stay alert and not be confused by the 9 tails chakra. The situation suddenly became serious. Many people gathered to watch this unprecedented mahjong battle. I underestimated them. The third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen temporarily acted as the host. Facing the oppression of the 9 tails chakra, they did not surrender, but instead came up with other ways to keep themselves alert. Who do you think will win this battle? It's confusing. It's confusing. I don't know. Don't you think they violated the rules? Fuyu's mouth twitched, and he shouted with stomachache, this is not the mahjong competition I mentioned. Ninjutsu cannot be used in the competition. They didn't cheat, it's not a violation. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said earnestly, "What's more? This is a ninja game. It's not special for a ninja to use his advantages to win, such as the genius of your Uchiha family, Uchiha Obito. He is also a ninja who knows how to use his advantages very well, and you are just a businessman." He shook his head with emotion. "You don't understand ninjas." The old man is right. Tsunade nodded in agreement. "This is a ninja." "Are you qualified to say this, a guy who lost even after cheating?" Fuyu suddenly didn't know what to say, looking at Ling Ian, who had already won and also came to watch the game, with a shocked face. "At least there are normal people. This style of play is just an exception." He shook his head helplessly. This is no longer the mahjong competition he is familiar with. He just sighed in his heart. Kushina lost. The voice of the third Hokage just fell. It turned out to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Cloud Ninja had already seen Kushina's situation and sneered, "However, how long can you hold on with such a terrible chakra? That's right. If you keep going like this, you will only lose yourself." The Sand Ninja Puppet Master also said calmly, "Give up. Maybe we are not your opponent in a one-on-one fight, but here, you lose. Your eyes are starting to get cloudy. Are you still unwilling to give up?" The Mist Ninja frowned. "Your skin is also starting to crack. What incredible perseverance. But as he said, if we encounter a monster like you in the battle, maybe we will die. But now you are doomed to lose." With a sharp shout, with a click, the right hand slapped his cards with gravity, 3 barrels. As soon as these words fell, Fuyu, who was originally infected by the fierce battle, was instantly broken. I still can't accept it. But the news of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki broke out. Although Konoha had not experienced the Nine-Tails Rebellion at this time and was not as afraid as later, it still stared at Kushina with fear on its face. Of course, not many people left. At this time, many people were ready to see how the game would end. The charm of mahjong. It suddenly broke out at this time. It was this charm that was a little different from what Fuyu thought. What a talent! And Minato beside him clenched his fists, looked at Kushina nervously, and muttered to himself, "Kushina, Nine-Tails. Seemed particularly hesitant. But it has to be stopped. Minato." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The Nine-Tails coat is getting heavier and heavier, and it has begun to damage Kushina's body. She lost. That's right. Tsunade sighed. Without fear, Kushina's hand strength is still not enough to face them. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, "I haven't lost yet." Kushina roared. Her cloudy eyes suddenly became clear, as if she had become a different person. "I'll take over next. I'm telling you not to mess around." She glared. "Continue." Unparalleled momentum vented from her. The already terrifying chakra became even more terrifying. At this time, a person suddenly trembled and pointed to the front. Three tails. 3 tails appeared. After the words fell, everyone was shocked and looked over quickly. Sure enough, the huge, clear 3 tails suddenly came into view. 3 tails mode? Fuyu's mouth twitched again. This mahjong's going to kill people. 204 I1. That was a few minutes ago. Familiar space, familiar darkness, and familiar 9 tails. Kushina sighed, turned her head and looked at the exasperated 9 tails, hesitated for a moment. I'm going to lose. After the words fell, the 9 tails was silent. Damn it! I met a master at the beginning. Sure enough, the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages cannot be underestimated. It's not the fox's fault. It hesitated for a moment, narrowed its eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed across its face. This using ninjutsu is not cheating. Kushina stared at the fox-faced 9 tails in amazement. What's wrong? Do you still want to report it? It was you, the fox, who used chakra to seduce others first. Forget it, forget it. Seeing Kushina's contemptuous eyes, Jiwei also felt that this was not good. He coughed twice and waved his hand pretending that he didn't care. If you lose, you lose. Anyway, I have already participated in the competition. But I lost in the first game. That's bad luck. Want to win? Hat. Boring. Jiwei looked at Kushina with narrowed eyes, sneered disdainfully, and raised his fox head. I'm just bored. This kind of human game is already tired of playing. Bored. The words fell. Leave it to me. Kushina seemed to have not heard what Kuabai said, and suddenly said with a smile, leave it to me next. I am your Jinkraki. Don't joke. You can't bear my chakra now. If you continue like this, your body will collapse. How long can you hold on? I don't know. I will win. Kushina looked at Kuabai confidently, with determination in her eyes, and raised her fist to it. Believe me. I can still hold on, it's enough. I am your Jinkraki. After the words fell, Kuabai was stunned, looking at the determined expression on the face of the little girl in front of him, and suddenly laughed. This girl. Sure enough, she is a crazy girl just like when she was a child. She stretched out her claws and touched Kushina's fist, of course. My partner. Next. She showed her sharp fangs and smiled like a fox. I'll leave it to you. Let's win the Sparrow God Cup together. The terrible chakra emerged from Kushina's body. However, her eyes seemed to be clearer than before, and she was not bewitched by the Nine Tails chakra. The arrogant and disdainful temperament just now disappeared, as if she had become a completely different person. Fuyu's mouth twitched, and he probably guessed that the one who was online now was probably Kushina herself. As for the Nine Tails who came to participate in the competition may have been ashamed to log off. Now it is probably called for support. So, the Nine Tails is the protagonist, and Kushina is actually an old grandfather. Kushina, who pursues the touch of God, made another move at the moment of the Nine Tails power and took over the Mahjong endgame. Awesome! At this time, the Mahjong competition he was familiar with had been destroyed beyond all recognition. The ninjas on the opposite side even used ninjutsu to interfere with Kushina, but they were all knocked away by the Nine Tails chakra, leaving Kushina to play Mahjong wholeheartedly. And the terrifying chakra seemed to be real, oppressing the audience around. Most of the audience had to hunch over and cross their hands in front of their foreheads to resist this terrifying power. It seemed to have turned into a violent airflow, constantly oppressing their bodies, and they couldn't even open their eyes completely, and could only watch with difficulty half closed. This what a terrible card power. Bullshit. That's chakra. Chakra. As expected of the wife of the fourth Hokage. She is also a powerful ninja. No. I'm talking about the way she plays cards. It's like she has become a different person, and seems to be much more stable. That phantom eye seemed to see a terrible beast. And Minato and the others in front, although they were uncomfortable with the strong wind, they were still able to stand, staring at the battlefield with mighty eyes. But Minato still looked at Kushina with worry on his face. Especially the substantial chakra coat, which had already affected Kushina. It was really worrying. And at this time, the first to fall was the contestant from the Sand Village. He couldn't stand manipulating the puppet at such a close distance. With the host's roar. Pa! The sand ninja who worked hard for 10 million lay down first in front of everyone. Fuyu's mouth twitched. He just wanted to make an advertisement, but he didn't really kill anyone. Besides, this is not the Mahjong he taught. Asshole! Someone is lying down, why are you still playing? Fight to the end? Only the one who survives is the only winner? Seeing the unrecognizable Mahjong, he didn't know what to say. Ninja. Sure enough, you can't think with common sense. Fuyu hesitated for a moment, looking at Minato beside him, "Someone is already lying down." The words were not finished. "I believe Kushina and Kyuubi will win," Minato said firmly. "I feel their belief." "Who wants to hear this? I just want to think whether I need to call a medical ninja first." But considering that the guy who ended the mahjong competition 3 minutes after the start is a famous doctor in the ninja world, I didn't care much. Suddenly. Terrible. Terrible. Chakra has become so substantial, but I didn't expect that the contestant from Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina, has not given up yet. It's just that her condition doesn't look very good. The host sighed with regret, but then changed his tone, with an incredible look on his face. No, no, no. It's beyond everyone's expectations. The first to fall is actually the contestant from the Hidden Mist Village. There are only 2 contestants left on the field. In the end, who will win this mahjong competition? Waving his hand, "Come back right after the advertisement." Online viewers can enter FUIA 666 through this website to receive 100 taels of coupons. Please type your support on the public screen. After the words fell, the scene turned. A masked boy appeared, holding a cup of milk tea in his hand, with longing in his eyes. "I just want to hold you in my hands. Get lost. Hurry up. FUIA Group is a black-hearted enterprise. Give me back my hard-earned money. Is it Xi Jing? Who won? Hurry up. Talent." FUIA looked at the host in shock. He was so good at advertising. I hope he won't be hacked to death after get off work. At this time, only Kumo Ninja and Kushina were left on the field. The battle was very intense. It was so intense that FUIA didn't know how to complain. Of course, he didn't want to complain now. Although this was no longer his mahjong, but was it important? Nothing mattered. However, Kushina's condition didn't look good. Bubbles began to appear on her body, and there were burn marks on her skin in many places. However, she didn't care. Minato clenched his fists and stared at her tightly. So nervous. Haha. Kumo Ninja seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Kushina, and laughed loudly, showing the pride of the Hidden Cloud Ninja Village. "You are going to lose. Your body can't stand it anymore." "No, no, no, mahjong is not judged by winning or losing like this. This is playing with your life." FUIA rolled his eyes, but said nothing. And Kushina sneered at the Cloud Ninja, lowered his head, and continued to play his own 9-tube. Played a card directly, but the Cloud Ninja didn't play it immediately, but touched the card and sneered. He was stalling for time. But Kushina still didn't give up. The temperament of insisting on not giving up immediately infected everyone. "I don't know who it is. Come on." After a weak voice sounded. Suddenly. "Come on. Konoha. Come on. Lady Hokage. Defeat him." Everyone cheered for Kushina. Only FUIA just smiled and said nothing. "You guys continue. Is this TND still mahjong?" Suddenly, Kushina staggered and trembled. The eyes of the Cloud Ninja lit up slightly and he played his own cards. "You are no longer good. The final winner. We are the Cloud Ninja Village." However, at this time, Kushina touched a card, but suddenly a strange smile appeared on her face. "No." Then, her eyes condensed. With a bang, she slapped a card, and then pushed her own card down. "I won." After the words fell, the field suddenly stagnated, and all the shouts were silent. About 3 or 4 seconds later, the winner, Uzumaki Kushina, "Let's cheer for her." The host's excited voice sounded. "Hwalala." Everyone also applauded excitedly. The atmosphere was so intense, resounding throughout the venue. But FUIA raised his eyelids. "This is just the first game, how come the champion is out?" 205 Unrecognizable game. Subscribe. Morning event. It ended in a weird match. Finally, Kushina drew a 13 Yao, and with a backhand push, she defeated the Cloud Ninja directly. The Cloud Ninja also had long-term lightning release to stimulate his body, and coupled with the sudden failure, one of them couldn't hold back, and finally fainted. This was a mahjong competition that was beyond everyone's expectations, and it was also the first game in the Mahjong God Cup that caused people to be unconscious or seriously injured. This is a game that can be recorded in the history of Konoha. The people watching on the internet were all crazy. This is a ninja game. Anyway, until he left the stage, Fuyou still had a word in his heart that he didn't know whether to say it or not. He guessed the beginning, but he couldn't guess the ending. Fuyou. Just as Fuyou was sighing in his heart, a peaceful voice with a smile came. Fuyou knew who it was when he heard it. He turned around and looked at Nono with Kabuto Yakushi. He was surprised for a moment. You are also participating in the competition? Yes. Nono blinked, and her big crystal eyes could be seen through her eyes. After all, that's 10 million. Speaking of this, she smiled bitterly. It's just that it seems impossible to win now. That competition is too terrible. It seems that she has also watched that game just now. I didn't expect that the Hokage's wife would use the Nine Tails chakra. How can we win like this? No, it's the Nine Tails that participated. Kushina is just an old grandfather who came out when the Nine Tails was at a disadvantage. Fuyu's mouth twitched slightly, indicating that he didn't want to say this, and then, looking at Kabuto Yakushi, he sighed, really don't come to be my son. X3. Except for the Kaminoko, Suzuan, and the other two were silent. Here they come again. Especially Kabuto Yakushi, I don't know what to say. After coming to Konoha, he also knew some news. This guy. He wants to adopt someone as his son all day long. Is he infertile? This is not good for Dean Nono. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and looked at Fuyou calmly. I'll think about it. He didn't refuse this time? Fuyou was stunned, but he thought of Nono who came to participate in the competition for 10 million. Has Kabuto Yakushi chosen to sell himself for the orphanage? At this time, he didn't know that Kabuto Yakushi suspected that he was infertile in his heart, and touched his head with emotion. What a good boy. Come on, call me dad. I'll give you a chance to inherit the inheritance. This guy has a problem with his brain. Yakushi Kabuto rolled his eyes. And at this time, Fuyou. Another smiling voice came. Fuyou was stunned and turned his head to look at the two people walking towards him. Konan and Kana. It's just. Why did Zionin frown again when she saw Nono? And she even took out the detonating talisman? What is this girl doing? Fuyou helplessly knocked on Zionin, who had forgotten her thrifty virtues. Don't worry, there's no danger here. Hee, habit. Habit. Zionin stuck out her tongue, and then looked at Nono curiously. Gentle, peaceful. Her temperament is a bit like Sister Kana. Both are gentle big sisters. But she wears glasses, and her temperament is a little different from Sister Kana. Like a big sister, not like a mother. Fuyou brother, you, flirting with other people is really a headache. This is the pharmacist Nono, the director of the Konoha orphanage. Fuyou introduced directly. He is also a very famous medical ninja in Konoha. Fuyou is joking. Nono smiled slightly, seeming a little embarrassed. I am just an ordinary medical ninja. Hello. Kana was slightly stunned, then, looking at Nono, bent down, but was a little curious in her heart. Is this the one Nagato said? In order to protect Fuyou, she directly exposed her undercover identity. Fuyou is grateful for your care. What? Nono was surprised. Why does it sound weird? But he still bent down and said nervously, no need. We are grateful for Fuyu's care. After the words fell, everyone was silent. I don't know what to say. Just when the big eyes looked at the small eyes. Kabuto pushed his glasses and said calmly, "Director, we should go back." "Yes, yes, yes. I almost forgot. Sorry, Kabuto and I have to go back to the orphanage first." Nono bowed apologetically and said, "I've been out for a whole morning. I guess the child is going crazy. Do you need help?" "No. Thank you, Miss Kana." After that, she smiled embarrassedly and walked towards the orphanage with Kabuto. Kana looked at her back and sighed softly, "What a gentle person." "Haha, indeed. Nono helped me a lot back then. Because she is a medical ninja, sometimes I would trouble her, especially when I was a rock ninja. If it weren't for her, I would probably be in trouble. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all wings." Fuyu smiled and nodded, "Why are you here?" "We watched the game online." Xionan raised her fist and suddenly said excitedly, "It's so exciting. Is this the way Konoha plays mahjong? It really deserves to be the largest ninja village." "No, no, no. I don't know why it suddenly became like this." Fuyu's mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly, looking at Xionan's excited expression with a melancholy face. Suddenly I felt that this game may be different from what he thought. On the other side, it's still Kabuto who is smart. Nono blinked playfully and looked at the silent Kabuto. "I was a little nervous just now. Is that the Rain Ninja? It seems to be the forward guard. But since it's Fuyu's friend, there should be no problem." Nono smiled and thought of the little red-haired girl. No wonder Fuyu attacked the Kusanagi that day. So that's it. At this point, he lowered his head and looked at Kabuto. "Kabuto wants Fuyu to be your father? Actually, this is not bad. Fuyu is a good person." After the words fell, Kabuto pushed his glasses and glanced at Nono indifferently. "I'm not interested now." "Ha! Why? Suddenly I'm not interested. Is that so? Forget it, let's not talk about this." Nono shook his head slightly and smiled gently. "What is Kabuto's dream?" "To become a medical ninja." "Really? Also a medical ninja? It seems I still have to work hard." Nono gently touched Kabuto's head, "But this game I guess we can't win." After the words fell, Kabuto nodded indifferently and didn't say anything more. When Nono couldn't see, his eyes flashed slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, the morning competition shocked many people, especially many contestants. When they saw the game that was different from the one they played online, all the ninjas' eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had realized something. So this is the real Sparrow God. 206 has not been discharged from the hospital yet. And the next game? Just as Fuyu thought. Crazy. Completely crazy. Everyone is crazy. Someone used poison to make the opponent unconscious and finally won. Someone paralyzed the opponent with lightning escape and delayed time. Someone had a pair of Sharingan and a Genjutsu, and immediately let the opponent play the card he wanted. Someone controlled the opponent with a family secret technique, and when the audience could not see, the shadow had already connected to the opponent. Someone also cast his own chakra wall to avoid interference from the opponent. One of them, the exquisite dog-head earth wall, won unanimous praise from everyone. Beautiful. Various ninjutsu were flying all over the sky. The first Sparrow God Cup in the ninja world was already in a mess. There were countless injured people carried out every day. I heard that the hospitals were crowded. Ordinary people were trembling with fear when they saw it. What are you doing? The only thing to be thankful for is that this was not a life and death battle, so most of the injuries were not serious. At the same time, it was fortunate that it was held in the Chunin joint examination venue from the beginning, otherwise, ordinary places would not be able to withstand such a bombardment. For a while, even watching the game was a risky behavior. In just one day, tens of thousands of people reported it. Fuyu also felt that they were right, but the game was no longer under his control. He was just an ordinary rich man. Fuyu, these tens of thousands of people reported they hope we can refund their registration fee of 100 taels. Ling Yian said helplessly, they said that was their only remaining hard-earned money, and they have no money left. If they don't return it, someone will hang themselves again. According to the back-end account information, Zio Baron seems to be a victim of the last pyramid scheme fraud. Fuyu was stunned. These weapons are too unprofessional. Instead of destroying the ninja world, collecting tailed beasts, and saving Otsutsuki, they actually come to participate in the mahjong competition? What do they want to do? No wonder Madara didn't dare to leave easily when he didn't find a spokesperson. It's probably because he considered these guys a little unreliable. But this time, why did Madara leave so suddenly? Alas! They are all poor people. Fuyu sighed sadly and shook his head, leave them to me. Don't worry, our Fuyu group is a loving company, and we will never eat human blood buns. After saying that, he went online and took over the complaint from the white guy. Hello, I'm customer service 007. I received your complaint and am processing it for you right now. How long will it take? Hurry up. We have tens of thousands of brothers. Because there are so many people, we are processing it for you, please wait. Hurry up. Waiting in line. Waiting in line. At this time, in a cave, a bunch of white guys looked at the waiting in line in confusion. What does it mean? What's the queue? Wouldn't it be enough to refund the money? They don't want to refund, right? A white guy raised his inner doubts. Impossible, aren't they waiting in line? A white guy said hesitantly. Suddenly. That's right. That's right. How is it possible? Such a big company. How could they cheat us? Has anyone received the money? Send a spore to ask. Then, one day later, according to the information collected, all the white Zetsu are in line. I asked the customer service. They said there are too many people, and some people have been waiting for 100 years. 100 years? They don't want to pay it back, do they? A white Zetsu once again raised his inner doubts. Besides their Zetsu and Kaguya-sama, who else can live so long? No, they said that if you want it fast, you can choose the second option, apply for a coupon to repay the loan, and get 100 off for a full 1,000. After the words fell, all the white Zetsu were silent. Black. Too damn black. No conscience. This 100 taels is it easy for us. This is the 100 taels that everyone has worked so hard to get. I thought that with so many of us, we would definitely win by fighting ourselves. Yesterday, a brother of mine, he was accidentally hit by a ninjutsu. If I hadn't carried him and ran, he would have been exposed. How miserable. The wailing of the white Zetsu could be heard throughout the cave. Even more evil than the black Zetsu. I suspect we were cheated by them at that time, and they refused to pay us back. That makes sense. It must be them. Uchiha Fuyu, damn it, we must have been cheated by an illusion. Kill him? The words fell. The white Zetsu stopped talking, as if they thought of something, and then looked at each other. After a while, they narrowed their eyes together and laughed that creepy smile. Hee hee. The terrible laughter suddenly resounded throughout the cave. Except for a certain white Zetsu and black Zetsu who were practicing painting. Black Zetsu sighed helplessly and looked at the group of white Zetsu with a face full of MMP. He felt a little sad. Until now, the spokesperson for Madara has not been found yet. He began to miss the days when Madara-sama was around. Hee hee. Fuyu rubbed his nose, feeling that someone was coveting his money again. But after a while, he didn't care anymore. There were too many people coveting his money. It wasn't a big problem. Sitting in the audience and watching the mahjong game below, why didn't he watch it below? It's too dangerous. Since the mahjong game with nine-tailed fox, only the strong can stay below. Poison, ninjutsu, and ninja tools were flying everywhere. If he wasn't careful, he might fall down. And he was just an ordinary businessman. What are you waiting for? After the past few days of competition, we have entered the top 64 competition. After the top 16 tomorrow, the top 4 will select the winner of the final round. At that time the God of Sparrow will appear. There is no other way. 4 people at a table, after each round, only the one who is still standing is the winner. After watching the games in the past few days, for this completely different game, his heart has no fluctuations. And now, he is watching Uchiha Obito's game. A fateful duel. Shiranui Genma next to him took off the 1,000 books at the corner of his mouth and sighed, I didn't expect that the unexpected Chunin joint examination that year would continue in this form. This is the viewing area of Kanahagakur, so all the people from Kanahagakur who came to watch the game sat here. For example, Kabuto Yakushi and Nono, who unexpectedly advanced, sat here, as well as Suzuan, Kana, Konan, etc., who have already advanced, and even Yekang. It's just that Yekang is the leader of the Sand Village, so he is not here. This is the second round of the top 64. If Obito doesn't if we can advance, only Kakashi from our team will advance to the top 16. Ebisu pushed his glasses and shrugged, what a pity, I thought someone here could get the 10 million. The words fell. Everyone nodded regretfully. With the 10 million, they can buy a fire of despair each. Suddenly, Hong seemed to remember something, frowned, and said, by the way, where is Asuma? I thought he was also coming to participate in the competition, why haven't I seen him these days? The words fell. Shiranui Genma and the others were silent for a while, laughed, and looked up at the ceiling together. This made Hong even more confused, is he out on a mission? No. No. He said he would come to the top 4 tomorrow. Then where is he? Why haven't I seen him these days? Shiranui Genma sighed, took back the senbon, and shook his head with emotion, he hasn't been discharged yet. 207 still have dreams. My name is Asuma. I haven't been discharged yet. It was originally scheduled to be discharged a few days ago, but something unexpected happened. As for the reason I don't want to say more. No need to ask. Asuma sighed, leaning on 2 crutches in his left and right hands, limping out of the bathroom and walking towards his ward. Walking along. I saw a lot of patients. They all came here in the past few days. I heard that it was because of playing mahjong. Anyway, Asuma had a face full of I am stunned. How can a game of mahjong lead to a bruised face and serious injury? How did they fight? If they lose, they will be beaten up? Or they will be beaten up directly if they are found cheating? How unsportsmanlike! What kind of cheating? Shameful! What a pity! He has lost his dream. That 10 million will never belong to him again. Asuma shook his head sadly, and walked forward with crutches in both hands. After entering the ward, he immediately saw his attending physician, Mr. Kondo. Are you back? Asuma. Mr. Kondo smiled slightly, it seems that you have recovered well. Except that you still can't walk, everything else is fine. Mr. Sato smiled awkwardly and shook his head helplessly, so young people should not be too arrogant. They have been beaten to the hospital. This is the first time I have encountered such a thing in the 20 years since I became a medical ninja. While saying this, he also checked Asuma's body, who looked angry. After a while, it's recovered very well, and one of the legs is almost recovered. If you have time, go for a walk. It seems that Tsuna cough, they are also measured in their actions. However, Asuma roared angrily, Master Asuma will definitely take revenge. When his legs are better, I will kill them thousands of times online to vent my hatred. After the words fell, Mr. Sato was silent for a moment. As a medical ninja, he certainly would not just watch the young ninja engage in such a useless fight. So, he sighed, patted Asuma's shoulder, hesitated and said, "Let's get a card." "No need. This time it was just an accident. Asuma, will never get hurt so easily again." Asuma sneered. "Apply for a card? What card? Don't be ridiculous. No money." Seeing that only the foot injury is left. It's unexpectedly fast recovery. So, he remembered what Shiranui Genma said in the morning. Obito has a game in the afternoon. I don't know if it's over. Why don't we go and see? If Obito and Kakashi both advance, that means they have inherited his dream and are moving towards 10 million. This is the continuation of the dream. At that time it shouldn't be a problem to divide a few 100,000 by myself. After all, he also went to applaud. Think and do. Asuma looked at the attending doctor excitedly. "Doctor, can I be discharged from the hospital?" This Mr. Sato hesitated. "It would be better if you stay a few more days. Although it's okay to go home and recuperate, I personally suggest that you stay a few more days, and you can just walk around now, and you can't walk around too much. However, no." Asuma shook his head firmly, holding the crutches firmly with both hands. "I can walk now. I still have dreams. My lameness can't stop me from pursuing my dreams." There was light in his eyes, staring straight at Mr. Sato. "Please let me pursue my dreams." After the words fell, Mr. Sato turned his head helplessly, turning away from the dazzling light, but his heart was still infected by the boy who pursued his dreams. "Okay. Pay more attention after you go out." After a silence, "Don't worry, I will keep this ward for you." "No, thank you." At the same time, Obito's side also started. The two sides fought back and forth, and Uchiha's throwing technique kept throwing at the two Yukatos. The situation was very intense. After a while, the four people on the field, the other two were first cleared by Kakashi and Yukato. Next, only the two of them were left. At this time, the mahjong table was already scarred, with all kinds of marks, and was piled with cards that were knocked out. "I didn't expect that the battle between us would continue in this way." The two Yukatos also became serious and looked at Uchiha. "Obito, humph. You can't use that trick this time." No. Even if I can use it, I can't use it anymore." Obito's mouth twitched, but since he was in a competition, he still looked at Yukato proudly. "This time, only I will win." After saying that, her eyes glared, suddenly turned scarlet. "When I open these eyes, you have already lost. However, humph. I won't look." Yukato closed his eyes directly. Hey, playing mahjong." Obito's mouth twitched again, and he shouted, "How are you going to play with your eyes closed?" "How to play?" Yukato sneered, "I have learned to touch the cards a long time ago." Snap! 3 pieces. After saying that, everyone was shocked and looked at the card. It was exactly the same as she said. As for Uchiha Obito, he didn't use illusion right at the beginning, and he wasn't very good at it either. Now he was a little frustrated. As for other ninjutsu, he only knew a few moves, and he couldn't use them at this time. "This time, I've already said I'll win." The cold and mature Yukato seemed to sense Obito's depression, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was a little arrogant. Hee. "I'm sure to win." "Damn! Despicable! Hey! Are you qualified to say that? Shameless! I should say that." The two Yukatos were full of black lines on their faces. "It's obviously you who are despicable, shameless, and vulgar. Okay. Admit defeat. Don't joke." Uchiha Obito." Obito stared at her and said coldly, "How can a man who wants to become Hokage admit defeat? In that case, don't blame me for being rude. After Yukito finished speaking, blue-black chakra appeared on his body, and the terrifying chakra seemed to turn into two cat claws and grabbed Uchiha Obito, but was dodged by Obito, who opened the Sharingan. However, the momentum of the tailed beast chakra is not so easy to withstand. The fierce momentum made Obito feel uncomfortable. At this time, everyone outside the field also noticed. Obito fell into a disadvantage. Did Obito lose? Shiranui Genma said helplessly, I didn't expect that the Cloud Ninja could think of this way. After all, Obito is not very proficient in illusion. Hong shook his head and said, it's normal to be discovered after fighting for so long. Kakashi rolled his eyes silently, said nothing, and just frowned at Obito. Is this all you insist on? Obito. What a pity. Everyone still felt regretful. After all, the fight has come to this point. Suddenly, next to him, a banner fell from the sky. And rich milk tea, when I drink it, you have already lost. A loud voice came from the surrounding speakers, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. This voice is Uchiha Obito? Shiranui Genma and the others looked at the big picture stickers on the banner and didn't know what to say for a moment. Boss Fuyu really knows how to play. And Fuyu sighed with emotion. As a father, he could only do this for tour. Uchiha Obito's game plus Uchiha Obito's advertisement. I believe that this sudden advertisement will definitely leave a deep impression on everyone. When they think of Obito, they will think of this scene. There is no way. This mahjong competition is out of control. Then let's put up an advertisement. The huge banner fell from the center of the hall. With the sound of pa pa pa, it gradually opened, and the big picture sticker that originally only had Obito suddenly revealed his upper body. Itmd Obito's face suddenly turned black, and his whole body seemed to be twisted. He almost rushed down to the field to kill that bastard. It's so embarrassing. And the effect was also very good. Even Yukito, who had his eyes closed, turned his head and opened his eyes after hearing the movement. When she saw the banner hanging down from the center, she was stunned. After a moment, she couldn't help laughing, as if she had forgotten something, and turned her head directly, Obito you. However, before she finished her words, she suddenly saw the pair of eyes close at hand, especially the heat exhaled, which she also felt. Too close. That cold face. It was too close. The cheeks of the two Yukitos were red, and they were about to say something. I said. When I opened these eyes, you had already lost. Obito said coldly, you lost. After the words fell. Vile, despicable, mean, dirty. A weak voice sounded. The whole audience cheered. Looking at those blurred eyes, everyone knew Uchiha Obito won. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Xi Jing. Drink milk tea. Just when everyone was cheering. In the Hidden Mist village, a bandaged man watched the game coldly, muttering to himself, another Konoha guy won. After a cold snort, he ignored the other partners and turned around and left. It was so depressing. He and Konoha swore not to two sides. Zabuza clenched his fists and walked out of the Chunin exam venue, his eyes filled with anger. And the bastard he had already investigated. Konoha Marshal. He muttered to himself coldly. Suddenly, he suddenly raised his head, as if he noticed something, and squinted his eyes at the man in front of him who was limping with a cane, a cheerful smile, and a Konoha ninja? 208 He has not been discharged from the hospital yet. Soon. The 16-4 match also began. As the penultimate round, as long as this round is over, it will be the final match, and the true Ninja King will be decided. So, there is no surprise. Today is also quite lively. Fuyu looked at the Fugaku couple who came to watch the game today on a rare day off. It's just a pity. Itaki and his 2 little ones didn't come. He sighed with regret and said earnestly, Fugaku. I'm not saying anything bad about you. It's a rare holiday. Although you want to accompany Sister Mikoto, you can't forget your children. You know, family education is also very important. What's the matter? Itaki was just an accident? Fugaku glanced at Fugaku and said nothing more. He still had a blank face and folded his arms. This brat actually talked to him about family education? Does he have children? It was just a joke. The faint disdain in his eyes was so infuriating. Mikoto smiled helplessly, looked at Fuyu, and said, Itaki applied for early graduation some time ago, but was rejected by the teacher. Of course, Fugaku and I also agree with this. Itaki is still a child, how can he graduate so quickly? At this point, she suddenly shook her head bitterly, with a trace of worry in her eyes, but a few days later, the teacher came to visit the family and said that Itaki has a serious autism problem. He doesn't communicate with other children in the academy and fights with classmates from time to time. Itaki. Why does it sound like a problem child? Fuyu smiled slightly, nodded, and said nothing. But when I asked Itaki, he said he didn't fight back, but he just didn't get along well with his classmates, which still makes people worried. Sister Mikoto sighed and continued, because of the mahjong competition these days, many outsiders have been invited, the whole village is much more guarded, and the academy is also much more relaxed, but I am worried that the children will run around, so in order to let Itaki integrate into the group, the teacher specially held a discussion activity for children to enhance the friendship between children, so Itaki didn't come today. Fortunately, the teacher didn't allow Itaki to graduate early at that time, otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed it. It's really worrying. Fuyu smiled awkwardly, and then said earnestly, Don't worry, Itaki is so smart that he will be fine. I will have a good chat with Itaki when I have time. Sorry to bother Fuyu, Itaki still listens to Fuyu. At this time, the host's voice sounded. The game has begun. After Fuyu said it, he quickly lowered his head and looked over. The daily advertisement was broadcast. Then, with the announcement of the host, the game began. The remaining 16 people will decide the final 4 to compete for the Mahjong God Cup. Although this Mahjong is played very strangely, even more terrifying than Blood Battle, it is still sought after by many people. This is the game that ninjas should play. The contestants enter. Suzuan, Kana, Konan, no except for Kana and Konan who were assigned to the same table, the other 2 were separated. How lucky! But it seems that Kana will stop here. After all, according to Kana's personality, it is impossible for her to compete with Konan. Those 2 are from the Rain country, right? I heard my sister-in-law's question. Fuyu nodded and said directly, I met them when I was working with the Rain country. He didn't tell the truth. No need. Mikoto nodded, really good. The red-haired one looks very gentle. I heard that she is from the Uzumaki clan, just like the 4th-generation lady. Uzumaki Kana. What a pity, the Uzumaki clan back then. Mikoto sighed regretfully, looking at the red-haired girl next to Fuyu, and blinked her eyes with curiosity in gossip. No wonder you took action that day. After the words fell, Fuyu smiled awkwardly, and before he could speak, Fugaku, who had an expressionless face, suddenly snorted, a woman from another village. It seems that Fugaku is still a supporter of this village. Oh. As long as there is love, it's fine. Sister Mikoto pushed Fugaku and smiled softly, then those with the surname Uchiha will be Konoha people. Humph. Fugaku folded his hands and said nothing more. Fuyu rolled his eyes and didn't care. He knew Fugaku was still quite cheerful. For example, he later supported Izumi to pursue his own child. For example, Suzune had been with him for so long, but the Uchiha guards didn't come to check the fire every day to force Suzune to leave. At most, He was just a little arrogant. But sometimes it was just arrogance that caused so many troubles. It's just that he was used to it. He didn't say anything else and continued to watch below. But the gossipy sister-in-law seemed very curious and said, "Which girl does Fuyu hope to win?" After the words fell, even Yakushi Kabuto and Inoka on the side looked over curiously. Fuyu smiled awkwardly, then coughed twice. "It doesn't matter whether you win or not, the important thing is to participate. The important thing is to participate. I don't care about this," said. After that, she turned her head and continued to watch while lying on her stomach. Mikoto smiled slightly, looked at Fugaku, and didn't ask any more questions. She also looked down at the game. When she saw the flying ninjutsu, she touched her chest with lingering fear, smiled helplessly, and said softly, "Fortunately, I didn't participate at that time." Is this playing mahjong? Why is it different from what she usually plays? No wonder I heard that many people were carried out here in the past few days, making the hospital crowded now. After the words fell, Fuyu also nodded thankfully. Fortunately, Fugaku stopped him because of the pregnancy. Otherwise, it is estimated that his second nephew would be in danger. This mahjong. It will cost someone's life. Feeling someone pulling, Fuyu was stunned for a moment, turned his head in confusion, and looked at Do, who had a serious face and frowned at a young age. "What's the matter? Want to go to the toilet? Need someone to accompany you?" Do raised his eyelids and twitched the corners of his mouth. This guy is still so mentally challenged. For Dean Nono. He refused. Rolling his eyes, he said unhappily, "How can Dean Nono win?" Fuyu was surprised. Was he worried about Nono? Turning his head to look at Nono's table, when he saw Nono trembling between the three-tailed beasts, his mouth twitched and he hesitated. "Why don't you be my son? Just 10 million as long as you call me dad, I will immediately call you." This guy is really unreliable. Do frowned slightly and ignored him. He pushed his glasses and looked at Nono with some concern. Indeed. Three-tailed Jinkraki, Hitaki Kakashi, nine-tailed Jinkraki, fourth lady, eight-tailed Jinkraki, Killer Bee. No matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. With a regretful sigh, the dean can only let. Before he finished speaking. Suddenly. Actually, if you want to win there is a way. Kabuto was stunned for a moment, raised his head and looked at Fuyu, hesitated for a moment, playing dirty tricks. "Little brat, what are you thinking?" Fuyu patted his head and said unhappily, "This game is fair, just and open, there is no shady deal, and the wife of the fourth Hokage is there, and you are still playing dirty tricks? Do you want to go to the Anbu?" Speaking of this, he pulled Kabuto over and pointed down. "Did you see that woman?" Kabuto turned his head in confusion, and when he saw the blonde, plump, and carefree woman, he was silent for a moment. One of the three ninjas of Konoha, Lady Tsunade. But what does it have to do with her? Could she take action? This is impossible. She is not a contestant. Even if she is a contestant, it is estimated that she will not help the dean. Just when Kabuto was confused. Just saw. Don't underestimate her. Fuyu said with a leisurely look in his eyes and a faint tone, "That guy is not simple. Whoever bets on the winner will lose. So you know." After the words fell, Kabuto still looked at him in confusion. "Are you kidding me?" At this time, on the other side, when they saw that Kakashi's opponent was the wife of the fourth Hokage, they knew Kakashi lost. With regret, they sighed. "I thought Kakashi could enter the semi-finals." Turning his head to look at the other side. Obito. Obito's situation doesn't look good either. Everyone is prepared for his illusion. But where's Asuma? Hong came back to his senses and looked around in confusion. Didn't they say Asuma would come to watch the game today? Why didn't I see him? It's rare that Kakashi and Obito both advanced. however. After the words fell, Shiranui Genjian and Ebisu's faces froze, and then they all sighed, said nothing, and looked up at the ceiling in silence. Until a moment later. Last night Shiranui Genjian paused slightly and said sadly, I went to the hospital again. Not discharged yet? What did he do? Is it a serious injury? Hong was surprised again. As soon as the words fell. It's serious. Shiranui Genjian nodded, his face full of emotion, I can't even get out of bed. 209 The proud elder. You seem to be melancholy in his emotion, and finally, he sighed, why don't you live here? Don't run around. After the words fell. Shaked his head and closed the door. What did this kid do that angered the heaven and the people? Just beat him up, don't kill him. Creaky. The door was closed. Asuma looked out the window silently. The sky was still as blue as before. The clouds were still as white as before. The wind was still as cool as before. But why did you do this to him? He couldn't help but raise his head at a 45-degree angle. Because this way the tears won't flow. No more, no more, I'll change my username after I'm discharged from the hospital. Besides it's all tears. After a while. He wiped his tears and raised his head firmly. He remembered that today was the match between Kakashi and Obito. Kakashi and Obito inherited his dream and were chasing 10 million. So, how could he continue to lie here? Asuma was shocked. Looking at his legs that were covered in plaster and hanging, he didn't care and shouted loudly, someone! Take my wheelchair away! Push it over, I want to go to the Sparrow God Cup. Kakashi, Obito it for me. Meanwhile, the competition is still going on fiercely. Of course. Compared to other venues, the tailed beast battlefield is more attractive. After all, 3 tailed beasts plus an ordinary person. It's exciting just to think about it. Yo-yo, Konoha 3 tails, Konoha 9 tails, and a Konoha Jonin, today's opponent is so scary. I was almost scared to death. Under the attention of the crowd, coupled with such a terrible crisis, Killer Bee took the lead and prepared to control the situation with his rap, but for me, I will not lose. Oh yeah. It's so noisy. It's so ugly. Kushina pouted, as noisy as the 9 tails. 9-tailed beast. But it doesn't care. Next is its game. 8-tailed beast, 3-tailed beast except for that woman, this can be said to be a battle of tailed beasts. But it is Kurama. How can it be afraid of the strongest tailed beast? Without any hesitation, the huge tailed beast Chakra directly crushed it. As long as the 8-tailed Jinchuriki is eliminated, it will win this game. Using Chakra to suppress people, it knows this better. Oh, 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 what a terrible Chakra, it's so scary that its face turned blue, but I can do this trick too. Killer Bee's rhythmic words just fell. Suddenly, the Chakra coat also appeared on his body, intercepting the enemy, the attack of the people. The two sides fought back and forth. The battle was getting fierce. Kakashi looked at the game expressionlessly, he didn't care anymore. Or maybe he didn't care the moment the game started. After all, he called the 4th generation as Minato's teacher, so it didn't matter to him whether he won or not. But would it be too deliberate to surrender now? If I don't surrender now, should I eliminate the Cloud Ninja first, and then surrender? Just when he was hesitating. Such a fierce battle, Hitaki Kakashi didn't join the battle, but watched quietly from the side. Is he waiting for your time? What a cunning guy! This guy, why is he talking nonsense? Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly, but when he saw that Lady Kushina was in a disadvantageous position, he did not hesitate and quickly took action. He had to take action. Compared to Cloud Ninja Killer Bee, Lady Kushina has been staying in Konoha, so her strength is much worse. So, he must help, otherwise, it would be bad if Lady Kushina lost. However, as soon as he took action, he took action, he took action. The host's voice, "Did you see your own opportunity? This bastard!" Kakashi's hand froze, and he suddenly stood in mid-air. But he still used his earth escape technique. Everyone looked at the familiar dog head, and they were moved. As expected of Konoha's genius Hitaki Kakashi, his earth escape technique was so unique. At this time, this tabletwo terrible-tailed beast's chakra emerged, and the other did not appear. 2 Peo Peleon silently used ninjutsu to help the Nine Tails, and the other under the terrible chakra, played his own game carefully. No, too terrible, or surrender? She hesitated a little. But everyone seemed to have forgotten her. And Hitaki Kakashi is indeed a genius of Konoha. It seems that he has not used the power of the tailed beast since the first round. He relies on his true strength. As for the other genius of Konoha, Konoha's anal hand. Now he is struggling to support himself with his own ninjutsu. There is no way. The illusion has been noticed by others and is not very useful. And he himself is not good at illusion. Under the siege of Rain Ninja, Salamander Hanzo and Sand Ninja Yekara, it is rare to be able to support. As for the other two tables. But it is also much more ordinary. Especially the table of Suzuan. Elder Beiwa and Elder Shion, the remaining one was cleared. I didn't expect that I met you again. Boring. Hurry up and play. Humph, I'll play this 9 tubes, let's see what you do. It's not 6 tubes, what's the point of me coming? Really? That's 6 tubes? Bang. At this time, Suzuan. Looking expressionlessly, she suddenly wanted to surrender. However, Suzuan, little girl, hurry up. Elder Beiwa urged her to fight again. Anyway, this match. It was not as intense as Fuyu imagined, nor as boring as he imagined. That's it. The great elder, can you stop being so arrogant? Didn't you see that even the corners of Fugaku's mouth were twitching? I guess the Hyuga clan is rolling their eyes collectively now. With emotion. It seems that Elder Beiwa should have won this table. Bah! Licking dog. And Nono's table maybe Kushina won. Of course. Fuyu lowered his head and looked at the silver-haired boy below, if that brat didn't mess around. Tsuna. Bang. Don't call that name. Tsunade punched out skillfully. She was used to hearing the wind and then looked at the silver-haired boy in confusion. Who come? Fans? What's up, kid? I don't have time to play with you. Hurry up if you want an autograph. Kabuto rubbed his head expressionlessly. What a heavy blow. But he didn't forget his mission. He pondered for a moment and remembered the information of Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. I want to make a bet with you. What a bet for a kid. I don't have time. Hurry up and get out of here. How is this different from what he thought? Isn't she a good gambler? Kabuto was stunned, but continued, 10 million. Hey, 10 million. Tsunade was curious at this time, looking at the kid, do you have 10 million? I don't. But. Are you kidding me? But Kabuto was expressionless, but quickly pointed to the stage and said, that guy is going to take me as his son and let me inherit his 10 billion fortune. 10 billion? 210 unexpected. One of the 3 Jinkriki unexpectedly withdrew. He was not defeated, but he pushed his cards away and withdrew for no reason. Everyone was still confused. But after the host's explanation, they understood. Player Hitaki Kakashi suddenly made a move, and for unknown reasons, player Uzumaki Kushina had to leave the stage sadly. Got it. They got it. No wonder Hitaki Kakashi, who was watching, made a move for no reason. It turned out that he really found the right time and successfully eliminated the strongest player Uzumaki Kushina. That's definitely the case. It's a ghost. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he had a stomachache. So far, he still hasn't figured out why Lady Kushina left the stage, but after the host's explanation, TID. It all seemed like he did it. If I had known, I would have surrendered at the beginning. Kakashi rolled his eyes amid cheers and suddenly didn't want to fight anymore. But now, if he quits, the one who will enter the finals will be the 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. That would be really embarrassing. So, he glanced at Dean Nono and seemed to have some ideas in his mind. He defeated Killer Bee, and then surrendered and gave up the position of victory. At that time everyone would understand that Lady Kushina's departure had nothing to do with him. In an instant. As a genius ninja, Hitaki Kakashi had already designed a complete plan. Then what happened next? Help me with the 3 tails. Yes. Just as the psychological words fell. At this time, the situation is getting more and more tense. The host's voice sounded, let's visit the audience and see who everyone thinks will win. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a big, white, blonde woman appeared in front of him. Hello, who do you think will win next? You ask me. Yes. Although Kushina suddenly left the stage for some reason, judging from the current situation, Killer Bee should be the strongest ninja in the Hidden Cloud Village. Tsunade, who was outside the red line, didn't care. After a moment of hesitation, she said seriously, according to the intelligence, as the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, he also has a physique far beyond that of ordinary people, as well as amazing swordsmanship and lightning escape. In this respect, he is very similar to the 3-Tails Jinchuriki, Hitaki Kakashi, with the tailed beast's family inherited swordsmanship and lightning escape. Oh, according to what you said, the two will be evenly matched? No. Kaka will win. Tsunade shook her head. Kirabi has a strong physique, and his lightning release is mostly used on the body, while Kakashi's lightning release Taro Ball plus the power of the tail hand, lightning release and water release will definitely be able to exert unimaginable power. With a gleam in her eyes, she said confidently, you should know that he has never used the power of the tailed beasts from the beginning. Playing mahjong is not about who is stronger, but about timing, momentum, calculation, and luck. So, Kakashi will win this time, I say so. Just as Tsunade finished speaking. In this instant. Suddenly. Kakashi silently looked at the 3 tails facing him from top, middle, and bottom. Hey, boy, what conspiracy do you have? I don't. The scene also fell silent. It happened so suddenly that the plump woman below seemed to be about to lose just after she finished explaining. For a moment, no one knew what to say. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen shivered and took a breath as if he had a toothache. Others didn't know Tsunade, but as someone who had followed the first and second generations and taught Tsunade, how could he not know? It looked like Kakashi was going to be eliminated. However, it did happen so suddenly. But for Tsunade, who roams around casinos, these are just small scenes. So, when she saw the host's strange look, she was not panicked at all. She coughed twice and said expressionlessly, I haven't finished what I just said. Please go on. Under normal circumstances, with a large range of water escape and lightning escape, as long as you catch the opponent by surprise, you will definitely win. Unfortunately, it seems that Kakashi's conspiracy has been discovered. So, the winner is definitely the player Killer Bee from the Cloud Ninja. Tsunade waved her hand, and her eyes flashed with confidence, as if she was not the one who said Kakashi would win. Like, with a firm tone, it must be him. 8-Tailed Jinchuriki. Facing the 3 tails that were pointed at him like knives, Kakashi sighed helplessly in his heart, knowing that he was finished, so he tremblingly played a card, and then pushed the card away without hesitation, indicating his surrender. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. The winner has appeared. What a pity. This final duel was not as fierce as they thought. Unexpectedly dull. For some reason, contestant Uzumaki Kushina suddenly left the stage, and then Hotaki Kakashi was surrounded before he could release his ninjutsu. It's really a pity. The overall situation has been decided. At this time, the host also nodded regretfully, although the process was a bit dull. It seems that the winner is as expected, just as this audience said it is the player from the Hidden Cloud Ninja Village, Killer B. I said it all. Tsunade raised her head and chest confidently, and said, if this is not him, I will broadcast live. However, before she finished speaking, just when everyone thought that the winner of this table had appeared, suddenly, a weak voice sounded. That I think I won. The winner. Yakushi no. Beyond everyone's expectations. So that until the end, when the host announced it, everyone had not come back to their senses. Even the originally cheerful Killer B was confused. He was about to win, but in the end he was actually intercepted by someone else. At this moment, everyone remembered. This Tien is mahjong. Whoever wins wins. It doesn't necessarily mean a duel. As long as there is only one person left, he wins. Fuyu also sighed, he almost forgot. This is mahjong. But he can't see the complicated face next to him. This guy. Is he right? At the same time, Kakashi, who had left the court, had not yet recovered. It was really too weird. But fortunately, the winner was from Konoha. He was already very satisfied. After all, although the process was a little dangerous, the result was what he thought. What a pity. Shiranui Genma sighed regretfully, took off the 1,000 books on the corner of his mouth, and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. I thought you could enter the finals. Where is Minato teacher? Kakashi rolled his eyes and looked around in confusion. Why is he gone? He remembered. Minato teacher and Lady Kushina, who left the court for no reason, should be watching the game from the sidelines. I don't know. As soon as Kushina-sama came out, she was taken away by Hokage-sama with the Flying Thunder God technique. Hong shook her head and said worriedly, I don't know what happened. Don't worry, since the Konoha alarm didn't sound, it shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, there are the 3rd Sama, the 4th Sama, Tsuna Slug Sama in the village, what can happen? Shiranui Genma shrugged, then lowered his head and looked at Obito. It's really unexpected, but now we should cheer for Obito. Just as the words fell, suddenly, Rin Harano next to him suddenly shouted, Obito seems to be losing. 211 That's a dream. At this time, only 3 tables have not yet decided the winner. All the audience stared at the bottom nervously. Buton table was full of a weird atmosphere, and a purple-haired girl at another table had papers flying everywhere, presenting an overwhelming situation. The last table was simply a group of demons dancing wildly, with all kinds of ninjutsu and poisonous gas flying everywhere. Except for the table where the demons were dancing in disorder, everyone could see the winners of the other 2 tables. Today's game. Although it was a little unexpected, it didn't seem as intense as the previous few days. It was too calm. There was no ninja atmosphere at all. However, just when everyone thought that this game would last for a long time, I'm a little tired. Elder Beiwa pushed the cards directly. It's time to go back and rest after playing for so many days. Little girl, don't lose. Yes, I'm a little tired too. Elder Shiin was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and pushed the cards away. I still have high hopes for you, girl. Under everyone's doubts, 2 people suddenly surrendered, and the winner was Hinata Suzuan. But at this time, Suzuan was slightly stunned, and before she could come back to her senses, she opened her mouth. Elder Beiwa, Elder Shiin. That's enough. Come on. Under Suzuan's eyes, he left calmly, hiding his merits and fame. On the other side, before everyone turned around, the overwhelming Konan also surrendered to everyone's surprise. The scene. There was a sudden silence. Then, It was like a torrent bursting out. Black curtain! Black curtain! That's right! We demand a rematch! Absolutely black curtain! What a pity! This is Konoha! Without receiving orders from above, we have to do what we have to do next. Anyway, there is no ticket fee. So, under the host's announcement, Hinata Suzune and Uzumaki Kana advanced. The last game. Only Obito's side is left. This ending is really unexpected. Someone expected it. Helpless. Everyone could only turn their heads and look at the other side. Anyway, we have fought till now, and everyone has strength. In this case, let's think about it. It would be nice to watch the beauties playing mahjong tomorrow. So, everyone focused their attention on Obito's table. Obito's side was also unexpectedly fierce. Although he didn't have the shadow of a huge monster appearing on his body like the tailed beasts, it was still quite exciting. However, the Konoha genius known as the Dark Horse seemed to be losing. Could it be that Konoha's two dark horses could not advance this time? At this time, Kakashi and the others also noticed it and sighed helplessly. Although Obito had not left the stage, with so many ninjutsu, it was estimated that failure was sooner or later. What a pity! Ebisu pushed his glasses. It looks like he lost. There's nothing we can do. Obito's ninjutsu has too many limitations. Shiranui Genma nodded and sighed regretfully. It's already great to be able to get here. That's right. That's right. Aren't you very happy? As they talked, everyone fell silent, still a little regretful. Forget it, Obito and Kakashi have tried their best. In that case, let's go drink milk tea. Shiranui Genma stretched and said, by the way, order a cup for Obito, and he can drink it when he comes out. After the words fell, everyone hesitated for a while, then nodded. The ending was already determined. Anyway, it was not an important matter. They came to participate in this competition just out of curiosity. Slip away. However, just when everyone was about to turn around and leave to drink milk tea, are you going to leave like this? A low and suppressed roar came, are you going to give up your partners like this? Everyone was startled and turned their heads. When they saw the angry face sitting in a wheelchair behind them, they were stunned. Asma! Why are you here? Why are you sitting in a wheelchair? However, Asma still stared at them, are you going to leave like this? I have already lost. It's just a mahjong competition anyway. Everyone looked confused and looked at Asma, who was angry at them for no reason. Why are you? The words were not finished. Shut up! Asma shouted, interrupting them directly, glaring at them. Even if it's just a mahjong competition, it's still a competition. It's also an honor. How can you give up so easily? It carries the dreams of so many people. How many people want to participate but can't? You are trampling on other people's dreams. Asma, what's wrong with you? It's like a chicken blood injection. Shut up! I don't have partners like you. Asuma shouted angrily, staring at them, as if he wanted to drive his wheelchair to kill them. His eyes were sad, he sighed deeply, shook his head in disappointment, and finally, he raised his head and roared, I pushed my wheelchair here alone, but I didn't expect to see this. In order to participate in this competition, to watch your game, do you know what I went through? 70% anger, 30% regret. I was beaten back to the hospital not long after I recovered, and was attacked by two people just as I was about to enter the hospital. It was rare that I was almost recovered, and I came to watch the game with great enthusiasm, but I was attacked by the bastard of the Hidden Mist village again, and finally I could only push the wheelchair. Now I see that everyone is not interested in drinking milk tea, and I feel more and more wronged the more I think about it. He feels bitter. Go away. Bastards, you actually abandoned your partners. By then, I will have 10 million, and I will definitely not share it with these bastards, and I won't even give them milk tea. However, everyone looked at each other, looking at Asuma, who was pushing the wheelchair forward with a face full of grievance. He hesitated for a moment, and said helplessly, "Obito has already lost." After saying that, Asuma glared at him again. "Even Obito is still insisting, but you guys gave up first. What makes you say he is going to lose? You guys should have lost. Waste." A roar. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Turning his head to look at Obito, who was still insisting, and then looking at Asuma, who was pushing the wheelchair forward with difficulty, a wave of shame surged in his heart. That's right. They are the waste. Even Obito, whose face was green from the poisoning, did not give up, and even Asuma, who had not yet recovered, pushed his wheelchair to watch the game by himself, and did not give up. They were Obito's partners. They actually gave up first? They abandoned their partners. Is this still the will of fire? Go away. Go drink milk tea. Get out of here. Asuma pushed the wheelchair while cursing, Asuma. Before he finished speaking. Suddenly, he stumbled on a step and was about to fall backwards. A pair of hands stabilized the wheelchair for him. Asuma was stunned and turned to look at Kakashi. "Kakashi. Sorry." Kakashi said expressionlessly, "We almost gave up our partners this time. Ah. My youth can't be extinguished like this. Let's cheer for Obito together." "That's right. Let's cheer for Obito together." Everyone smiled, and the corners of their mouths seemed to flash with light, which made Asuma stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses and smiled, "Let's cheer for Obito together." After the words fell, with the help of everyone, he was finally lifted up. Then everyone took a breath together. Suddenly, "Obito! Come on!" A cheer that resounded throughout the entire hall rang out. Everyone in the hall was stunned, turned their heads to look at the group of boys, and couldn't help being shocked in their hearts. Is this the new generation of the strongest ninja village? Even the third generation of Hokage below looked at the group of boys with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "The future of Konoha. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will also continue. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let new leaves sprout." He is indeed old. But Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly frowned in confusion and looked at his dog. "I haven't seen it for a few days. I thought the dog went to live with a friend. How come his legs are lame? Both legs are lame. Why didn't he receive the news?" And at this time, just when everyone was shocked by the bond of Konoha. "Hey, pervert, filthy, bastard! You defeated my two Yokotos." A strange cheer came from the Cloud Village. "How could you lose here?" After the words fell, "There is something strange." When everyone was curious and was about to look over, suddenly, a blue giant shadow emerged from Obito's body. 212 must win. When I drink open these eyes, you lose. Even at the end of the game, there are still countless people shocked by the sudden appearance of the blue blurry skeleton giant. However, Konoha officials did not explain, so although curious, the ninjas of each village did not get any useful information, and could only temporarily send the information back to the village for analysis. After all, the Mangeki has not appeared in the ninja world for a long time. After the Great Elder awakened his Mangeki, he didn't show off. As for Uchiha Fugaku, except for him and Fuyu, no one else knew that he had awakened his Mangeki. As for Obito, maybe his experience was not tragic enough, or he was just a fool and didn't receive special training, so his control over the Mangeki was a little weak. The result was no surprise. At this stage, under the absolute defense of Susanoo, coupled with his huge body, Obito won without any surprise. But Fuyu didn't care about this at all. Anyway, it didn't matter who won, even as long as Obito didn't win, then the money wouldn't it be out of the left hand and into the right hand? Wouldn't the money still be his? Originally, Fuyu thought so, until Sister Mikoto said Fuyu hopes who wins. The problem came up. Who wins? No? Kana? Suzuan? Fug. How should he answer with so many eyes? It didn't matter who won or lost, he didn't care about this. But that girl, Konan, has taken out her exploding talisman. Finally, Fuyu can only touch his stomach and prepare to go out for a walk to digest the food. The spendthrift Konan. How can you use exploding talismans indiscriminately? He sighed. Suddenly, looking at the smug, pigeon-toed, and rather annoying young man in front of him in surprise, Fuyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Time moves forward a little. What to do after winning? Of course, celebrate. So, let's have a barbecue, and Asuma, who hasn't seen him for many days, actually came to cheer him up in a wheelchair. It's really touching. We must celebrate. It's just that Fuyu grills. Humph. Forget it, just eat a few meals before he goes bankrupt. It's not a big problem. It's just that Asuma is too enthusiastic. He kept saying that he was about to realize his dream since he was a child, and Obito was confused. What dream? God of Sparrow? This is just the first session, how can it be said that they have grown up together? After having a good meal and a good drink. Hee. Ebisu put his arm around Obito's shoulders and asked obscenely, Master Dou, what is your relationship with that cloud ninja? Why do you get mad when she yells? We yelled for so long and it was useless. After the words fell, Obito sneered and pursed his lips, women will only affect the speed of my ninjutsu. What happened at that time? While he was poisoned and confused, a woman's voice came. Then, as long as he thought that women would only affect the speed of his ninjutsu, therefore, he became stronger. Everyone looked at each other. Especially Haranorin looking at Obito with some worry, she suddenly thought of Obito and Kakashi, and she was even more worried. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me. Alas, Lord Tou is Lord Tou. His ideas are extraordinary. Asuma, who was sitting in a wheelchair and being pushed by Kai, sighed, and then his eyes flashed with a strange light. Lord Tou has a game tomorrow. He needs more rest tonight. Let's not disturb him. We will go to cheer him up tomorrow. After the words fell, everyone nodded. That's right. Obito still needs to cheer up tomorrow. It's almost time, it's time to go back and rest. Just when the Chunin was about to leave, Asuma held Obito's hand, held it tightly, and looked at Obito affectionately, please make my dream come true. Don't worry, Uchiha Obito will definitely carry your dream forward. Obito confidently gave a thumbs up. Although he didn't know how Asuma's dream became this, he saw his partner limping and cheering for him. He, Uchiha Obito, was very happy. Obito will never give up. Then, with the farewell of everyone, he walked towards his home. Not long after walking, hey, pervert! A careless shout. Obito turned his head in confusion, looked at Yukito who suddenly appeared, and snorted, why are you here? Why am I not here? Of course I came out to eat. Yukito rolled his eyes, looked at Obito, and smiled slightly, you are really awesome today. Of course. I am Uchiha Obito. Uchiha pervert. Dirty. Vulgar. Forget it, don't worry, I will cheer for you tomorrow. Yukito waved his hand, looked at the red face with anger, and smiled again, you must cheer. No need. Women will only affect the speed of my ninjutsu. Is this guy really a pervert? The complacent guy Yumuran swung his whip without paying any attention to him, and turned away. And Obito? He sneered and ignored him, and was about to turn away. What a young love! A long sigh came. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito had a stomachache again. Don't look so bitter. Fuyu smiled and hugged Obito, young people should smile more. Hee. What's wrong? Do you like the girl just now? She is really pretty. Obito rolled his eyes and said lightly, women will only affect the speed of my ninjutsu. After the words fell, Fuyu's mouth twitched. Looking at the confident Obito who held his head high, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He sighed and said earnestly, this is a wrong path. Shut up. Obito stared at Fuyu, this is the path of the strong passed down by Madara-sama. I have already realized it. Why is he so strong now? Isn't it because he realized it? However, do you know the final ending of Madara? Fuyu said leisurely, no wife and no children. He was stabbed by his best friend. How pitiful, Madara has said with his life that this path is wrong. It makes sense. No. This guy must have bad intentions when he said this. Obito came back to his senses and stared at Fuyu, what do you want to do? It's nothing, it's just that Dad needs your help with something. As soon as Fuyu's loving words fell. Hee. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at him, and said without hesitation, I don't have time. Get out. It seemed extremely comfortable. Cool. This bastard has his day. Just when he was about to turn around and leave. I'm telling you all this just to tell you, Fuyu said leisurely, if you dare to refuse, tomorrow the news that you like men will spread all over the ninja world like an advertisement. Obito turned his head and looked at Fuyu with a dark face, what do you want to do? Asshole, I'll make you bankrupt sooner or later. It's nothing. Fuyu patted Obito's shoulder with satisfaction, tomorrow. Before he finished speaking, Obito seemed to understand something and sneered, you want me to admit defeat tomorrow? When? Fuyu also said the same thing. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Until a moment later. What are you doing? Obito looked at him suspiciously, are you sick? No. I never cheat. Everyone in Konoha knows that I, Uchiha Fuyu, always treat people with integrity and never lie. Fuyu narrowed his eyes slightly and patted Obito's head lovingly, you must win tomorrow. Nonsense. Of course I will win. But you can't use ninjutsu, illusion, or hurt people, and you can't use the giants that are open today, but you must win, otherwise you know. You can't use anything? I think you are making things difficult for me, Obito. 213 I heard. The next day, the ultimate competition of the Sparrow God Cup began, and this time, the real Sparrow God will be selected. Although Konoha accounted for the majority, with 4 entering 3, there was suspected to be a shady deal, but it still did not stop everyone's enthusiasm. I heard that someone outside has already opened the market. Of course. Since the Blue Giant yesterday was really amazing, I heard that there were a lot of people who bet on Obito to win. The odds were not very high, and most people just watched the excitement. Soon, the Sparrow God Cup began. Then the 4 parties entered. Obito walked in with a stomachache. He had to win without using ninjutsu. Was he still playing mahjong? How could you play mahjong without ninjutsu? Those who didn't use ninjutsu would have died long ago. Asshole! Even the more low-key Dean Nono and Uzumaki Kana from the Land of Rain can manipulate chakra lines and various ninjutsu. When I become Hokage in the future, I will definitely expose you, the black businessman, to the entire ninja world and criticize you severely. Obito muttered angrily in his heart, and then, after the host's words fell, everyone began to sit down. As soon as they sat down, I don't know why, I always felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Obito looked across from him Dean Nono, on the left the red-haired woman, and on the right was that bastard's secretary, who was also a member of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Suzuan. 3 women? 3 women. He narrowed his eyes, as if thinking of the years that he had been bullied by that bastard. Oppression, deception, advertising, all of a sudden, black lines appeared all over my body. Women can only affect the speed of my ninjutsu, but soon. Under the spotlight. The first Konoha Sparrow God Cup Ultimate Competition officially began. Da-da-da, the familiar sound of mahjong sounded suddenly, but it was beyond everyone's expectations. The popular player, Konoha's dark horse Uchiha Obito, did not directly summon the blue giant last night like everyone else did, laying the foundation for the final Sparrow God. This scene in front of me. Instead, it was a bit calm. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what happened at all. Where are the ninjutsu? Where are the taijutsu? Where are the secret techniques? Where are the terrifying giants? Why play mahjong when there is nothing? Is this mahjong? How boring! Everyone frowned and looked at it in confusion, only Fuyu nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Obito listened to his suggestions last night. Otherwise, the central banner in the hall will fall down again. As for the competition, isn't this a mahjong competition? This TN is the real mahjong competition. Like the one a few days ago that could cost lives. What kind of mahjong competition is it? It's just a rip-off. This last round. Let it end in peace and put a perfect end to this mahjong God Cup. But Fuyu looked at the competition field in confusion and muttered to himself, why do we seem to be chatting? Senior Ling-ian. Ling-ian looked at Uchiha Obito with strange eyes. To this day, she still remembers that day Fuyu, who had not returned to the clan for many years, suddenly returned to the Uchiha clan, and then wanted to take a clan member who walked extremely arrogantly as his godson. At that time, she was completely stunned. I don't know what Fuyu wants to do. Until now, Uchiha Obito has become the spokesperson for Fuyu Group. Although Obito's reputation in the ninja world is a little bit bad, but unexpectedly the advertisement is really useful. But now, this guy is the strongest opponent. Although she doesn't care whether she wins or not, she still wants to win after fighting until now, especially against her opponents Kana and Nono. So, they specially set up a ninja last night to talk. Deal with this scary guy first. However, somewhat unexpected. He doesn't seem to want to use ninjutsu. What's the intention? Especially when he starts calling me senior and adult. Now Suzune and the others can't do anything, so they can only play mahjong normally. Forget it, it's fine to play like this. 10,000. Pong. Blank. 3. 5. When it was Obito's turn, a strange gloom flashed in his eyes. He casually played a card and said with a smile, when will Senior Suzune and that bastard Ahem, when will brother Fuyu get married? People in the village say that you two are living together, and teacher Minato also said that you are probably going to get married. After the words fell, Suzune's face was slightly red, and she said in a soft voice with embarrassment, no, not yet. Is that so? Obviously you have such a good relationship. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed regretfully, I always see you two shopping together at night. No always. I will definitely give you a big gift when you get married. As soon as he said this, Kane's hand trembled slightly, and it seemed that she had more strength to play the cards. 3. Touch. Obito touched it directly, and then, looking at this woman from the land of rain who had an unusual relationship with that bastard, embarrassedly, sorry, Kane-sama. He smiled apologetically, showing the politeness of the Konoha people. By the way, a few days ago I saw you and Fuyu brother taking a little red-haired girl out shopping, and many people said you looked like a family. After the words fell, this time it was Kane's turn to blush slightly, and she smiled gently and said softly, it's just that Fuyu took me and Inoka out for a walk. That day. She, Fuyu, Konan, Inoka. But she didn't say Konan. 3 barrels. Suzune was stunned, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she seemed to play the cards a little harder. She pretended to be calm and said, last time? Did I just return to the Hyuga family? Yes, Suzun. Really, Sister Kana, why didn't you tell me? I won't go back to the family like this. Sister emphasized. Isn't Fuya suddenly want to go out? Oh, if I'm with you, I can take Sister Kana to other places. Thank you. In fact, Fuya also took us to many places that day. Really? When I was studying with Fuya also secretly took me to many places to play. Is that so? Fuya saved me at that time, and under Fuyu's protection, I also saw many places in the ninja world. The atmosphere seemed a little weird. Nono was caught in the middle and trembled immediately. That. Playing mahjong. Excuse me, can you finish first? Although she didn't use ninjutsu, the atmosphere made her hands tremble when she played the cards. She sighed inwardly and looked up in the direction of Fuya. Frowning again, looking at the opposite side Obito who was talking on the left and then on the right, the corner of his mouth twitched. She felt that he did it on purpose. She shook her head helplessly. 3 barrels. 4 barrels. Seeing that the two people had no longer noticed him, Obito nodded with satisfaction. Women will only affect the speed of his ninjutsu. Don't underestimate him, Uchiha Obito. Then, looking at Dean Nono in front of him, he smiled slightly. I heard that last time, Brother Fuya sneaked into the orphanage to find the dean. What on earth does this guy want to do? Nono raised his eyelids, pushed his glasses, nodded, and said calmly, yes. Thanks to Fuya's care in the past few years. Sometimes Fuya would secretly donate money to the orphanage. Did the director adopt a child named Yakushi Kabuto? Yes, a well-behaved child. That cough cough cough, does Brother Fuya also want him to be his own child? Yes, yes. Nono felt the gazes on both sides, his hands trembled slightly, and he nodded embarrassedly. But his eyes flickered slightly when he lowered his head. This Uchiha boy! How dare you play this trick of sowing discord with me? At the same time. What's wrong with Fuya? Nothing, I just suddenly felt a little cold. Fuya gathered his clothes and shivered uncontrollably, looking at the casino with a weird atmosphere. For some reason, it feels colder and colder. Will the temperature drop this spring? 214 The Dark Side, subscribe. Why is this guy so difficult to deal with? Obito narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Nono, who nodded with a smile no matter what he said. He turned his eyes slightly, and the black line behind him seemed to be getting heavier. Dean Nono, how did you know Fuya? Look, I'll give that bastard a big gift before he goes bankrupt, so that bastard dares to threaten me. Oh, you're talking about this. Nono looked at Obito with a smile, and seemed to not care about the sight on him at all. He gently played a card, and his eyes suddenly became hazy, as if he was lost in memories. I was also a child in an orphanage back then, and then the orphanage had no money, so I went out to find a job and then, I met Fuya. After the words fell, the three of them were stunned and slightly silent. Until a moment later. No. No. That's it. That's it. This is too plain. Obito was stunned, and suddenly he didn't know what to say. And Nono was still playing cards with a smile, as if he turned a blind eye to the weird atmosphere, and said lightly, at that time, Fuya really helped a lot. Speaking of this, after Obito played a card, he touched it directly. The tone became more and more gentle. If it weren't for him, maybe I wouldn't be me, and I have been grateful to him for the past few years. That day, she was spotted by the Root organization, and when she was confused in her life, it was also thanks to Fuya that she had been with him and didn't fall into darkness. Smiled slightly, so. I am very grateful to him. After the words fell, Suzun and Kana were slightly stunned, and there were memories in their eyes. If it weren't for him, maybe she would no longer be herself. Suddenly, seeming to understand something, raised her head and squinted her eyes, looking at Uchiha Obito in front of her. This kid is trying to make trouble. Fuck. Has it been discovered? Obito smiled awkwardly, trembling all over, and tremblingly played his cards. The black fog behind him seemed to be almost gone. It's so scary. But... Uchiha Obito. It's impossible to fail so easily. So... He spoke faster, sighed, and shook his head. Brother Fuyu really has a lot of girls like him. It's just... Before he finished speaking. 20,000. Kana smiled gently, squinting at Uchiha Obito. I heard Fuyu wants to take you as his son. Bang. Ling Ian smiled slightly and nodded softly, yes. Fuyu likes Obito very much. He also said that he would give him a chance to inherit the estate. Is that so? Nono was surprised and said thankfully, fortunately, Kabuto didn't agree. Otherwise, it wouldn't be very dangerous. Obito's forehead was sweating, looking at the three women in front of him who were talking about themselves as if they were excluding him. That weird atmosphere. Sure enough. Women only affect the speed of his ninjutsu. Damn it. He was almost successful, why did he suddenly change? But he, Uchiha Obito, will never give up. In that case, let's see his ultimate move. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath, stared with his eyes, and his whole temperament seemed to have changed, and his original stupidity disappeared. He slapped the table hard. The atmosphere froze. Pa! Everyone immediately noticed the sudden change in the solemn atmosphere. The friends who were cheering for him not far away also became serious. It seems that Obito is going to be serious. Shiranui Genma took off the 1,000 books at the corner of his mouth and said seriously, he was so calm at the beginning because of the rich boss's face. Indeed. I heard that these three women have unusual relationships with the rich boss. Damn, so enviable, Ebisu said angrily, but when he saw everyone staring at him, he quickly changed his words, too fickle. Who said I'm not a ninja? Shiranui Genma shrugged, I heard that I was canonized as a noble by the Land of Fire some time ago, so you don't have to envy me. Where are you envious? Ebisu pushed his sunglasses, do you see my eyes? I'm deeply critical. At this point, under the contemptuous eyes of everyone, he paused, by the way, how can I become a noble? This guy. Everyone shook their heads helplessly, and ignored him, turning their heads to look at Shiranui Genma. So does Obito think it's time to be serious now? Lord Toad is really worthy of being Lord Toad. Asuma sighed, I didn't expect to be so loyal and righteous. Uncle is very pleased. From now on, we will be friends separately. You call me uncle and I call you grandpa. And Shiranui Genjian nodded in agreement and picked his teeth with 1,000 pieces of paper. Yes. This game is about to end. However. Just as the words fell. Uchiha Obito is out. We'll die together. Come on. We'll die together. How dare you threaten him? Obito didn't hesitate, and pushed the cards directly. He didn't follow the bastard's request, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a gleam of wisdom. Looking at the three people standing in front of him. Without hesitation, he pushed the cards directly and stood up. Next. Let's see what you three will do. Humph. As long as they keep fighting, I believe they will definitely make a fuss. At that moment, Obito seemed to understand why that bastard let him win. What a pity. He didn't want to. I'll make that bastard die. I'm leaving. I won't play with you guys anymore. He tossed his hair and walked away amidst the boos and shouts. When he looked up, he saw the bastard's stunned expression, and his face became even more arrogant. Great. Sooner or later, he will bankrupt this bastard. He even walked with his gated steps, swaying from side to side. And Fuyu. He was really confused. What do you mean? What's going on? Has his idea really been discovered? Looking down, he saw the three people looking at each other in silence, and he was shocked. He was about to wave his hand and put on an advertisement. Suddenly, Uzumaki Kana, out. Hinata Suzuan, out. The winner, Yakushi no. The host shouted excitedly, let's applaud this year's Mahjong god. Fuyu was stunned, looking at the three people smiling at each other. It seemed that what he thought did not happen. The three people are still the same? No. It seems that the relationship is better? Suddenly, he seemed to understand something in his heart. He looked at Obito, who stopped and looked at the stadium, and smiled with relief. Although I don't know what happened, it must be this child who helped. This child has been shouting that he wants him to go bankrupt, but in fact, in his heart he still cares about his father. No wonder he walked out of his family just now. I guess he wants his father's praise. It's like suddenly getting full marks in the exam and walking home with a family-free pace. Good boy. However, at this time, Obito also had something in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. MMP. What's going on? What about surrendering directly? What about the fight between you? It's gone? It's gone just like that? I gritted my teeth and said angrily, the conspiracy. I want to report it. There is something fishy going on here. On the other side. After Obito suddenly surrendered and everyone was impressed by his loyalty, Asuma's eyes were stunned, like a pair of dead fish eyes, lying in a wheelchair. His dream. Gone. Suddenly, a smiling voice came from behind, Konoha's great commander. Asuma straightened his body and sat up quickly, turning his head to look at the woman behind him with black and orange hair in a bun, wearing a tight black skirt, revealing her graceful body and beautiful back. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head without changing his expression, and said seriously, I said I'm not. Do you believe it? 215 Rich Group's turbulence. It has been a few days since the Mahjong tournament. But the heat is still there, especially the final. Dirty tricks. It is definitely a trick. You can tell with your eyes that it must be a trick. Otherwise, why did the strongest dark horse, Uchiha Obito, surrender? He surrendered before he even used the strange blue giant. If this is not a trick, what is it? Therefore, even now, after a few days, the internet is still hot. Dear friends, I am actually very sad to make such a decision. Not only is it painful, but I am also very sad. When I saw the result, I was in a daze and went directly to the hospital. After all, he is my best friend, and he carries my dream. I really didn't expect this to happen. Even if I risk going to the hospital again, I have to say it. Dirty tricks? No. I don't know if it is a trick. But that night I saw him secretly meeting with the boss of Fuyu Group, one of the organizers of the Gaming God Cup, and they seemed to have a good chat. There are rumors that he is actually the illegitimate son of Fuyu. I lied. No, I didn't. I swear I absolutely did not lie. I know that if this matter is exposed, it will have a great impact on this Gaming God Cup. But this is my dream. I will never allow this to have a black spot. An anonymous statement by a lame boy who has been hospitalized again and has not been discharged. Yes. After our investigation, the boss of Fuyu Group Uchiha Fuyu does have an unusual relationship with the contestants, Yakushi no, Hinata Suzuan and Uzumaki Kana, especially Hinata Suzuan and Uzumaki Kana have already moved into his home. This scumbag. A low-key man in sunglasses who does not want to be famous angrily accused this uncivilized behavior. Yes. I am indeed living in Fuyu's home now. Mary? No. When? I don't want to answer this, thank you, and please don't make up stories, otherwise, Fuyu Group will hold you accountable. Interview record of a senior executive of Fuyu Group with a blushing face. I am a ninja from the Rain Country, and I do live in Fuyu's house. What's the relationship? Sorry, no comment. Please go away. Answer from the red-haired woman from the Rain Country about the inside story of the Sparrow God Cup. I know. That day I saw her walk out of Fuyu's brother's room and changed her clothes. A girl who loves origami secretly broke the news. What? He is my father? I wish he would go bankrupt. Get out. Inside story? Yes. Yes. But he wanted me to win, not let me lose. Surrender was my own choice. Why did he let me win? How do I know? What father's love? Get out. I am his grandfather. Lose to your stepmother? Get out. Otherwise, I'll poke you. The rumored prince of the Fuya group who was furious because his identity was exposed. Yes. This competition was indeed planned by Fuyu and me. Thank you very much for the sponsorship of Fuya Group. It was a wonderful competition. What? Did I let my wife surrender because I accepted bribes? No. Really not. Kushina withdrew because hey, why are you making up stories? Obito is Fuya's son? No. No. As for why you said that, it was because Fuya wanted to adopt Obito as his adopted son. What? An illegitimate child who was wandering outside? It's not. Nonsense. The fourth Hokage who was originally immersed in his wife's pregnancy but suddenly looked confused. Give me back my hard-earned money. A certain white man who is a victim of a shocking internet fraud case and has tens of thousands of brothers, shouted in pain. Uchiha Obito? My biological son? No. Do you think I can give birth to him when I'm so young? What is the relationship between them? We are all innocent friends, all the same, don't believe everything you hear, you guys, don't always think about making a big event. No. No. This is an accident, I didn't let them win on purpose, you have to believe in the fairness and justice of the Fuya group. Did anyone see Ling Ian talking to me in my office with disheveled clothes? Who saw it? Who said it? Someone, come. Where are the Konoha guards? Where are the Konoha guards? Someone is spreading rumors, hurry up and catch them all. The founder of the Fuya group, whose net worth is unknown for the time being, is a huge businessman with businesses in the Fire Country, the Rain Country, the Water Country, the Wind Country, the Thunder Country and other countries, and is known as the businessman of the Will of Fire. Uchiha Fuyu answered the inside story of this incident. Finally, the whole network became a buzz. Even many netizens, who were originally curious about the dark side of the Keishen Cup, suddenly became curious about the turmoil of the Fuya group. For a while, the turmoil of the Fuya group even overshadowed the Geishen Cup. There are even rumors. Uchiha Fuyu actually has several illegitimate children outside, but they cannot be recognized for various reasons. Anyway, Fuyu was confused. He has never even been to a neon light store, so where did the illegitimate child come from? He is still a child. It's just that the internet seems to be crazy. Maybe the ninja world is too boring, so a little gossip makes everyone enjoy it, so he doesn't even have time to delete the post. Fuyu sighed, shook his head, and ignored the messy posts. He looked at Kana and Konan in front of him. Are you ready to go back? Yes. Konan said with a pout, Nagato has been sending ninjas to urge us, and we have been here for so long. There are many things that need us in the land of rain. Is that so? Fuyu pondered for a moment. When he was free a few days ago, he asked Kana to check Suzun's body, especially the caged bird of the Hyuga clan. If Kana had a way to solve it, he wouldn't have to look for Orochimaru. It's a pity. This secret technique involving the soul is also a bit difficult for Kana. Bird in a cage. The main Hyuga family cast a curse seal to limit the ability of the branch family's Byakugan, which will not disappear until their own death. At the same time, it also has the effect of allowing the main Hyuga family to destroy the brain tissue of the person who cast the curse seal according to their own consciousness. However, The caged bird technique did disappear when he died, but when Niji's father was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, it appeared on his forehead again. As for whether this is still useful, he is not sure. Anyway, it seems that if you want to crack it's also quite complicated. Especially in Konoha, we have to come secretly, so most of the equipment cannot be used. If it doesn't work, we can only go to Orochimaru. Fuyuhara sighed helplessly in his heart, looking at Kana who was smiling gently. Sorry, I'm bothering you. It's okay. Kana shook her head gently, smiled slightly, and said calmly, Don't worry, I'll find a way. I'll go out again in a while, and I should go to the rain country at that time. After the words fell, Konan smiled immediately. Great, Sister Kana, and I will wait for you to come back. Then Huenokuo Fuyuhara smiled helplessly, looking at Huenokuo on the side. The grass ninjas have all been driven out, so Huenokuo's custody rights fell into his hands, but should he stay or go to the rain country? He looked at Huenokuo with her big eyes, and was about to ask. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Fuyuhara suppressed his question for the time being, and it was good that way. Later, he would let Channa, a member of the tribe, ask Huenokuo. Turning his head, he looked at Yekeng who was let in by Zionin. 216 Investment is risky, please subscribe. Many areas in the Kingdom of Wind have been connected to the internet. After all, it has been more than half a year now. With the help of the ninjas and his disregard for cost, the project is still quite fast. The productivity of ninjas is still quite high. Look. Later, when Nagato came to Konoha to carry rice. That day, Konoha was destroyed. A few days later, with the help of the chief engineer, Yamato, the reconstruction of Konoha was also carried out very quickly. Therefore, excluding the uninhabited area, most of the Kingdom of Wind is now connected to the internet. It is really gratifying. However, there is one place the equipment has been set up, but it can't connect to the internet and has been in a yellow state. It's like it's interfered with. After sending off the carefree Yekeng. Is that so? Fuyuhara pondered for a moment. It seems I have to go and see it myself. By the way, let's see if the Sand Village can be covered by the network. It seems that the Sand Village seems to be a little loose, just like the Cloud Village. I heard that the Cloud Village has also started playing Ninja Legend during this period, but they saw that the Cloud Village was not open. They were very dissatisfied with this, just like Yekeng that day. Why is there no Sand Village? It seems the 5 major countries will be connected to the network in the near future. It's just that there are still some troubles in the land of Earth. You must know that the Rock Village is not the Sand Village. It was directly ignored by the Wind Country. As a ninja village with good strength, the Rock Village still has a lot of say, especially the entire ninja village is controlled by that group of old stubborn people. For this kind of strange thing, I guess they are more alert. It can be seen from the fact that the Rock Village did not send a few people to see it this time. Maybe in other people's eyes, this kind of boring game is not important to ninjas. Fuyuhara thought about it and estimated that he could upgrade after this trip to the Kingdom of Wind, so it was necessary to make a trip. I don't know what the next module will be. He took out Ninja and was about to delete a few more messy posts to purify the network environment. Ding! Ding ding ding! The familiar avatar made him stunned for a moment, and then he clicked it directly. Immediately saw 2 extremely arrogant words. Money. Done? How come I didn't know? When did it happen? When Fuyuhara was stunned, the door was opened. Suzune ran in a panic, her tone full of disbelief, and said, Fuyuhara. Fuyuhara. The elder of the clan was assassinated last night. He really died? Oh, nothing. Fuyuhara came back to his senses, looked at Suzune who was staring at him in confusion, sighed, and shook his head. I am very sad. My condolences. When will the Hyuga clan hold the funeral? Will the banquet begin? This the Anbu is still investigating. What banquet? The Anbu went to investigate? Does the Anbu know who did it? It has been investigated. Suzun nodded, frowned on her fair face, and said with some worry, I heard it is related to Danzhou. How is it related to Danzhou? Fuyu was stunned. Before he could ask, Ling Yian continued, according to the investigation at the scene, it seems that the mysterious man who assassinated Danzhou last time has fought with the first-generation Hokage, and can turn his body into black lines. The Anbu analyzed to the clan that it seemed to be a murder for money, because the contract of purchasing 1/10 of Danzhou on the elder of the clan was missing, and it must have been stolen by that ninja. Now the elders who cooperated in the purchase are panicking, especially a certain elder, who lent 10 million to the elder of the clan. Therefore, they think that this is caused by the Hokage letting the enemy in with the Sparrow God Cup. At the same time, the Konoha Guard is also responsible. They didn't even know that the black market bounty ninja sneaked in. Uchiha needs to give them an explanation. At this point, there was some worry in his tone. What should we do now? It's really tricky. Fuyu sighed, nodded, and said leisurely, the Hyuga clan. This time the Hyuga clan is indeed a bit unreasonable. He didn't finish his words. I saw Fuyu, the voice sounded again, with 3 parts sympathy and 7 parts helplessness. I've said it, all stocks are risky, so you need to be cautious when investing. Therefore, you still have to be careful when trading in stocks. You can't imitate these people. The words fell. Suzun looked at Fu in astonishment. Is now the time to care about this? At the same time, the other side. What? My sales contract was stolen? The Hyuga clan member who purchased 1/10 of it died too. Danzhou was also a little stunned when he heard the news. I was even constantly rejoicing in my heart. Fortunately, I didn't participate in the Cushion Cup this time, otherwise. I didn't expect that someone would take this opportunity to sneak in secretly. There was a sudden sigh on his face, and he sighed, what do the Hyuga clan think? The root ninja hesitated and said, they hope that Lord Danzhou can recognize their losses and at the same time cash in the 100 million they purchased. Just 100 million is enough. Nonsense. Danzhou snorted coldly, both the shareholders and the share authorization letter are gone. You want me to recognize someone? Did they buy it? And cash out 100 million? Dreaming. Don't you know that he is very strapped for funds now? I still have to film. He waved his hand and said, tell them to get the share authorization letter back first. I only recognize this. The words fell. Yes. Go down. And at this time, Mito Minion walked in. Danzhou. Why are we allowed to come to such a dark place to discuss today? We are all blind, can we read the script here? The elder of the Hyuga clan was assassinated. Danzhou shook his head and said in a serious tone, I heard that they came for me, but they couldn't find me, so they gave me 1/10 of the body that I sold. The contract was stolen. Is this so? Mito Kadoyan looked stunned. I have been studying the script these days, and I didn't know that such a serious thing had happened. After saying this, his expression became serious. What have you done these days? You can't run around. If something happens to you, then he sighed sadly, it's okay not to say anything. I will pay attention, and because of the Hyuga clan's murder case, it is estimated that other families who bought my body will not see me in danger so easily. Danzhou's eyes flashed with a glint, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he stopped thinking about it and looked at Yan. Quick, quick, quick. Do you mean that the script has been completed this time? You can't be careless this time. My cinema has also been, it's about to be completed, and it will be bad if we can't attract customers. Don't worry, this is my proud work. I guarantee it will be better than last time. Mito Minoyan confidently took out a small notebook. Come and take a look. The words are not finished yet. Wait, let's watch together. Hiruzen Sarutobi also hurried over happily. It seems that Yan has written a good script this time. The words fell. The three of them quickly sat down. Squinting slightly, he looked at the script placed in the center of the table. Danzo decided to sell himself this time. Burn one's boats. Success or not? Just look at the script this time. 217 Dominate the Blood Mist Ninja School. Half a month later. Konoha also began to calm down, and ninjas from each village also left one after another. Even Kana and the others left Konoha in the next few days. There was no way, the demigod of the ninja world was crying and wanted to go back to the ninja village to clear the ninja legend. If he didn't do it, he would fall behind the others. He had to go back as soon as possible, and there were a lot of things going on in the land of rain, so he stayed after the end. He left in a few days. As for Inokuo in the end, she did not go with Kana, but chose to stay. Therefore, I was arranged to study in the Ninja Academy. As Itaka's classmate. Due to various reasons I heard that the academy now attaches great importance to mental health education. Therefore, Itaka did not graduate early or apply for training outside. He still stayed in the academy honestly. A generation of geniuses has now become a problem child. Of course, the ninja talent is still there, and the ninjutsu and physical skills are far beyond ordinary people, but because he is too quiet and has no friends, he often worries the teacher. Therefore, there are only 3 of him, Suzuan, and Ikanoka at home now. I heard that the Hyuga clan is making a lot of noise now. After all, 100 million is not a small amount, and the implications are huge. Several clan members have lent money to the Hyuga clan members. Then, people are gone. The money is gone. It must be sad. How can we not make a fuss? Certainly. None of this has anything to do with being rich. On the contrary, Lingian feels a lot more relaxed, and everyone is no longer staring at the secretary of this wealthy group. At this time, in the office, Fu looked at the script in his hand with a serious face. This is not Danzo's script. He doesn't know what Danzo and the others are planning to film this time. On the contrary, it was the root cinema here in the Fire Country that caused the uproar. I heard that it has been renovated and more than hundreds of millions of equipment have been purchased from him. It will be open for business in a while. Danzo Shimura. Although I am old, my entrepreneurial fire is still not extinguished. And this time, Konoha Wolong and Feng Chu were assisting him throughout the whole process, so he didn't know what would happen in the end. Rich glanced briefly, then folded his hands, pondered for a moment, and looked at the representative of the Kirigakure Ninja Village opposite. Director of Finance Department of Kirigakure Ninja Village Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. I heard that after Kyuji Yayagura became Hokage, this smooth-talking fat man was also promoted. He was in charge of the business between the Fuyu Group and the Kirigakure Ninja Village. On the contrary, the iron-willed Biwajozo was forced to flee because of assassinating an important figure in Konoha, and finally was imprisoned, and the sentence is still unknown. It's really the same person with different fates. They are all members of the 10 ninja swordsmen, but his brother was promoted to the head of a department, while he was only thrown into prison. Because of the prison escape, he was named a soap picker. It's so bitter. How is it, Mr. Fuyu? Zigwashin Puffer Ghost rubbed his hands and looked at Fuyu a little embarrassedly, because I heard that the third Hokage filmed Meteor Konoha and it was very popular in the ninja world, so our Kirigakure Ninja Village also hopes to make a movie belonging to Kirigakure Ninja Village. Therefore, like consultant Mitaman, we adapted it based on the real events of the ninja village. Although Kirigakure Ninja Village has long modified the bloody training method, it is still only the Blood Mist Village that is famous in the ninja world. Therefore, after discussion, considering that it should be a hit, finally, this script was created. In short, the cake is big, I want to share a piece. And all the major ninja villages are like this: if you have it, I must have it too, if you don't have it, I must have it too. How can they not film Konoha? I hope Mr. Fuyu can give me some advice. At the same time, Kirigakure Ninja Village is not familiar with this industry and various equipment, and I also hope to get help from Mr. Fuyu. Fuyu did not answer Zigwashan Puffer Ghost's words immediately, and continued to look at the script. The name Blood Mist Ninja School sounds a bit like popular Konoha. It is modified according to a very famous event in the Kirigakure Ninja Village. One person killed all the students in the same class, forcing the Kirigakure Ninja Village to modify the ninja training method. In the end, only the one who survived became the ninja of the Kirigakure Ninja Village. That class. There was only this one. It can be said that the Kirigakure Ninja Village suffered heavy losses. After training for so long and spending so much money, the person died before graduating. Of course, the writing of this play is smooth and the plot is handled very well. It's just that it has been modified, adding ties and friendships, and reducing the bloodiness of the Kirigakure Ninja Village. It seems that the Kirigakure Ninja Village is also very face-saving and has actually beautified it. The story tells about the Kirigakure Ninja School, nicknamed Blood Mist Ninja School, where new generation ninjas from various families gather. There are constant disputes among various factions in the school, and no one has yet been able to dominate the Blood Mist Ninja School. Until one day, when school started, a new student transferred to the warlord-dominated Mist School. He was the protagonist of the story and the son of a family. His father promised that if he could unify the Blood Mist School, he could inherit the position of the head of the family. Then, the days of fighting and fighting began. During this period, he also met various partners and established bonds and friendships. Fuyu expressed doubts about this. Who doesn't know where the bonds and friendships in the Blood Mist Village come from? All of them prioritize completing the mission. Once there is danger, you can kill your partners first. Zigwashan Puffer Ghost and Hoshigaki Kisame both did this, but Zigwashan Puffer Ghost did it to save his life, while Hoshigaki Kisame did it to protect intelligence. At the end of the story, the protagonist killed the others, climbed to the top of the Mist School, and graduated to become a glorious Mist Village ninja. Fuyu hesitated for a moment, looking at Zigwashan Puffer Ghost. This pig's foot, can't it be called Mamakai Genji? Mamakai Genji? No, no. It's not. The Mamakai family is just a small family in the hidden Mist Village. Although it is adapted from the story of Zabuza, after discussion, the pig's foot still thinks that the Kagaya, bamboo cutter, family should play the role. Zigwashan Puffer Ghost was surprised for a moment, and didn't understand why Boss Fuyu said that, but still said, Boss Fuyu thinks Mamakai Zabuza is better? If so. He didn't finish his words. Fuyu waved his hand and returned the script to him. You guys can make your own decisions for the movie of Kirigakure Ninja Village. The script is good. As long as the fighting scenes are better, it will probably sell well. As for the equipment, we will sell it to Kirigakure Ninja Village at a preferential price. At the same time, we will send professionals to help you shoot. However, Kirigakure Ninja Village needs to pay relevant compensation. No problem. Don't worry, Kirigakure Ninja Village will definitely make arrangements. Thank you, Boss Fuyu. No, it's just cooperation. I wish Kirigakure Ninja Village a big hit. Fuyu gave a blessing and looked at Zigwashan Puffer Ghost, who left with a happy face. No wonder Kirigakure Ninja Village promoted him and let him manage Kirigakure Ninja Village's finances and related operations. He is indeed an extraordinary person. When he heard his question, he prepared to change the pig's feet without hesitation. His ability to adapt to the situation is really amazing. And when he asked for help, he kept smiling as soon as he sat down, and his attitude was very humble. After seeing the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost leave, Fuyu stretched and said, "It seems nothing happened, let's go home after get off work." After saying that, knock knock. The knock on the door sounded again. 218. I donate a detonating talisman. So, Kushina was pregnant at the time. Fuyu looked at Minato, who was sitting opposite. You were worried about someone's life, so you surrendered directly. Now the Nine-Tails is very unhappy. It's not that serious, it was the Nine-Tails who found it at the time, but the Nine-Tails has been yelling these days, making Kushina rest very badly. Minato didn't. He smiled politely, sighed, and said, after all, Kushina is pregnant, so I'm still a little worried. What are you going to do? Improve the seal and lock it up? No need for that. I'm still very grateful to Kurama. Then borrow the Sparrow God Cup trophy from Nono? Or we can make a new one here, and then you can give it to it. Ha ha ha. Minato smiled awkwardly. I asked the Nine-Tails this, but the Nine-Tails didn't want it. Your vixen is a little willful. Fuyu sighed with emotion, disturbing him home for no reason just for this kind of thing? If I say, I won't beat it for 3 days, let Kushina lock it directly, and then you can use the raise nan a few times, and then lock it in a damp and dark place, starve it for a few meals, and see if it dares to have so many opinions, it doesn't realize its status. Haha, Fuyu is joking. And the Nine-Tails doesn't need to eat. Forget it. Fuyu looked at Minato, who was embarrassed to smile, and said helplessly, what are you going to do? You can't hold the Sparrow God Cup again now. Let's not talk about Kushina's problem. Even if Kushina is fine, it is estimated that the Hyuga clan and other families will not allow it. After all, the tragedy of the Hyuga clan just happened not long ago. The loss is heavy. It's just. Minato scratched his head and said, I have an idea. Go. In fact, Kuabai just wants to be in the limelight. Then what? So, I think we can make a movie to make it happy. I still have some savings here, but I don't know how to shoot it. Minato looked at Fuyu, who was silent, and looked at Fuyu, who was silent in confusion. What's wrong? Hesitated for a while. If it's troublesome, let me think about it. The words were not finished. Fuyu sighed, shook his head, and looked at Minato with complicated eyes. No. It's you. You still need to restrain yourself. In order to please a vixen, you are actually going to spend money to make a movie. Prodigal son. Aren't you afraid that Kushina will beat you to death? A few days later, Fuyu Group's movie project was also approved. This is a special film sponsored by the Namikaze family and Fuyu Group to tell the story of the soul of Mahjong. After all, Minato is trying to please a vixen. So, there is nothing to say. Directly arrange it with the teacher of the Sparrow God Kurama. It should be regarded as the first formal filming of the movie. Usually, he directly produces it systematically. This year, it seems that there should be 3 movies. Ninja World movie entertainment is getting stronger and stronger. What a pity. If the other 3 ninja villages can also join in, maybe we can see the battle of the 5 major ninja villages when it opens this year? However, the ninjas from the other 3 ninja villages have all returned to the village, and they still don't know the news. After arranging things properly and handing the subsequent filming tasks to Suzuan, Fuyu was ready to leave the village. Next, he needed to go to the Wind Country and find the location of Orochimaru. It is midsummer now, and the weather is hot. Because the Nine-Tails rebellion did not happen, the whole village seemed much more peaceful. Therefore, after the end of the Sparrow God Cup, many ninjas in the village began to go out to perform tasks. After all, no matter what, they are ninjas and they still have to perform tasks. After dealing with things, Fuyu set off with Yekeng, who came again. After the Sparrow God Cup ended some time ago, she did not stay. After all, the crime of beating the son of the 3rd Hokage is still quite serious. Even if there is a reason, she still has to go out to avoid the limelight. So, she led the team back to the Sand Village first, and then, after agreeing on a time, she came again. This time, she is the guard to the Wind Country. When I come back, I will stop by the land of rain and I won't have to hire the sand ninja anymore. At the same time, a few days after Fuyu left the village, in a cave, a large group of victims also received intelligence spores from Konoha. He's out. He's out. Going to the land of rain again. I don't know. He hired the sand ninja. Why did he hire the sand ninja? Not the Konoha ninja. Is this the point? Just as a large group of white Zetsu were arguing with curiosity, a white Zetsu who had awakened after being deceived many times said angrily, I suspect he definitely deliberately approached the Samsara Eye. In order to prevent him from stopping our great mission, Black Zetsu, why don't we take this opportunity to kill him directly? After the words fell. It makes sense. The white Zetsu were stunned, and then, with sharp light flashing in their eyes, they looked at the black Zetsu above seriously. Let's do it. For a great mission. The black-hearted capitalist must die. Give me back my hard-earned money. As if they were all awakened, they raised their fists crazily and stared at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. He had something in his mind that he didn't know whether to say or not. If it was at the beginning, he might believe that these guys were for a great mission. But now? What a lie. It's obviously just for money. It's just that Uchiha is rich. The younger brother of the Uchiha clan leader, a very talented ninja, realized the Konoha shortly after entering school. Will of Fire could have graduated early, but for some reason he refused. In the end, unexpectedly, he quit the ninja system directly after graduation and went into business. Many people speculated that this person was afraid of death, so he refused to become a ninja. But according to the test of White Zetsu and others during the 3 wars, this person did not give up the power of ninja, and his strength was not bad. And he had a good relationship with the target person Uchiha Obito and Uzumaki Nagato. It is said that he almost became Uchiha Obito's adoptive father. You can imagine the relationship between them. If he can be eliminated, maybe it can also add a little darkness to their hearts. Black Zetsu hesitated. Now the changes in the ninja world are a bit confusing for him. Look, even the 3rd generation Hokage has gone into business. I don't know whether I should be happy or speechless. After all, the strength of the 3rd generation Hokage is also quite good. Without him, there will be one less ninja. However, now that Madara-sama is not here, and Madara-sama's substitute has not been found, if they mess around and get caught by mistake, they will be in trouble, especially since they heard that guy is quite powerful. In this case, messing around will be even more dangerous. So, Black Zetsu still chooses to play it safe. He has been hiding for so long, there is no need to ruin the original plan because of a small matter. Follow the original plan. He looked at the group of expectant white Zetsu calmly, don't make trouble, our main goal now is to find a spokesperson. After the words fell, the white Zetsu were stunned, and then, their sharp eyes suddenly became disappointed and shook their heads. It's so disappointing for the white Zetsu. That's right, I thought you were on a great mission, Black Zetsu. I didn't expect you to give up after encountering a little trouble. You have fallen. Forgot our mission. Are you doing this to honor Kaguya-sama? Black Zetsu. The only thing I don't want to be told by you idiots. However, the white Zetsu seemed to ignore him and kept raising their fists. Kill him. The black-hearted capitalist must die. Give me back my hard-earned money. But we can't seem to win. Use the detonating talisman. Secretly blow him up. As soon as a certain awakened white Zetsu finished speaking, the white Zetsu nodded in realization. I'll donate a detonating talisman. Blow him up. I'll donate 1 too. To avenge De Kongming, I'll donate 3. With hatred, a hot detonating talisman donation campaign started like this among the white Zetsu. At this time, on the way, it's unknown whether Fuyu is heading to the area without internet access. 219 Diary of the Intelligence Agent Ziobai. Time flies. Soon, Fuyu came to the Kingdom of Wind again. The Kingdom of Wind is still the same as before, especially now it's late summer. Although it's not as hot as the Great Heat, it's still quite hot in the Kingdom of Wind. At this time, he also changed into the Wind Country's dustproof, windproof, and sunproof cloak, and followed the Sand Ninja to the place where the accident occurred. This is a slightly smaller oasis. Fuyu carefully checked the equipment and found no other problems. The equipment was also very complete, but the system network coverage map still showed a yellow warning and could not connect to the network. There is no problem with the equipment. Yekeng yawned, looked at Fuyu who was frowning and checking the equipment, and shrugged. The Sand Ninja has studied it many times with your subordinates. After all, the Sand Village is one of the 5 major ninja villages. It is not necessary to cut corners after accepting the task commission. It's really no problem. Fuyu nodded, patted the dust on his body, still frowned, and seemed to be thinking about something, but it doesn't make sense. Why is this? You know, the water country, the rain country, and the fire country are all covered by the network, but they have never encountered such a thing. Maybe the environment here is not suitable. Yekeng also frowned and pondered for a while. Why don't we try another place? This place is not suitable. Fuyu shook his head helplessly. He checked it through the system. After a pause, he directly opened the system prompt. I didn't expect it. He, the boss, also came out to check the project one day. The signal is interfered. Interfered. Fuyu was surprised for a moment. Looking at the detection button, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this system is really convenient. Click it directly. Then, the familiar scrolling cache bar. Inspecting. It seems that it will take a long time, and he needs to stay nearby, otherwise, he can't check. And Yekeng, looking at Fuyu who was motionless, asked in confusion, what's wrong? No, just looking at the scenery. It's almost afternoon. If you don't go back at night, the wind and sand are not something you, as a boss, can bear. Don't worry, it should be okay. Fuyu shrugged and looked at Yekeng beside him. How is the task of finding Orochimaru entrusted to you going? The village is still looking for it. Hearing about the task, Yekeng's lazy temperament disappeared, and he immediately became serious. It's just that one of the 3 Konoha wants to hide. It's not so easy to find. Indeed. Fuyu sighed inwardly. Since Orochimaru dared to betray the village, he should have been prepared long ago. I don't know if he is building the Sound Village now? Just when he was about to suggest him when we went to the Land of Fields to investigate and see if there were any strange ninja villages. Suddenly, there was a sound of beep. Fuyu returned his attention to the system, looking at the exclamation mark on the network coverage map in surprise, and muttered, is this the source of interference? What? Nothing. Fuyu raised his head, as if he had thought of something. The Land of Wind, the source of interference. This is either the Greyer Stone or the Dragon Vein. So, the signal was interfered by one of these two? His face suddenly became strange. Could it be that he was going to open up a parallel space business? But hasn't the Dragon Vein been sealed by Minato? The next time he has energy transmission, he should wait until Naruto grows up. Fuyu pondered for a while, and couldn't think of anything, so he could only sigh. Let's go. Go and have a look. Yekeng looked at Fuyu in confusion, really wondering where he was going to look again. But as a ninja who was commissioned, unless there was a special situation where intelligence needed to be collected, the action still had to be obeyed by the employer. So, he could only shrug and follow. After a while, they arrived in a desert. There were sandstorms all around, and some broken ruins. He was even more confused. What are you doing here? However, Fuyu did not answer, but came to the location specified by the system, bent down carefully, and checked. There was indeed a secret seal on it. The Uzumaki clan seal technique. It should have been left by Minato. After all, he had also learned the Uzumaki clan seal technique. At this time, the system also gave a solution. Build a larger signal device here. It's so simple and crude. Fuyu clapped his hands, and estimated that the time was almost up. He looked at Yekeng, who was still confused and didn't know what he was doing, and said, "Let's go. Come back tomorrow." Is it because of here? There are some problems with the equipment layout, and a signal tower needs to be built here. At the same time, will he come back tomorrow? Will he come back tomorrow? Yes, listen to him, he will come back tomorrow. Then our plan. The detonating talismans have been collected, after everyone's efforts. 3,000. A full 3,000. I donated one. After all, detonating talismans are not cheap. Nowadays are different from the past. Most of the white zetsu save money to collect them. 5 or 6 white zetsu were whispering under the desert. After a while. Please deliver the intelligence. Comrade. A certain white man tightly held the hand of one of the white men and said affectionately, "The headquarters is waiting for our intelligence. This is very important intelligence, and there must be no accidents. Captain, please rest assured." The intelligence officer white man heard the captain's order, stood at attention, and said seriously, "I am here with the intelligence. If you lose the intelligence, I will die. We will definitely stick to this place and wait for your arrival. For the great mission. Give me back my hard-earned money." With the 4 people watching, the intelligence officer white man began to embark on the important task of delivering intelligence. The mission time is very tight. They only have 1 afternoon and 1 night, and they must deliver the important material detonating talisman within this period of time. Facing the scorching sun, they kept shuttling in the hot desert, and they had to be careful not to lose their way from time to time. Although they didn't need to eat, drink, or poop, the intelligence officer white man still felt very tired while rushing on the road. He couldn't help but think of the thing that aroused their desire: rich milk tea. What a pity! No money on them. In order to complete this mission and make the black-hearted rich group boss go bankrupt, they took out all their money to buy detonating talismans. So, he could only think about it in his heart. The little white man intelligence agent kept shuttling back and forth. Although he was very tired, he felt hot in his heart when he thought of Dekongming hanging on the tree, the money that tens of thousands of brothers were cheated of, the scene of being bullied in the online world, and the brother who was almost beaten to death in the mahjong competition. Hotter than the sun in this desert. Soon. When the sky was grey and gloomy. Looking ahead, he couldn't help but smile and licked his dry lips. He finally arrived. Diary of the Little White Man Intelligence Agent. The little white man intelligence agent who walked into the oasis came to a place skillfully and opened the door skillfully. He felt the cool wind blowing out, the heat disappeared, and the whole person felt much more comfortable. He stepped in and shouted, "Network administrator, turn on the machine." "Okay." Message from 220. Commander. Commander. A team of frontline intelligence agents has sent a message. Speak. The majestic Commander Ziobai waved his hand, "Hurry up and speak. Don't you know that I am in a hurry?" "Yes." The messenger Ziobai quickly put away his playful smile and said seriously, "The target mission will stay somewhere in the wind country for 1 day. According to the investigation, there is thick sand and dust there, and there are few people around, which is very suitable as the battlefield for this battle." "Very good." Commander Ziobai nodded and looked at the messenger Ziobai, "Right away. Hurry up, send me a message immediately, and have them stay on standby and investigate the situation nearby. This time our operation must succeed." After the words fell, the white Jew held their heads high and shouted in unison, "Give me back my hard-earned money. For the great mission." At this moment, all the little white men seemed to have changed their spirits. There seemed to be a light flashing in their eyes. That was the light of hope. But the black Zetsu on the side was looking at a group of white Zetsu who were making trouble, and he didn't know whether to say it or not, and final Lyle turned into a word ah. Fortunately, the white Zetsu's real body was still here with him, and even if this group of white Zetsu was exposed, they would not say anything, so he just ignored it. Just right. It would be good to replace this batch with another batch. But Black Zetsu thought maybe he should replace the white Zetsu's real body. Looking at the white Zetsu who was carrying the detonating talisman that he had worked so hard to collect, and walked forward with his head held high, he sighed, and walked to the side of the commander-in-chief, the little white man, and hesitated for a moment. What if I fail this time? Humph! Coward! The commander-in-chief white Zetsu, who was too immersed in the play, snorted coldly. Get out! Let the real body kill you, believe it or not. Okay, Lord Black Zetsu. The commander-in-chief little white man smiled, then, with a melancholy face, he looked into the distance and said, we will not fail. What if we fail? After the words fell, the commander-in-chief little white man suddenly showed a vicious expression. White Zetsu. Hang him in front of his house the next day. According to the system. Just install a more powerful signal device there. As for the Dragon Vein crossing? Forget it, I don't know where I will go and whether I can come back. Will the kingdom I have worked so hard to build be gone by then? So, I didn't try it randomly. I spent a little more money and took a bath in the oasis, then opened Ninja and chatted with Suzuan, Kana, and the others for a while. The filming has already begun, and worried that the vixen raised by the 4th Hokage would be bored, I also hired the 4th Hokage's wife as an instructor. Anyway, everything went very smoothly. There is still no news about Orochimaru, and I haven't seen Jiraiya on Ninja for so long. I guess he went to some remote place and couldn't go to the internet cafe. What a pity. Otherwise, maybe he has something. What about the news about Orochimaru? This guy is traveling outside taking money, looking for the Child of Destiny, and investigating the news about Orochimaru. So, there must be some information from him. As for Tsunade, after the Mahjong tournament, she went out again, and from time to time, we could hear the news that Konoha Cai, the god of gamblers, came to give money. However, Konoha Marshall changed his name to Konoha Village Grass, and we no longer heard about Konoha Marshall who used to bully novices on the internet. It seems that because of this Mahjong God Cup, the atmosphere on the internet has become much better. It rarely happens that novices are blocked at the entrance of the village. It's just the little white man. I thought that after being involved in pyramid schemes, the little white man who encountered difficulties in refunding would complain or something, but everything was calm and peaceful. I don't know what those guys are doing. Fuyu sighed with emotion, I miss them so much. The words fell. He opened the background monitoring. The next day. It was still so hot in the Kingdom of Wind. After watching the system's prompts last night, he probably knew what to do. Do a good job of preventing wind and dust. Then build a high tower with strong signal. Early in the morning, he took Yekeng to the designated location. Today, take a look at how to build and how to do it, and then send the requirements to the engineering team and let them complete it. Originally, the equipment of this oasis was arranged, but something happened suddenly. Except for him, no one else knew, so the engineering team had already gone to other places to work. And he just came to take a look with Yekeng. Under the scorching sun. Until noon. Yekeng yawned and looked at Fuyu. What are you doing? Why are you running around everywhere? Didn't you say that this place would be enough? Why is the scope so large today? After saying that, Fuyu said, I'm watching what they are doing. Nothing. Fuyu shook his head, I'm just choosing a suitable location. Now it looks like this scope will be enough. So, it's done. Not yet. What's wrong with this guy? I don't know. I don't know. What should I do? Running around. We don't have enough detonating talismans. Commander, what should we do now? We don't know. I just hate that pyramid schemes harm people. Now I can't even afford detonating talismans. The white Zetsu all bowed their heads in sorrow. Poor. Really poor. The 100 taels of competition funds were also collected by everyone, but the refund is still in the queue. Damn it. Black-hearted guy. At this time, just when the white Zetsu followed and posted detonating talismans everywhere, suddenly, give me back my hard-earned money. A certain white man roared, and immediately awakened all the lost the little white man who fell. Their eyes became sharp again, as if there was a light flashing in them. Give me back my hard-earned money. And the little white man who roared just now suddenly picked up the remaining 1,000 detonating talismans and stuck them all on his body under the eyes of everyone. With pious eyes and firm tone, companions. I'll go first. After the words fell. Without hesitation, he rushed forward alone. No. A wail. The white Jew behind him had tears in their eyes. No, they wouldn't cry, just watching a certain white Jew rushing forward with sadness in their eyes. He looks like a brave man. On the other side. Why are you here again? Something unexpected happened. However, Fuyu didn't answer, and felt a figure rushing towards him with a twitch of his mouth. After the upgrade, his perception ability became quite strong. Originally there were a few sneaky figures, but today there were suddenly thousands of them. What was he trying to do? Wage a war? But there is no doubt. It seems that this group of white Zetsu is really going to cause trouble. Suddenly. Give me back my hard-earned money. A roar. Seeing the figure rushing over with dense detonating talismans. Without any hesitation. Pulled Yekeng aside and said, hurry up and use defensive ninjutsu. But no matter what, since it was her employer's request, she quickly used defensive ninjutsu. Earth escape earth flowing wall technique. However, seeing a wall suddenly rising, Fuyu still felt unsafe and quickly formed seals with both hands. Earth escape earth flowing wall. After the words fell, a huge wall suddenly appeared, covering Yekeng's small wall. Yekeng looked at his small earth wall with a confused face. What do you mean? You still want me to use defensive ninjutsu? What's the use? You can use it yourself. I was also a little shocked by this guy's strength and chakra. However, it's not over yet. Earth-style earth flow wall. Earth-style earth flow wall. Earth-style earth flow wall. Earth-style earth flow wall. 4 consecutive rounds of densely packed. Yekeng's mouth twitched, looking at the earth box that could no longer be seen outside. This is too exaggerated. What kind of ninjutsu needs to be so exaggerated? After the words fell. Suddenly. Bang. A loud noise. It exploded. The terrible vibration scared even Yekeng. What enemy? There must be thousands of detonating talismans. One after another. However, she didn't know. When the little white man rushed over, he was also confused when he saw the huge earth wall. Just when he was about to roar to let his companions behind him know that he should stop this time and tell them that they had been discovered and to quickly put away the detonating talisman. It exploded. It was detonated. At this moment, the explosion sounded. The little white men who were far away from the explosion range all looked at the little white man who was like a brave man, rushing towards the enemy with his body and emitting flames with sadness. The little white man bomber died. What happened? What happened? What a big dust! Fortunately, we were far away, otherwise we would have died too. We will never forget him. After the words fell, the little white men looked ahead with piety in their eyes. Suddenly. It's spores. It's spores. The bombing specialist sent the message. Hurry up and receive it. Hurry up and receive it. What an admirable spirit! Even if he died, he still sent the information to us. All the little white men opened the spores sadly. Just listen to the message coming from inside. MMP. At the same time, feeling the aftermath disappear, Fuyu withdrew the earthen wall with lingering fear. Fortunately, he prepared more than a dozen. Otherwise, the dispute over the inheritance of Fuyu group will begin. Who did you offend? Yekeng has not recovered from Fuyu's earth escape, and he is also looking around with lingering fear. What hatred or resentment? They actually used thousands of detonating talismans to blow you to death? What else can't I do with this money? No. Fuyu shook his head calmly. It's just a group of guys who are jealous of my money. After the words fell, these detonating talismans are not a small amount of money. Yekeng just twitched his mouth and was about to say something. Suddenly, hey! Fuyu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the blurry figure lying in the desert in front of him. 221 passing merchants. In driving? In the carriage? Was she saved by the Konoha ninjas who came over? A groan sounded, and the woman with long black hair felt relieved as she felt her wounds healed a little. At least now it seems. Her wounds should have been bandaged. Thinking of her own experience, she had a word in her heart, MMP, but she didn't know whether to say it or not. Originally, because a mysterious force suddenly appeared at the border, she entrusted Konohamaru to temporarily replace Team 15, and she went to the border to investigate under the command of the Hokage. Then, sure enough, they found a mysterious family. After a moment of hesitation, he secretly followed them and prepared to investigate their intelligence. When they arrived at a place in the Kingdom of Wind, they were suddenly discovered. After a fight between the two sides, they found that they could not defeat the enemy and could only retreat temporarily. Result: while walking, it exploded. The desert under their feet exploded. The sudden detonation tag made her unable to react, and then the whole person was affected by the aftermath. Under the impact, she fainted directly. But since she is still alive now, that means the matter should be resolved. Hinata Hanabi slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw the black-haired young man sitting aside with a frown, as if thinking about something, she was stunned. I don't know him. No. Not like a ninja in the village. Who are you? Me. Fuyu, who was checking the system, heard the voice from the side, and came back to his senses. He turned around and looked at the woman who had woken up, and smiled slightly, a businessman who just passed by the desert. Hinata Hanabi. The future patriarch of the Hyuga family. If we count by seniority, am I still her elder? Thinking back to 3 days ago. After the explosion, a figure suddenly lay not far away. Originally, I thought that a certain white Zetsu had failed to plant a tree, and was about to capture it alive, and then take him to eat and drink, and play around, until he felt the warmth of family, and then ask him, there is a profitable business here, do you want to make a fortune together? Don't worry. A legitimate business, absolutely no restrictions on personal freedom, no forced participation, that is, do you have family? What a pity. Not really. There were no trees around, maybe at that moment the trees were directly blown to ashes. And the figure lying in the desert was a woman. From her plump hem, white eyes, it was clear that she was a member of the Hyuga family. The characteristics were too obvious. Yakura thought that Konoha had sent him to protect him secretly, but he was accidentally blown up just now. However, the pair of pure white eyes, orange top and red skirt made him guess who it was. Anyway, after that, the interference was gone. The network covering this oasis was already connected. He had some guesses in his mind, but why didn't they cross over, but the people on the other side crossed over? Could it be that they were far away at that time? Anyway, the dragon vein has no energy for the time being, and the interference has disappeared. I wonder if Naruto can still use the dragon vein to see his father in the past when he grows up? Of course, he didn't tell Yekang, and still built a signal transmission station according to the original plan. It's just that he originally planned to go to the Sand Village to carry out the Sand Village network plan, but was rejected. From what she said, it seems that there is an important secret mission going on in the Sand Village, and it is not convenient for people from outside the village to enter, especially for him, who was mediocre at the beginning and had only a little money, but suddenly built a dozen earth walls without chakra. Why hire a guard with this strength? Protect yourself. Asshole. Therefore, he could only give up temporarily, but according to Yekang, the Sand Village did have plans to connect to the internet. After all, Konoha and Kirigakure were also connected to the internet. If Sand Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages, did not connect to the internet, would it miss something? Therefore, people were refused entry to the Sand Village, but the internet plan has not stopped. It is estimated that after internal discussions in the Sand Village, professionals should be able to be sent in to connect to the internet. As for the secret mission of the Sand Village, Fuyu also guessed what it was. At this time, one-tail Jinkraki plan. Therefore, he was worried that he, an ordinary businessman with some money, would discover something. After all, the Jinkraki incidents of each village are first-level confidential incidents. However, some were exposed on the battlefield, and some were exposed while playing mahjong. So, after simply treating Hinata Hanabi's injuries and dealing with the matters in the Wind Country, and saying goodbye to Yekang, who complained for no reason that he was cheated, he left the Wind Country with her. It seems. Perhaps it will be very troublesome to hire her in the future. It's a pity for that beautiful back, it's quite pleasing to the eyes. Fuyu just sighed. Merchant. Hinata Hanabi, whose injuries have not yet healed, was surprised by her crystal white eyes, propped up her body a little, and looked at the luxurious interior of the car. He guessed what was going on in his heart. The sudden explosion made her unconscious, and the enemy didn't find her for some reason, or thought she was killed, and then retreated, and she was lying in the desert. Not long after, a group of merchants passed by and rescued her. It should be like this. I was relieved and relaxed my vigilance a little. I looked at Fuyu, who looked a little handsome and seemed to be really rich. Thank you. After saying that, I lowered my head and looked at my body covered with bandages. My injury? No need. Your injury has been treated by a doctor. Fuyu looked at her with a slight smile. If you still feel uncomfortable, you need to wait until the next city to find a doctor. There are medical ninjas in the ninja village, and there are corresponding doctors in ordinary cities. No need. Hinata Hanabi shook her head and felt the injury again. It's much better now. I just need to recuperate. That's it. After a slight pause, where is this? Rain Country. Rain Country. I have some business to discuss in Rain Country, so I'll come to Rain Country for a while. Is that so? Hinata Hanabi was slightly stunned and frowned again. She didn't ask why she didn't take the Thunder car, which would be more convenient and faster. After a slight pause. After preparing to arrive in Rain Country, she sent her information back to the village. I guess my sister and father are very worried now. And Rain Country? Since that war, Rain Country has been an ally of Fire Country. Although some places are still very chaotic now, the entire ninja world is generally in a peaceful period. Therefore, as long as there is no accident, there is no need to worry about safety issues. At this moment, as a senior ninja, she quickly made intelligence analysis and the next plan in her mind, and then smiled faintly. Thank you for your trouble. After notifying Konoha, I will thank him properly. However, a strange look flashed across Fuyu's face, and he looked at Hanabi, who seemed to be much more relaxed. I wonder what her expression would be when she found herself in a world where she was not yet born? Still smiling and nodding, no need. At this time, suddenly, the carriage stopped, and after the driver's notification, Fuyu knew that he had arrived. He turned his head and looked at Hinata Hanabi beside him. Do you need to get off the car? Sorry. Hinata Hanabi nodded and said with a smile, my injury is fine, so I can get off the car and walk around. That's fine. After that, the two got off the car. At this time, Fuyu, brother. A familiar shout came, and Fuyu knew that he was asleep. He turned his head with a smile, looking at the youthful and lively figure and the red-haired guy with the Rin-Egan, and was about to wave. Suddenly, 6 paths pain? Hinata Hanabi exclaimed. 222 Strange World. 6 paths pain. The terrible enemy who once destroyed Konoha, although he was finally influenced by the 7th generation, she never forgot such a terrible enemy. However, this 6 paths pain looks so young. Is it some kind of bad taste? Pretending to be 6 paths pain because of admiration? Just like take Torai in the village, who admires Kakashi, so he pretends to be similar to Kakashi in appearance. And those eyes. Drag the disabled body. Hinata Hanabi looked at Nagato vigilantly. Colored contact lenses? However, this action, as if facing a powerful enemy suddenly, also made Nagato and Konan stunned. Why is there another girl around Fuyu? She looks pretty. White eyes. What about that Suzuan? It's just this woman who looks seriously injured. Why does she look like she is facing a powerful enemy for no reason? Is there an enemy? No. Nagato frowned and looked around, and suddenly his mouth twitched. Why is this guy looking at him? Psychopath? Why did Fuyu bring a guy with a problem in his brain? Didn't you say to stay away from psychopaths? 6 paths pain. Nagato pondered for a moment, turned his head and looked at Fuyu. Who is it? Why does this name sound weird? It's a bit weird. Like a rice carrier. Fuyu nodded and said seriously, maybe she recognized the wrong person. X3. Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. Hinata Hanabi also came back to her senses, breathed a sigh of relief, and glanced at the two people in front of her. They look quite similar. Maybe they are also some kind of brainless fans. She now knows in her heart that she has seen it wrong. After all, 6 paths pain. He is a guy in a wheelchair and can't walk that fast. It is definitely not this person. That's right. 6 paths pain and Konan died a long time ago, and there is no way they are still alive. He laughed at himself, shook his head, and took a breath secretly when he retracted his posture. The movement was a bit big, and he just strained it again. Sorry, my name is Hinata Hanabi, thanks to this. The face froze slightly. I haven't asked the name of the savior yet. Fuyu. Mr. Fuyu saved me. Hinata Hanabi bowed and smiled, thank you very much. Uzumaki Nagato. Konan. Hinata Hanabi was silent. Are all fans so crazy now? They all call her by the same name? It's not a big problem. Kana checked Hinata Hanabi's body, then smiled gently, she will recover after a rest. Thank you very much. Hinata Hanabi nodded stiffly, as if she was completely confused. It seemed that she had not yet come to her senses. The Land of Rain. Konan, Uzumaki Nagato, Yahiko Akatsuki Organization. Where exactly is this place? Her eyes were suddenly confused. She didn't know why she didn't recognize the ninja world after she woke up after being unconscious. Is it an illusion? Infinite Tsukuyomi? Who released it this time? Nagato on the side also frowned and looked at Fuyu, lowering his voice. She heard her brain. I don't know. Fuyu's mouth twitched and nodded, it should be in fact, he was also very confused. It stands to reason that when Minato and Naruto met how come the fireworks were so big after only a few years? Could it be? It was the same as the centipede that Naruto was chasing? They traveled together, but they did not arrive at the same time. There was a difference of 6 years. There were still some problems in time. Looking at the confused Hyuga Hakyuka, Fuyu did not disturb her. Anyway, if she didn't find a way for a while, she probably couldn't go back. When Suzuki and Boruto traveled over, she would have to stay for another 12 years. 12 years. My aunt must have become an old lady. Ignoring Nagato's weird look of "Didn't you say stay away from psychopaths?" looking at Channa, he nodded slightly and came to the secret laboratory. I asked about the caged bird and Sharingan of the Hyuga clan, but unfortunately there was no progress. Sure enough, Channa still lacks a little talent in experiment. Sorry. Channa smiled apologetically, I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's not a big problem. It's still early. It doesn't matter if you can't research it. Fuyu shook his head, I can think of other ways, don't worry. Thank you. Channa smiled bitterly and nodded, my ability is limited. It seems that I can only ask Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, for help, as Fuyu said. At this point, he seemed to be relieved and returned to his original smiling expression and looked at Fuyu. I talked to Suzune this morning, and I have told Suzune about your arrival in the Land of Rain. So what? Fuyu was puzzled and didn't know Channa who suddenly mentioned this. However, before he asked, I saw that Kana's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and she looked at Fuyu with a smile. Suzune said that you left the village alone with the ninjas of the Sand Village, then that Hyuga Hanabiao. Did Fuyu know her? Can you tell me? I'm very interested. In fact, she might not have been born yet. Fuyu frowned, pondered for a while, and finally, he sighed leisurely, and said in a very melancholy tone, if I say that I might be her uncle, do you believe it? Kana? Have you recovered from your injury? Much better. Hinata Hanabi, who was still confused and had no idea what was going on, heard the voice from the side, turned around, and bent down to Fuyu. Excuse me. No need. Fuyu waved his hand, looking at Hinata Hanabi, who was still a little hesitant and seemed to want to say something. What's wrong? Is there anything you want to ask? This Hanabi hesitated for a moment, but still took a deep breath. Excuse me, where is this place? The Land of Rain. Fuyu looked at her in surprise. Didn't I say it? The guy just now. Are you talking about Nagato? Can you tell me about him? Of course, if you want to know, you can ask other people. Nagato is quite famous in the Land of Rain. Fuyu nodded, seemed to ponder for a moment, his eyes showed melancholy, and he sighed, saying, Uzumaki Nagato. Don't look at him now, he is very proud, but in fact, that child is quite miserable. When I met him that year, he was just a child. He lost his parents in the war when he was still young, and was displaced and homeless in the ninja world. He was repeatedly hunted by ninjas and had no peace. Fuyu ignored Hinata Huohua's confused eyes and continued to say with emotion, in order not to starve, he could only attract more street children and start to get involved in gangs, but I know he is not that kind of person. So, even if he formed gangs, his life was getting better and better, and he didn't have to eat steamed buns anymore. He never forgot his original intention and dream in his heart, and longed for peace. He has been trying to live. What a good child! Hanabi blinked blankly, looking at Fuyu, who was telling the story of the growth of 6 paths pain with a melancholy face. It's so pitiful. No, this is different from the information she knows. I can't say it's different, but I always feel something is weird. After hesitating for a while, she thought of the favor she had just received. If this is the Tsukuyomi space. She gritted her teeth. Please tell Miss Zionin that if she meets the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo, you must. He didn't finish his words. Ha ha ha, you little brat is really here. A loud laugh came. Then a figure wearing a strange gas mask walked in. He looked at the beautiful woman next to him happily. White-eyed girl, you just said that if you meet me, you must do something. Hinata Hanabi's mouth twitched. She found She didn't know this world anymore. She smiled awkwardly and said embarrassedly, "No, nothing. How did Hanzo get here?" 223 Encounter on the road. Is this really the land of rain? Yes, it's just that the weather is pretty good today. Fuyou nodded, raised his head and looked at the bright sky. It looks like it's still a good day today. The sun is shining. Turning around, she looked at the girl who had almost recovered and was wearing a long skirt similar to her original one. Orange top, red long skirt. Her graceful figure was clearly visible. It should be specially prepared by Chanel. At this time, she was looking at the surroundings of the land of rain in confusion. The land of rain has indeed changed a lot. When she first saw it, Fuyou was also a little surprised. Although it hasn't rained yet, this is indeed the land of rain. However, after the words fell, the confusion in Hyuga Hanabi's eyes has not subsided. So, the former salamander Hanzo still had a good relationship with the Akatsuki organization? Six Paths Pain is not in a wheelchair yet. The angel of the land of rain is still a simple little girl. Is this really the infinite Tsukuyomi? A world full of all the good things? Then, who created such an illusion for her, and how can she get out of here? Hinata Hanabi has not forgotten the demigod of the ninja world who wore a gas mask and happily walked in to invite Fuyou to play some dungeons with him. It is rumored that the demigod of the ninja world, as a senior in the ninja world, has a sentiment of cherishing young ninjas with strong strength, but after getting old he has betrayed his friends many times. If now, according to Konoha's previous intelligence, he should have started to destroy the Akatsuki organization. Could it be that the relationship between the Rain Village and the Akatsuki organization was good in the past, but in the end they turned against each other for various reasons? But what exactly is the copy? It does not exist, or it is information that Konoha does not have. She is even more confused. But it seems that she is safe for now. Hinata Hanabi just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to ask about the situation here again, perhaps to get useful information. Suddenly, she looked ahead with a stiff expression, stretched out her hand to point, and then turned her head to look at Fuyou beside her. What is that? What? Fuyou was surprised and looked over in the direction of her finger. I saw in front of me. A little girl was happily holding a fat orange fox doll. When she squeezed it a little, it immediately made a sound. So it was this. Fuyou nodded in realization, and then said as a matter of course, that's a best-selling doll in the ninja world, a talking nine-tails, loved by children. What? Do you want it? No, I already have one at home, and it's a limited edition, but it doesn't make a sound. But that was after the Fourth Ninja World War. The seventh generation influenced the tailed beasts and fought against the powerful enemies together, making everyone understand the tailed beasts are not scary. Now, what's going on? That's a tailed beast. And it's the nine tails. I know. He looked at her with surprise, as if he didn't understand why she was so nervous. It's just that he's not a good gambler. He uses chakra to threaten others when he can't win, and he's also good at face and always brags. Haven't you seen Ninja, Black Child Advent? This is the peripheral above. What's this? The Nine Tails is also gambling? Hinata Hanabi's mouth twitched, but she closed her eyes and regained her composure, saying calmly, sorry, I forgot. Now she can be more certain this must be a world similar to the infinite Tsukuyomi. Therefore, there is no need to worry about her behavior changing this world. Just how to leave here? He sighed helplessly in his heart. It seems that the information is still a little insufficient. Maybe he should go and see the so-called Black Child Advent, and his eyes flickered slightly. We have to go to Konoha too. After the words fell, when she thought of this strange world, she became interested again. After all, this world looked quite interesting. Fuyou milk tea? This name. This is indeed my business, and so is the Fuyu barbecue next door. I didn't realize you were so rich. It's just a little money. Fuyu smiled modestly, looking at Hinata Hanabi, who seemed a little hesitant, and suddenly understood that the system's ability to attract customers had been exerted. However, I want to drink but I'm embarrassed. What a pity. White Zetsu is not here. Since the last explosion, I haven't seen White Zetsu, and I don't know where White Zetsu has gone now. Otherwise, I can sell a few more cups. Walked in and bought 2 cups. Although this is also his store, it is not in Konoha, so even if he drinks milk tea, he has to pay. Otherwise, he can get it for free by scanning his face in this way. If he can just transform, can't he eat a free meal every day? Next. According to the agreement, took her around. Originally, she was supposed to be brought out by Konan or Kana, but as the third in command of Akatsuki, Konan was still quite busy, and Kana had experiments to do. On the contrary, the leader of the Rain Country was addicted to the internet all day long. He has fallen very quickly. After a brief stroll, Hinata Hanabi drank her milk tea with relish. It's really interesting. During this period, she also saw many members of Akatsuki that she had only known from Konoha's intelligence. It's just that the first generation of Akatsuki members all died later. Thinking of this, Neu sighed again, and suddenly seemed to remember something, raised her head and looked at Fuyu and found something. Suddenly, before Fuyu could react, Hinata Hanabi threw away the milk tea in her hand instantly, and pulled Fuyu behind her with a serious face. There are enemies, hurry. Retreat quickly. After the words fell. What happened? Before Fuyu could come to his senses, Hinata Hanabi pulled out several kunao directly and quickly. Swish! With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, it flew forward. Then, in a gloomy voice, "Masked man, Uchiha die." Before he finished speaking. Suddenly. Ouch! I'm wearing a mask, which bastard is throwing kunao randomly? A roar attracted everyone's attention. Time moved forward a little. After completing the mission in the Snow Country, after reporting to the ninja in a town connected to the internet, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin received another mission and came to the Rain Country. The so-called A-level mission was too simple. It was just a rebellion by a hired ninja of some jonin. Because he was the brother of the daimyo of the Snow Country, it was considered a civil strife. The daimyo had no ability to stop it and could only ask for help from Konoha. As for the so-called chakra armor, it was just average, and its defensive ability was not as strong as the underwear of the Rain Country. As soon as he entered the Rain Country, for various reasons this is a place where underwear chain armor is produced in abundance. After thinking about it, Obito put on the spiral mask he had carefully prepared. According to the information uploaded by Minato from Ninja, Master Jiraiya should be in the Land of Rain. They need to find Master Jiraiya's whereabouts, and then tell Master Jiraiya that Minato is going to be a father. After all, Master Jiraiya is also Minato's teacher, so he should be notified. This can be regarded as Minato's personal mission. It's just on the way. Therefore, they were asked to come and investigate, even if they couldn't find it. Result: just when the team was separated and prepared to investigate the intelligence separately, walking on the road, he was hit by several kunao for no reason. How could he not be angry? That bastard! Uchiha Obito turned his head angrily and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, the eyelids suddenly raised, looking at a black-haired young man in front of him. His eyes froze, and after a while, he suddenly made a sad and angry voice, "Damn it! Why is it you, the bastard again?" All the past memories suddenly came to my mind. I saw this bastard during the mission. The more I think about it, the angrier and sadder I am. He even threw a kunao at me. I didn't expect you to be here. Fuyu looked at Obito, who was staring at him in anger. His mouth twitched, then he quickly pulled away and pointed expressionlessly at Hinata Hanabi, who was still alert beside him. It wasn't me who threw it. It was hers. Hinata Hanabi? 224 clues. Is the Third Ninja World War really over? It's really over. Is the Third Ninja World War really over a long time ago? It's really over a long time ago. Fuyu rubbed his forehead with a headache. It's really over, don't worry, this guy is a hero of the Third War, the leader of the younger generation of Konoha, and the famous Konoha anal hand in the ninja world, not a masked man. Hinata Hanabi was still confused, as if she had not come back to her senses at all. She turned her head stiffly and looked at the three people opposite. The sixth generation. There is also the initiator of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Uchiha Obito, who had sacrificed Senior Harano Rin in the Fourth Ninja World War. Here. What is going on? She was silent for a while, and finally, her eyes fell on Uchiha Obito, who was still very angry, and hesitated for a moment. Konoha Tsunade. What about the fifth generation? Gone? However, as soon as the words fell, Uchiha Obito looked at the woman with white eyes in front of him with a black face. I am not Uchiha Obito. My name is Uchiha Obito. The man who will become Hokage in the future. Where did this woman come from? White eyes. Hyuga clan? Is there anyone in the village who doesn't know him, Uchiha Obito? Turning his head to look at Fuyu, where did you find this psychopath? The words fell. Fuyu's mouth twitched, and he was about to say something. Uchiha Hyuga Fireflies seemed not to hear what Obito said, hesitated for a moment, and said to Obito, Obito. X4. Okay. Sorry, I seem to have thought wrong. Hyuga Fireflies looked at the silent four people, and restored the temperament of the original generous Hyuga clan leader, and smiled slightly. But there was still a hint of shock in her eyes. This world. Is it really a beautiful virtual world? It's incredible. Looked at the sixth generation, then at Yuan Yelin, sighed, as if he thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and said, by the way, do you know the three tails? If this is an illusion, maybe it can help the sixth generation. However, as soon as the words fell, everyone was silent again. What's wrong? Hyuga Fireflies looked at the silent three people in confusion. Don't you know? After a slight pause, that's right, after all, it is the tale of the Kirigakuer. The words haven't been said yet. Kakashi said expressionlessly, I am the Three Tails Jinchuriki. This world. Has it gone crazy? The sixth generation has become the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Hinata Hanabi was stunned and didn't move at all. The three people on the opposite side also looked at this strange woman strangely. Kakashi, I am the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Is the Churiki strange? Isn't this something known to the ninja world? At that time, the Kirigakuer was constantly clamoring for Konoha to pay compensation. But since Boss Fuyu knew him, they ignored him and turned to look at Boss Fuyu. Boss Fuyu is. I came to the Rain Country on a business trip. Fuyu smiled slightly and looked at the three people opposite him. He didn't expect to see Kakashi and the others in the Rain Country. Why did you come here? We Kakashi and the other two looked at each other. Then, Kakashi said expressionlessly, Teacher Minato said that someone found the trace of Lord Jiraiya in the Rain Country, so let's come and find Lord Jiraiya. Anyway, the fact that the fourth generation was pregnant was not a secret to Boss Fuyu. And I heard that Boss Fuyu almost became a disciple of Lord Jiraiya back then. After the words fell, Fuyu was surprised for a moment. Jiraiya is in the Rain Country? Where is he now? What is Jiraiya doing in the Rain Country now? The information is like this. Kakashi shook his head. We don't know whether he is still there or where he is. We are collecting information. Well, Fuyu pondered for a moment and looked at them again. I will help look for him here. Maybe you can go to the bathhouse to have a look. Sorry to bother you, boss Fuyu. Kakashi was upset, but still thanked him. We still need to perform the mission, so we won't bother you. Bathhouse. It is indeed possible. After saying that, he walked out with the other two. Damn it. I met this guy here and threw a kunao at me. Don't be angry, Obito. Yuan Yelin said helplessly, Boss Fuyu didn't mean it. I will definitely take revenge. Obito walked out cursing. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped and squinted his eyes at the woman behind him Uchiha Fuyu's side. He immediately lowered his voice, by the way, do you know how many ninjas are in Senior Suzuan? On the other side. I already said that the kunao was not lost by me. Fuyu looked at the three people who left speechlessly, shook his head, and ignored him. A mere piece of soil. It can't even get out of his palm. It seems that Minato is going to tell Jiraiya about Kushina's pregnancy. Calculating the time Naruto is about to be born, and as for his second nephew, he was born a few days after he left the village. When he heard about the 8-pound fat baby, Fuyu was very happy. Although his face was still paralyzed, his shoulders were shaking all the time. What a pity. He left in a hurry and didn't see the birth of his second nephew. Turning his head, he looked at Hinata Hanabi, who was staring at him seriously for no reason, and asked puzzledly, what's wrong? After the words fell, Hinata Hanabi also came back to her senses and smiled slightly, nothing. I just didn't expect to see 6 here. After a pause, Konoha hero. Then she sighed with regret, what a pity. I still want to know more about Konoha. I didn't expect that they still have a mission. Information. Somewhat shocking. No, it should be said to be scary. First of all, I don't know what the name Tsunade has to do with the 5th generation, and in addition the 6th generation actually became the 3-tailed Jinchuriki. How did this strange Tsukuyomi space come about? Is that so? Fuyu touched his chin, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he smiled, you can try to check it online, there is a lot of information on the internet. Online? Forget it, I'll take you there now. Thank you. Hinata Hanabi looked at Fuyu, who waved his hand, but was confused in her heart. Did you say the 3 words masked man just now? Why did you know that I was on guard against the masked man? Is it because Uchiha Obito was wearing a mask? Or does he know something? This person is a little weird. Hinata Hanabi looked at Fuyu's back. 6 Paths Pain's elder brother, the boss of Fuyu Group, seems to have a good relationship with the 4th and 6th generations and Jiraiya-sama. Why didn't she hear his name later? Did he sacrifice himself? Or is this the key to breaking the illusion? Hinata Hanabi quickly analyzed the information in her mind. At this time, we're here. Sorry. Hinata Hanabi heard Mr. Fuyu's voice, raised her head, and was about to thank him. Suddenly, she stared blankly at the square sign standing at the door. On it, an old man leaning on a cane looking forward with dignity, beside him 3rd generation, Midaman-sama. Next to it was written produced by Root Studio. And below there were 4 huge words. Konoha Fortress. This. What the hell is this? The words haven't been said yet. Oh, you ask this. Fuyu also turned his head and looked at the billboard at the door, seeming a little surprised. The new movie of Gen Studio, I didn't expect that director Danzo would spend money to advertise at the door of the internet cafe. So, what the hell is Gen Studio? And what the hell is director Danzo? Hinata Hanabi looked at the billboard blankly, and suddenly felt that she really don't understand this world. 225 This ninja world will end sooner or later. This ninja world. What is going on? Infinite Tsukuyomi? Infinite Tsukuyomi is not so unreasonable. Shimura Danzo became a director? What a joke, the old man's wish is to become a Hokage. This is even more outrageous than the 6th Hokage becoming the 3 Tails Jinchuriki. And The third Hokage, Midaman, and Shimura Danzo are filming a movie together? This is already the second movie? Hinata Hanabi, who was led into the internet cafe by Fuyu, was still confused. I can't figure it out at all. What is the basis for the creation of this infinite Tsukuyomi? It's full of weirdness. But there is no doubt. Although the sixth Hokage unexpectedly became the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Senior Haranorin did not sacrifice himself, and Uchiha Obito did not lose faith in the ninja world, so at least this illusion still seems full of hope. Hinata Hanabi murmured with a wry smile, and the fourth Hokage did not sacrifice himself, and the third Hokage seems to be living a good life. Maybe this is the beauty that belongs to everyone. To be honest. Hinata Hanabi. Also curious about what movie the third Hokage and his friends made. The third Hokage made that should be full of the will of fire. Hinata Hanabi raised her head and looked at Fuyu in front of her. She was glad that Mr. Fuyu was by her side when she woke up. Otherwise, I guess this time maybe the whole person would be confused. Then other ninjas found something and then caught him for questioning. Thinking of this, she bent down to Fuyu again. Thank you very much. If you are still alive in the real world, I will repay you well. As for now, the most important thing is to find a way to break the illusion, then leave here and report the situation to the seventh generation. However, a strange look flashed across Fuyu's eyes, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up for a moment. You accepted it? You really deserve to have a broad mind. After a while, a faint smile appeared on his face. I have already turned on the machine. If you want to check something, just open the nine-tailed browser. Basically, if someone has recorded or answered it, it will be there, and there is a forum inside. If you have any questions you can also ask on it. Thank you. Hinata Hanabi nodded and glanced at the computer. It looked a bit like a machine that processes files in a laboratory or the Hokage's office. Although the screen looks a little flat and the box next to it is a little delicate, the keyboard she is not so unfamiliar. At least it seems that the input method should be the same. And all around. Are so many people also here to surf the internet? The technology in this illusion seems a bit unusual. But Hinata Hanabi didn't think much about it. She just sat down, and with the help of Fuyu, she turned on the computer, and then looked at the strange interface with some surprise in her heart. She was even more puzzled about where this illusory space came from. The nine-tailed doll was okay, she had it in her time, and even dolls of all the tailed beasts could be bought, but they didn't make the whimpering sounds like here. And this so-called computer. It's amazing. Especially when there are people playing strange games or using a weird software next to them, it seems like they are chatting. Looking at the densely packed small pictures, programs, on the screen, she finally found the nine-tailed browser that Mr. Fuyu mentioned. Can this thing really find information about Konoha? Hinata Hanabi was full of doubts. She didn't believe that Konoha would expose its information to others, especially when the fourth High was in power and the third High was still alive. Even if there was something different about the fourth High in this strange illusion, since he could become the Hokage of Konoha, he must be extraordinary. That was the fourth High who sacrificed himself to protect Konoha. Looking at the opened Nine Tails browser and the two search buttons inside, she roughly understood how to use it. Suddenly, she didn't know what to check. Especially the movie that the third High, Midaman and Danzo had just seen at the door. I was even more panicked. Wait. Don't see some weird information again. Hinata Hanabi looked at the search box hesitantly, pondered for a moment, and then murmured to herself in a low voice, this era the third ninja world has ended, and the third Hokage has abdicated, and the fourth Hokage has taken over the position of Hokage. Otherwise let's start with the fourth Hokage. It can't be. The current Hokage is also making a movie. Thinking of this, Hinata Hanabi made a decision in her heart, and directly clicked on the input box, touched the keyboard, and quickly typed 4th Hokage while talking. However, before the following words were finished, a search box suddenly popped up below. Hinata Hanabi glanced down in confusion. The 4th Hokage stayed overnight in the red light district and was reported by students. The 4th Hokage embezzled and accepted bribes, and asked his wife to surrender. Who reported the 4th Hokage for staying overnight in the red light district? Why did the 4th Hokage spend the night in the red light district? Why was the 4th Hokage taken away by the 4th Hokage's wife? The 4th Hokage has a mistress in his house, a vixen. There were more than a dozen of them. Then, she was silent. And Fuyu, who was standing by, seemed to notice that something was wrong with Hinata Hanabi. He glanced at her screen and didn't care. So you were checking the 4th Hokage? Thinking that it was the first time for the other party to contact the internet, and there were a lot of fraudulent information on the internet, and there were even more rumors, so he reminded her, you have to learn to analyze the truth of information on the internet. Don't think it's right when you see others say so. Nowadays, there are always people on the internet who want to make a big news to attract other people's attention and keep making up stories. So, when checking information, you have to pay attention. Then, is that so? False information? Hinata Hanabi was relieved immediately. That's right. The 4th Hokage is such a handsome and gentle man. According to Konoha's history, he is a very loving man. How could he do such a thing? Absolutely impossible. She nodded and smiled helplessly. So, it seems that the news that the 4th Hokage stayed overnight in the red light district and was reported by students should be false. It must be that ninjas from other ninja villages deliberately slandered him. She didn't finish her words. Looking at Mr. Fuyu, who suddenly fell silent, she also fell silent. After about 3 or 4 seconds. Is this true? She paused for every word. There seemed to be a slight tremor in her unbelievable tone. That's not the case. Fuyu finished speaking. Hinata Hanabi breathed a sigh of relief with a gentle cry. Her jade hands gently patted the fullness of her chest. Her crystal white eyes looked at Fuyu with some reproach. Fortunately, Mr. Fuyu, you were almost scared to death. He didn't finish his words. Fuyu's eyes flickered slightly, and he continued to type on the keyboard, expressionless, but said in a faint tone, Obito didn't report the 4th Hokage, but he paused. I heard that it seems that he was reported by passers-by after being discovered. This ninja world will end sooner or later. 226 There is a tree in front of my house, please subscribe. The 4th Hokage took his disciples to visit the red light district at night and was discovered by passers-by. This TN is actually true? Hinata Hanabi felt that the qualities she had cultivated under her father's teachings for many years were about to break. I don't know what to say anymore. Although she was somewhat gossipy and curious, she finally sighed, thought about it, and quickly deleted the 4 words 4th Hokage that she had input, and decided to forget everything that happened just now. This is all fake. It's an illusion. It's not real. It's not real. Just this illusion. We did the 4th Hokage become like this? There were more questions in her mind. But now, she needed to get some more useful information. Since there was useful information obtained from the 4th Hokage, maybe she could check from the 3rd Hokage? Hinata Hanabi frowned and looked at the input box again. Although this world was a little unexpected, 3rd Hokage actually went to make a movie, but no matter what, the 3rd Hokage was still the 3rd Hokage, and Minato took over as the 4th Hokage in the late period of the 3rd Ninja World War, so she might be able to investigate from before the 3rd war. After all, this world is too weird. The 6th Hokage became the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Obito was a hero of Konoha, but for some reason he was called the Konoha Butcher by the ninja world, and the 4th Hokage was reported for staying in a red light district at night. Is this world really a fantasy without tragedy and full of hope? Anyway, she didn't know where to start complaining. After hesitating for a while, she still entered the third Hokage in the input box. However, it's still not finished. Hinata Hanabi's mouth twitched again, her eyelids kept jumping, and her white eyes stared straight at the screen. The third Hokage embezzled public funds. What the hell is this? She was silent and said nothing, then deleted the 4 words the third Hokage expressionlessly, and then entered the 4 words Mito Kado-en. Is it true that Konoha consultant Mito Kado-en was corrupt and accepted bribes? This Konoha. Can it still exist? The third Hokage embezzled public funds, and the Konoha consultant embezzled and accepted bribes? How shady are the top leaders of Konoha? Hinata Hanabi looked at the screen in front of her with a complicated look, and even her hands that were typing began to tremble. She didn't dare to continue investigating. This illusion. It's poisonous. Is this why the third Hokage and his people are doing business? It's terrible. And Fuyu on the side was still chatting with Ling Ian. Director Danzo's new movie was indeed about to be finished. During this period, it has begun to advertise everywhere. I heard that the effect is quite good, especially his theater chain that has not yet opened. It seems to have attracted the curiosity of many people. As for their movie, it is still being filmed steadily, and it will be successfully filmed in a while. As for the village, there is nothing wrong, but the Hyuga clan is now in a turmoil because of the death of the Hyuga clan leader and the loss of the purchase contract. There are even many elders who jointly hope that the clan leader will send ninjas to investigate the assassination. At the same time, they want to find back their contract worth 125 million. Otherwise, they hope that the clan leader will compensate them for their losses, thinking that they have caused losses for the family. To this, of course, the Hyuga clan leader disagrees. Your losses caused by stock speculation are actually asking the family to compensate? This is not 10 or 20 million, but 125 million, 1/10 of Danzo. How many ninjas can be trained? It's just a dream. Therefore, the entire Hyuga clan was in chaos, which made the Hyuga clan leader and the White Flower elder quite helpless, but because too many elders threatened together, it would not be good for the Hayashi clan leader not to deal with it. Anyway, listening to Suzun's little complaints, the atmosphere was not very good every time she returned to the clan, and some people blamed her. After all, he and Minato discussed and held the mahjong competition, and Suzun was his female secretary, so it was inevitable that people would blame her. Fuyu shook his head helplessly. Although Ling Ian didn't say it clearly, he probably figured out what was going on. He sighed and muttered to himself, "It's all about money." Unlike him, Uchiha Fuyu never cared about money. In that case, his eyes flickered slightly, and his mouth curled up slightly, as if he thought of something. At this time, ding! I'm watching the family, and there's nothing to do at Fuyu Group. Huenokuo was praised by the teacher a few days ago, and praised for her talent for learning. I will take care of her. As for the movie, it should be available in a while. The 4th generation lady also said that the 9-tailed fox was very satisfied, so please don't worry. Fuyu pondered for a while, curled up his mouth slightly, and also typed the 3 words trouble. Then, turning his head, he looked at Hinata Hanabi, who suddenly had no expression on her face, touching the mouse but staring at the screen motionlessly. The eyes were dull. That was a look of despair. But the input box was blank, and Fuyu couldn't see anything. He hesitated for a moment and asked carefully, "What's wrong with you?" After the words fell, Hinata Hanabi also came back to her senses, turned her head and looked at Fuyu beside her, smiling slightly, but the smile was not as generous and elegant as the head of the Hyuga family just now, and it seemed a bit bitter. "This. What did you see?" Fuyu's mouth twitched, looking at Hyuga Hanabi, whose eyes seemed to be whiter. "Dull. Nothing, thank you for your concern." Hyuga Hanabi shook her head, "It's just paused, I'm a little surprised." "What are you surprised about? This computer is really good." Fuyu raised his eyelids and pretended to be particularly surprised. Aren't you a ninja of the Hyuga clan? Have you never used a computer in Konoha? I rarely go out, and I'm always on missions outside. Hyuga Hanabi smiled slightly, but she was also alert in her heart. After all, her eyes are too obvious. If you want to go to Konoha, you have to prepare. If you really can't do it, you can only say it out. Anyway, this is an illusion. Even if you know her, it won't affect this place. However, the fourth generation Hokage was reported for taking his disciples to stay overnight in the red light district. The third generation Hokage was suspected of embezzling public funds and was forced to abdicate, and the Mightaman consultant was investigated for corruption and bribery. The fourth generation and the third generation are no longer the Hokage she is familiar with. If she says it like this, what if it is different from what she thought? Let's take a look first. Suddenly, he sighed helplessly again, shook his head, and said nothing more. You look like you are very distressed. Fuyu looked at Hanabi with a melancholy face and smiled slightly. Although I don't know what you are thinking, if there is no way now, put it aside and relax yourself. If it doesn't work, watch a movie, relax. Anyway, you can watch it on the computer. You just need to pay extra movie fees. If the internet fee is not enough, the network administrator will come to collect it in person. The words fell. Hinata Hanabi was slightly stunned. Movie. She knew about the movie, and it had already been released in the real ninja world. It's just. She remembered the movie shot by the third Hokage and his friends, and she felt a little tangled in her heart. After hesitating for a while, she suddenly looked at Fuyu with a serious face. Where the leaves are flying. The words were not finished. The fire will never go out. Fuyu answered with the same serious face. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. Is the will of fire still there? Hearing Fuyu's words, Hinata Hanabi was relieved in her heart. Her eyes were shining again, and she murmured, if it is still there, then Konoha is Konoha. It will never change. Just now, I saw that billboard. The new movie was shot during the war, and the war period can best reflect the will of fire. The previous movie was also shot by the third Hokage and his friends. No matter what, the movie shot by the third Hokage will definitely reflect the spirit of the will of fire, educate the new ninjas of Konoha, and let them understand the will of fire. Therefore, perhaps she can get useful information from it. Hinata Hanabi looked at Fuyu expectantly. How about take a look? Open the movie theater icon and find the movie you want to watch. There are not many anyway. After the words fell, she had already opened the program with expectation according to Fuyu's words. Then, Rootworks Studio, Rootworks. The movie is indeed not much as Fuyu said. Soon, she found the movie she wanted to watch. However, Meteor Konoha. Hinata Hanabi was stunned for a moment, looking at the movie name above, muttering to herself, Meteor? Does it represent wishes and expectations? A passing meteor? Making a wish? Expectations for the new ninjas of Konoha? You are worthy of being the third generation. It's just that the picture is weird. 4 men surrounding a woman. Why does the spirit of the will of fire use this cover? Then with curiosity, she opened the play. As for Fuyu, after she was ready to watch the movie, she ignored it and continued to chat about her ninja. And Ling Ian also sent a message at this time. By the way, Fuyu, a strange thing happened a few days ago. Fuyu was slightly stunned. What strange thing? Then ding. Continue to look down. A few days ago, for some reason, a tree suddenly appeared in front of my house. It grew very lush and strong, but no one knew how it came about. The villagers were very confused. 227 Propaganda. That day, their commander was gone. That day, another of their brothers died. That day, Konoha had an extra tree. The white Zetsu looked at the still-dried De Kongming on the sacred tree with sorrow. The past was vivid in their minds, as if it was yesterday. That day they hung De Kongming up with their own hands. Unexpectedly, it had only been a short time, and now one of them died in the desert, and one hanging at the door of the enemy with hatred. They vaguely remember. That day. The moon was dark and the wind was high. Silence. The commander-in-chief Xiaobai, who thought he was not to blame, hugged them all with a sad face, and then, resolutely with anger and sadness, he hung himself at the door of the enemy, ready to use this silent condemnation to severely criticize the fraud of the Fuya group. Finally. Turn into a tree. He is amazing, he sacrificed for all the white Zetsu. Just like the suicide bomber Xiaobai at the last moment, he still tried to pass on the key information. They are all heroes. Stand at attention. After the white Zetsu mourned for a second sadly. For Lord Kagaya. Kill Uchiha Fuyu. Give me back my hard-earned money. Can you return the album to me? To avenge my brothers. This hatred is irreconcilable. The white Zetsu started to shout again. Of course, how could they be immersed in sadness as white Zetsu? They have more important tasks to do. However, a white Zetsu pushed his frameless glasses made of tree trunks with a serious face, looking at the picture book full of feces in his hand. We have not yet cracked the information that the suicide bomber passed to us that day. Like a scholar, he frowned slightly, and his eyes radiated a deep light. That is the light of wisdom. But since he is still trying to pass on the information at such a critical moment, facing the terrible explosion and fire, I believe it must be very important information. He must be very angry. A white Zetsu nodded with emotion, looking sadly ahead. That is the distant other side. I can feel how desperate he was at that time from his 3 words. The words fell. The surrounding white Zetsu also lowered their heads in sorrow. They still cannot forget that day. The sky was full of yellow sand, the wind was raging, and the detonating talismans were seriously insufficient. When the white Zetsu were in despair, a white Zetsu stood up firmly, covered with detonating talismans, and rushed towards the enemy. That day. It was noon, the sun was shining, and I was a little thirsty and wanted to drink milk tea. What a pity! He sacrificed himself, but in the end, he tried hard to pass on important information. At this time, just when the white Zetsu began to reminisce again, a white Zetsu raised his hand weakly, that maybe he just wanted to say a swear word at that time. The words fell. White Zetsu, number. You guys chat, I won't disturb you. We must crack the secrets above as soon as possible. The scholar Xiaobai pushed his glasses again and said solemnly, maybe there is hope for our revenge. The words fell. That's right. This is the information he passed on before he died. There must be some secrets in it. Give me back my hard-earned money. Can you give me back the album? I want to paint. The white Zetsu started to shout again. But now they are facing a very realistic problem. No money. The financial white guy sighed. The commander-in-chief spent all our savings in the last battle. Just as he finished speaking, the white Zetsu lowered their heads in sadness again. They really no money again. Suddenly, I have money. I have money. The white Zetsu in front of the computer shouted happily. I found a way to make money. The words fell. It immediately attracted the attention of all the white Zetsu, staring at him straight. That the white guy on the computer was stunned, and he couldn't help but turn his head, shrinking his neck and asked weakly, what's wrong with everyone? However, the white Zetsu did not hear was no one who answered him, still looking at him straight, with a strange light in his eyes. Money. Yes, yes, yes. Where is it? No, I didn't get it. I need to help him with something before I can get the money. What is it? Help him to like his computer in the movie review. One like the computer white guy continued weakly. 1 tael, 100 word 5-star review is 10 taels. After the words fell, The whole cave was silent again. After a while, all the white Jew looked at each other, their eyes suddenly brightened slightly. He he he. 1 like is 1 tael, 10 likes are 10 taels, 100 there are 100 taels. How many milk teas can I buy with it? And that comment, but it's 10 taels per comment. As long as they save enough money, then they will have a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, all the white Zetzes stared at the computer boy with serious eyes. Tell him that we have accepted this job, and ask him how many likes he needs. We will not accept it if it is less than 10,000. At the same time, here in Konoha, the temporary root studio of the root organization, Danzo, I have found someone who can take this job. Mizuto Kato Yan turned his head and looked at Danzo, who was still watching the original film seriously, and hesitated for a moment. Do we really need to do this? After the words fell, Danzo turned his head and snorted coldly, looking at Mizuto Kato Yan. Listen to me, do it. I spent a lot of money to advertise at the door of the internet cafe, and I don't need to spend this little money to ask people to like it on the internet. Each account can only give a like and a 5-star comment to a post. 1 like is 1 tael, and 1 comment is 10 taels. What does it count? 10,000 people are only 110,000 taels, and 100,000 people are only 1,100,000 taels. Now here are only so many people in the entire ninja world who can access the internet. They didn't find many people, nor did they know each other, but just contacted some people on the internet. I believe that at most it would be only tens of thousands of taels. Several 100 million have been paid, so it doesn't matter if these tens of thousands of taels are enough. And as for publicity, he is quite familiar with Shimura Danzo. If he can promote it before the movie is broadcast, I believe that by then it will definitely arouse everyone's curiosity. Tell him that 1 like is 1 tael, and 1 comment is 10 taels. It must be a 100-word 5-star praise, and then take a screenshot to us. The settlement will be made in the first month after the movie is broadcast. But it must be done as required. But our movie will probably take some time to be completed. It doesn't matter. It's just right to promote it now. By then everyone at the Winter Festival will have already been familiar with our movie through the internet. Okay. After hearing Danzo's resolute tone, Mito Kato and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything else. And as the shadow and consultant of Konoha, they also know the importance of publicity. At the same time, compared to losing money and gaining publicity, this simple publicity will not waste much money. Especially now that there are not many people who have migrated to the internet. It is impossible that millions of people will come to comment at once. And you have to know they just found a few people. Midaman Yan tapped the keyboard, then, surprised for a moment, turned his head and looked at Danzo. Danzo, he said that he would not accept less than 10,000, and asked us how many we want. After the words fell. How many do you want? Danzo waved his hand and said disdainfully, 10,000 is indeed a lot of people. Tell him how many people they have. We want how many people? It is impossible. They still have hundreds of millions of people. What's going on with 228? Is the movie being preheated before it's released? Fuyu was also a little surprised when he saw the comments promoting Konoha Fortress everywhere on the internet. It can be seen that someone should have paid for good reviews. This kind of thing is not uncommon for him. Before the movie is broadcast, many studios will spend money to buy popularity and hype the popularity a year in advance to attract everyone's curiosity. According to speculation, their movie should be released during the Winter Festival, and Blood Mist Ninja School from the Hidden Mist Ninja Village should also be released at this time. With his movie it will be a fierce competition by then. It has that flavor, it has that flavor. If each ninja village has a few more movies, maybe they will really compete for the box office of the premiere. Fuyu sighed with emotion, that's good. Let's hype it up, stir up the heat a little bit. This will attract more people to connect to the internet and make movies. As for whether his and Minato's movie will be suppressed by the heat? Don't joke. The internet cable is his, the forum is his, and the background is also controlled by him. Whoever he says will be given a big promotion will be given a big promotion. Besides, there are only a few movies now, even if they are not promoted, everyone will see it. No choice. After seeing that Suzune was busy, Fuyu also turned off the ninja account and looked at Hinata Hanabi, who was looking at the screen with a complicated face. The movie has been played. It was Hinata Hanabi's expression. It was too complicated, as if there were thousands of words in her heart, but they were all stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a word. In the end, all of them turned into a sigh. Hey! Fuyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Hinata Hanabi. What's wrong? Nothing. Hinata Hanabi shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and still looked at the movie cover with a complicated look. This movie's pretty good. That's it. Where's the wool of fire? Where's friendship, hard work, and victory? Where's the bond? What the hell is all that? 4 handsome guys surrounding a pretty girl? And this was actually filmed by the 3rd Hokage and the Konoha consultant. That's the 3rd Hokage. The Hokage with the longest tenure. The kind old man who has been conscientiously protecting Konoha. Now they're actually filming a youth idol drama. Hinata Hanabi suddenly felt a little stomachache, and what made her even more stomachache was he was actually still watching with relish. She sighed, and stopped thinking about it, muttering to herself, is this really the infinite Tsukuyomi world full of illusory love and peace? This world that seems to be infinite moon reading. It's a bit poisonous. The kind-hearted 3rd-generation lord was forced to suspend his post for embezzling public funds. The great 4th-generation lord was reported for having a night girl and it caused a sensation. The serious Konoha consultant, Mightaman lord, was investigated for corruption and bribery, and the 6th-generation lord became the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Where is the beauty? Why can't she see it at all? So have you found out what you need to investigate? Looking at him with a smile, time is almost up. If you need it, I will renew your fee. Then. Hinata Hanabi's expression was complicated and tangled for a while, then, as if she had made some important decision, she shook her head and said with some melancholy, no no, no. She was afraid of finding out something else. She could no longer look those Konoha heroes in the face. In that case. Fuyu pondered for a moment. Thinking that Jiraiya seemed to have come to the land of rain, maybe he could ask him about Orochimaru's news now. Then let's go back. Before he finished speaking. Suddenly. Fuck. What's the matter with this game? A cursing voice came over. How come you can't even take off your underwear when you take a shower? It's too bad. Fuyu was silent. Then, turning his head, he looked at the white-haired figure in a red coat in the corner. So this guy is here. Jiraiya angrily slapped the computer. It was rare for him to recharge 648, but he didn't expect this. What's the point of playing this game if you can't even take off your pants? Originally, I heard about this computer and this game along the way. I was very curious and planned to take a look. I happened to pass by the rain country, so I decided to stay here for a few days to collect information about the computer and see what happened to the mistress back then. Result. This is it. This is it. It's so disappointing. It's rare for him to play a female character. He wasted so much time to get a beautiful egg and a good figure. But don't say. Except for not being able to take off clothes, the rest is pretty good, and I didn't do it well. Jiraiya looked at the girl on the screen with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. It's a pity this game is too conservative, and it can't even make Tsunade big. He sighed in disappointment. Too small. The pattern is too small. How do you know it's small? Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. You know, my ribs. At that time, hearing the question beside him, Jiraiya suddenly became complacent, and touched his ribs involuntarily, sighing and reminiscing. When he was about to say something, his expression suddenly froze slightly, and he suddenly raised his head and stared at the two figures beside him. Fuyu and a graceful woman with white eyes. He immediately became serious. Fuyu, why did you change another one? This is not the white-eyed woman last time. Shouldn't I be asked why I'm here? What nonsense is this old guy talking about? Fuyu and Hinata Hanabi were both frowning, but Hinata Hanabi was slightly stunned and looked at Mr. Fuyu in surprise. If she remembered correctly, Mr. Fuyu should be a businessman, and not a member of the Hyuga family. Then, where did Mr. Fuyu get his girlfriend from the Hyuga family? Don't talk nonsense. I saved her in the desert, and brought her here when I saw that she was from the Hyuga family. Fuyu said unhappily, looking at Jiraiya, who smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, so that's how it is," and shook his head helplessly. "Why are you here?" "Traveling, just running around." Jiraiya scratched his head with a laugh. "I heard about computers when I passed by the Rain country, so I came here to take a look out of curiosity." At this point, he sighed again. "I heard about Konoha along the way, but I didn't expect so many things to happen during my absence. By the way..." Suddenly he raised his head and looked at Fuyu seriously. "I just want to ask you something." Fuyu looked at Jiraiya, who had suddenly become serious for no reason, in surprise. He remembered what had happened in Konoha during this period, and guessed what Jiraiya wanted to ask. It should be about Orochimaru's betrayal. After all, Orochimaru and he had a different relationship. It just so happened that he was going to ask about Orochimaru's information. He sighed and said, "I didn't know when Orochimaru betrayed the village. I was not in the village at that time, but I heard that he was." He didn't finish his words. "Orochimaru defected? When did Orochimaru defect?" Jiraiya was slightly stunned. "Why don't I know? I just want to ask why I can't take off my clothes in the game, and I'm going to report it. It's too sloppy." X2. This is what you want to ask? Fuyu looked at Jiraiya with a black face, and didn't know what to say for a while. Hinata Hanabi, who was standing by, was also a little surprised when she heard what Mr. Fuyu said. "I didn't expect that Orochimaru in this world would also defect. It's a bit incredible to think about it. After all, although the fourth generation was reported for his ethics, he didn't sacrifice himself, and everyone lived well. This should be an infinite moon reading space full of hope and love. So Orochimaru actually defected? But at least it's a familiar thing." At this time, Jiraiya also came back to his senses, looked at Fuyu with a serious face, and pondered for a while. "Orochimaru defected? Tell me, why did Orochimaru defect? Wasn't he going to become Hokage?" However, the words fell. Orochimaru defected. Hinata Hanabi also quickly recalled the information at that time in her mind. Orochimaru defected because of the human body. The memories in her mind have not been extracted yet. I saw Fuyu shook his head with emotion, sighed and said, "It's all about money. I was still outside at that time. I heard that Orochimaru suddenly attacked Danzo. Fortunately, the third generation supported him in time, otherwise Danzo would be gone." Hinata Hanabi's mouth froze slightly. What's going on? Orochimaru attacked Danzo? Why didn't she understand? And she turned to Fuyu with a stiff neck, hesitated for a moment, and said, "What money? 1 billion. Don't you know?" Fuyu looked at her in surprise. "Konoha's 1 billion. The whole ninja world knows that for some reason, someone has offered a bounty of 1 billion for Danzo-sama. No, it has now risen to 1.25 billion. The words fell. Hinata Hanabi. This ninja world. There is really a cat disease. Is 229 Konoha still there? After hearing what Fuyu said about what happened in Konoha during this period, Jiraiya's eyelids suddenly raised, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his stomach was twitching. He didn't know what to say or how to say it. Holding his chest, he raised his head bitterly and looked at Fuyu. Is Konoha still there? Why do you ask? Fuyu looked at Jiraiya strangely and nodded. The Sparrow God Cup was just held some time ago. Tsunade-sama also came to participate. The new movie shot by the third generation will probably be released soon. The village is doing very well and prosperous. Really? That's good. That's good. Jiraiya patted his chest, breathed a sigh of relief, shook his head helplessly, and sighed. I didn't expect so many things to happen in the few days I was away. I thought that such an important thing happened, and the old man didn't send him a message because the village suffered a disaster. It turns out it was just a movie. The third generation embezzled public funds, Konoha's consultant embezzled and accepted bribes, the fourth generation night girl was reported, and his best friend attacked people in the village for money. Konoha's top leaders have all fallen. Look. When he heard what Fuyu said, it was inevitable that he thought Konoha was gone. No. Such a big thing happened, as one of the three ninjas of Konoha, why didn't he receive any news? You know, when he was traveling outside, the old man would find a way to send him a message every now and then, asking him to come back quickly, but it's been so long he only found out from Fuyu now. What a thing! The old man didn't send a message before filming a movie, so that I could find out about Orochimaru's situation. Forget it, I'm relieved that Konoha is fine. Where's Tsunade? Jiraiya regained his cheerful expression and looked at Fuyu. Are you still in the village? No, I left the village after the game. Fuyu suddenly sighed with emotion, and there were memories in his eyes. At that time it was really too intense. I still have stomachaches when I think about it now. X2. Jiraiya and Hinata Hanabi looked at him in confusion. Isn't it just a gamble? Could it be possible to kill someone? However, you can check it out online when you have time. There is a full recording of the whole process. Fuyu didn't seem to want to say more. After shaking his head sadly, he looked at Jiraiya again. By the way, when are you going to return to the village? Return to the village? Since the village is fine, I don't plan to go back. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly, and Orochimaru he smiled bitterly. I didn't expect him to fall to this level, for just 10 cough. Although 1 billion is not a small amount, I haven't saved so much money in all the years I've been writing books. He coughed twice righteously, but no matter what, how can you attack a fellow villager? Is that so? Originally, he was going to ask Jiraiya about Orochimaru, but it seems that he has been traveling in a remote place during this period, and he has not received any news from Konoha, and he probably doesn't know where Orochimaru is, so it is estimated that asking is useless. But if he wants to find Orochimaru, when Jiraiya finds him, he will save trouble. But Fuyu pondered for a moment and said, Minato seems to be looking for you. The village has investigated the news that you appeared in the Rain Country and has sent ninjas to find you. Who? Jiraiya looked at Fuyu in surprise. What are you looking for me for? Could it be that the village really encountered something difficult, right? Maybe Kushina. Fuyu didn't finish his words. Looking at the trio who had already walked in at the door after arriving at Fuyu's milk tea shop, he asked someone to notify them, so the time was just right. Forget it, anyway, the people are here, you can ask them yourself. Are you from Konoha? Hinata Hanabi frowned and looked at Fuyu. Where did you save me that day? At this time. The more I think about it, the more confused I am. This illusion is so strange. What is it based on? Although there is no tragedy as a whole, the top leaders of Konoha have fallen to this point, and Lord Orochimaru betrayed the village for money. Who could have thought of this? Now the only thing to be thankful for is that Lord Jiraiya looks a little more normal. Therefore, she is more confused in her heart and more confused about this world. Where did you save you? Fuyu seemed to be in deep thought for a moment. It was in the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. There were sandstorms everywhere, and many strange, corroded ruins. At that time, I had business in the Kingdom of Wind, so I went there by the way. Then, I saw you lying on the road, so I saved you. Is that so? Is it because of these eyes? Hinata Hanabi groaned for a moment. From what Jiraiya said just now, Mr. Fuyu seemed to have a special relationship with the Hyuga family, so maybe it was because of these eyes that he saved her. But, recalling what she heard before going to the internet cafe, could this Mr. Fuyu really know something? It seems that I still have to go to Konoha. But Konoha? When she thought of the information she had just found, her mouth twitched and she sighed helplessly. Don't encounter any strange things again. And at this time, the 4 people who had finished their talks in the milk tea shop also came out. Jiraiya smiled, his face seemed full of emotion, and he directly put his arm around Fuyu's shoulders. I didn't expect Minato to have a child. It seems that I really have to go back to Konoha. After all, no matter what, he is Minato's teacher, and Minato is an orphan. As Minato's elder, how could he pretend not to know and leave directly after hearing it? Besides, there is not much time left. After saying that, he looked at the Hyuga girl next to Fuyu, and frowned slightly. In fact, he had doubts just now. This clear Byakugan and unusual temperament, this woman is not simple at first glance, as if she came from the Hyuga main family. It's just that. The Hyuga main family, he didn't remember that there was such a woman in the Hyuga main family. Forget it, let's not meddle in other people's business. Even if Fuyu likes Byakugan, it's his private business. But thinking of what happened to Minato, as a Konoha senior, a handsome man who has been through the flowers of the ninja world without getting a single leaf on him, he still has to teach his juniors a little. He patted Fuyu on the shoulder. Be careful, don't get caught. Or I will teach you some tips to eliminate the smell later. What are you talking about? Fuyu rolled his eyes at Jiraiya, who was saying I've been through this before, and then turned his head to show a loving smile, looking at Obito, who had taken off his mask. He probably took off his mask because he was afraid of being misunderstood after being hit by a few kunaus. Since you're here. 230. Thank you for your contribution. I'm back. Fuyu came back with Jiraiya and the others. As for Obito, who was noisy and didn't want to stay with his father. Who cares about him? He's just a cricket. Kana came out and was surprised to see Jiraiya and the others, but still greeted them with a smile. And Yahiko, who was already at home, saw Jiraiya. His eyes suddenly turned red and he laughed. After all, before they met Fuyu, they were taken care of by Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya. Yahiko. Jiraiya patted Yahiko, made a strange expression, and said, "Oh," and looked at him with relief, "grown up." Then he turned his head to look at Konan. Konan has grown up too. But where's Nagato? Nagato is busy. Yahiko said with a smile, "Come back later." After that, turned his head to look at Kakashi's team. "Welcome to you." After that, the 3 of them got to know each other. Kakashi. Kakashi nodded and introduced himself. Then, Hara no Rin. I. Uchiha. Obito gave himself a thumbs up, and Uchiha's unique Sundara self-introduction hadn't come out yet. Uchiha Obito. Konoha's famous hero, known as Konoha's anal hand in the ninja world. Yahiko smiled and said directly, "I've heard of your name for a long time." He bowed slightly, with a serious expression, "On behalf of the Rain Country, I thank you for your contribution." What contribution? Obito, who was originally upset because of the title, was stunned when he saw Yahiko thanking him so solemnly. But what contribution was it? Even Hinata Hanabi beside him became curious. Why do you call this guy Tsunade-sama? However, Yahiko didn't say much, and began to invite everyone in. It was rare to see him. Teacher Kureya, he must have a lot to say. For a moment, the whole hall became lively. It's amazing. Hinata Hanabi watched this scene quietly, and also sighed and murmured to herself. After all, the mysterious masked man, the leader of the Akatsuki organization and Master Jiraiya. If the 6th and 7th generations saw this scene, they would definitely be very happy. It finally feels like that. Infinite Tsukuyomi. At this time, she was a little more certain in her heart, although this world has problems, it has problems, but at least it is still less strife, more peace and love of the infinite Tsukuyomi illusion. And at this time, I'm back. A calm voice came from the door with the sound of the door opening. Yahiko smiled again. Nagato is back. Just finished speaking. As expected, Nagato appeared in front of him. When he saw so many people inside, he was slightly surprised. Teacher Jiraiya. Then he scanned Jiraiya's body until he stopped at a certain Uchiha. His calm face suddenly smiled at him and nodded. Thank you for your contribution to the land of rain. After the words fell, Obito raised his eyelids and looked at the red-haired guy. So, what should I thank him for? So, what should I thank me for? Obito rested his hands on his head and muttered a few words, holding the rain in the evening. What a group of weird guys. You know. He. Uchiha Obito. The man who will become Hokage in the future. But it's the first time to the land of rain. Why don't you live there? Yuan Yelin looked at Obito curiously. The rich boss has invited us, and even Jiraiya is there. It's not good to leave suddenly like this. That bastard. Obito waved his fist angrily. I won't go with him. I'm so unlucky. I didn't expect to meet him when I was on a mission. He was also hit by a few kunai. Actually, the rich boss is a nice guy. Yuan Yelin said with a wry smile, but she also knew Obito's situation. After all, those ads, sometimes you see them when you are on a mission. Then where are we going now? He said, looking at Kakashi, who looked calm on the side. Whatever. Kakashi glanced at Lin, thought for a while. Let's go to the internet cafe first and report the mission to the teacher. The words fell. Obito narrowed his eyes and nodded. Internet cafe, hehe, I almost forgot. What are you doing here instead of going to sleep? Jiraiya looked at Fuyu on the rooftop curiously, then smiled and hugged Fuyu's shoulders. Not simple. Men really become bad when they have money. They even hide a member of the Uzumaki clan here? Tell me, what is your relationship with that white-eyed woman? At this point, looking at Fuyu's handsome face unique to Uchiha, he sighed and shook his head. Seeing you, this immortal seems to see myself when I was young. How shameless! When you were young, weren't you inviting Orochimaru to spy together? Fuyu rolled his eyes and said unhappily, I just saved her life. As for Channa, it's just a very ordinary relationship. By the way, when are you going back? Stay here for a few days first. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, thinking of the movie he had just watched on the computer, and suddenly his mouth twitched. I don't know how to face the old man for the time being. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless one. Who is that handsome guy in the movie? Looking at Fuyu again, what about you? Do you want to go back with me? Fuyu pondered for a moment. The matter in the Kingdom of Wind has been resolved, and he doesn't know when the network cable of the Sand Village can be connected. On the contrary, the Cloud Village contacted him through the internet a few days ago, and the Lightning Country also needs to be connected to the internet. That's right. Including the Cloud Village. What a pleasant surprise. As for the bird in the cage, there was originally an extra Hinata Hanabi. A few days ago, I asked Kana to take advantage of the examination to secretly study her, and then compared it with Suzuan, but there was no other discovery for the time being. That's fine. It just so happens that there is nothing else to do, and it's time to go back. It's been a few months since I came out. I guess I should be able to catch the movie war at the end of the year when I go back. Fuyu sighed helplessly. I have to thank Channa these days. By the way, I have to let Channa check his body. Stretched and was about to go back to the room to rest. Wait a minute. Phew! Stopped and turned around in confusion, looking at Jiraiya, who suddenly disappeared from laughing behind him, with a look of emotion on his face, looking up at the moon with his face tilted. He probably guessed what was going on in his heart. So serious, I guess. Ready to thank him on behalf of Nagato and the others. Waved his hand casually, no need to thank Nagato and the others. After saying that, without waiting for Jiraiya's thanks, he walked straight to the room. Only Jiraiya was left with a confused look. I haven't said it yet. Thank you for what? Is this what he wants to say? He just wants to ask, is he handsome? Is he more handsome than that Sarutobi Hideko? Can he act in a movie? He doesn't need. What's the matter with 4 men and 1 woman? As a toad sage he should be 4 women and 1 man. A few days later. After many days of examinations, after leaving some cells and tissues, Fuya dragged his tired body and followed Jiraiya and others back to Konoha. It's hard to describe. They walked and stopped along the way. Under the escort of one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha and 2 heroes of Konoha, they also arrived in Konoha quickly. At this time, evening. The breeze blew and the sun set. The afterglow of autumn looked particularly golden, and it gave people a kind of lazy warmth. Hinata Hanabi looked at the familiar gate of Konoha in front of her silently, half expecting and half sighing in her heart. Have we finally arrived in Konoha? Hope. No more weird things will happen. 231 waves in my heart. After registering and entering the village, the sky gradually darkened. Looking at this familiar Konoha. At this moment, Hinata Hanabi was also sighing in her heart. According to the known information, she was not born yet at this time, and even if it was a few months later, she might still be able to hold her newborn sister. If you think about it this way, it's still interesting. However, why is this illusion at this time? You know, they are not born yet. And this world? I really don't know how to say it. If the 7th generation knew that his father was arrested for embezzling public funds, the 3rd generation would probably be confused. The familiar scenery and familiar scenes in the memories appeared in front of her. This is Konoha when she was young. Although it is a little different, it is still similar overall, which also made her feel relieved. At least now it seems that except for a few problems with the top leaders of Konoha, the rest looks normal. And at this time, suddenly, a burst of laughter came over. Hinata Hanabi was slightly stunned, raised her head, and looked over there. Suddenly, a bunch of old ladies and old men dressed in colorful clothes appeared in front of him. What are they doing? It's dark now. If I remember correctly, most people in Konoha at this time should go home for dinner and rarely go out. Unless they are ninjas or have something to do, after all, this is not the ninja world of the later times. It has just been a short time since the Third World War ended. Even in Konoha, it is dangerous at night. So, why do a group of aunts and uncles seem to be very happy to walk forward? What are they going to do? Oh, this. I didn't expect to see this after I came back. Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he saw it, with a smile of memories on his lips. It's really nostalgic. Although he was deceived by Kushina for the first time, but later it was quite interesting. Many old people were ready to introduce him to a girlfriend. Since you're back, let's go dancing when you have time these days. Hinata Hanabi was even more confused, and looked at Jiraiya in confusion. Where are they going? After the words fell, Jiraiya said as a matter of course, dancing in the back mountain, don't you know? Now? Dancing. Hinata Hanabi's mouth twitched. What is this? Going to the back mountain to dance at night, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Although a little confused, she was not too surprised. After all, this was nothing compared to the information she found on the internet. She smiled helplessly and shook her head. The nightlife in Konoha here is quite rich. but a trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes. She is now in as a ninja of the Hyuga family. If it weren't for these eyes and Jiraiya and 6 Kakashi who brought her in, she would probably be investigated now. So, don't be too surprised even if something strange happens next. When I just gave myself a reminder in my heart. Itaki. Mr. Fuyu's voice sounded. Hinata Hanabi was stunned again, and turned her head in surprise, only to see Mr. Fuyu beside her narrowed his eyes for no reason, with a strange smile on his lips, and then walked straight to the front. Itaki? Again? Could it be the Uchiha genius who broke the record of the 6th generation of ninja graduation and the record of the Jonin? Hinata Hanabi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked in the direction where Fuyu was walking. Itaki, I can't eat any more, can you help me eat it? You should buy what you just need to eat. I forgot. Izumi stuck out her tongue and looked at Itaki opposite, next time for sure. Itaki shook his head helplessly, sighed inwardly, and looked at Izumi, who started to promise again. It's like this every time. He found that he couldn't keep up with the training during this period. She changed the direction of her brother in her arms, reached out and took the meatballs left by Izumi, looked at her with a piercing look, and said seriously, "Don't waste food." After that, she lowered her head and looked at the meatballs in her hand, her eyes slightly tangled, and then she bit it. We have to increase our training tomorrow. When Itaki ate her leftovers again, Izumi smiled. Itaki likes meatballs very much. Yeah, Itaki nodded, looking at Iya, the younger brother, who stretched out his hand, looked at him very seriously. You can't. He didn't finish his words. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Itaki. After the words fell. Suddenly, Itaki trembled all over, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, he hesitated for a moment, then turned around, looked at the young man walking towards him, and bowed lightly. Uncle Fuyu. Is Uncle Fuyu back? You took your brother out shopping. Fuyu touched Itaki's head lovingly, lowered his head and looked at the second nephew, who later embarked on the road of being beaten, sighed, pinched him twice. Oh, this is the Sasuke that Fugaku said, he looks so cute. Father said don't let Sasuke get too close to Uncle Fuyu. Then, what should I do now? Itaki's eyes flashed a trace of entanglement, but after seeing that he only pinched a few times and stuffed a stack of money into Sasuke, he looked at his Uncle Fuyu again, and he was relieved in his heart. It seems that Uncle Fuyu didn't do anything strange. However, Fuyu. Itaki. Omega. Fuyu was also surprised, feeling the hand. Why is it a little fleshy again? During the time when he gave up, have other keepers appeared? Fugaku? Or Sister Mikoto? Did they finally understand? Nodding with a smile, yes, it seems that you have eaten well during this period. Itaki. At this time, Hanabi, who followed by the side, also looked at the black-haired kid holding the baby in front of him suspiciously. Itaki? It shouldn't be. It's probably just a coincidence of names. After all, that soft face she saw it just now, Mr. Fuyu was really soft to pinch. She also wanted to pinch it. Itaki-senpai is definitely not like this. Itaki. Kakashi and the other two and Jiraiya also greeted Itaki. Senior Kakashi, Senior Obito, Senior Linear. Itaki and Izumi bowed, Master Jiraiya. The words fell. Fuyu, who had been pinching Itaki's face, stopped and looked at Itaki seriously. I heard that the teacher went to visit Leal at home some time ago. Seeing Itaki, who was embarrassed and silent, he shook his head and continued to speak earnestly. Fighting at school, running directly home after school, this is not okay. You must study hard at school and not fight with classmates. Otherwise, your parents and your uncle will be very disappointed. With a sigh, he touched Itaki's head. You can also come and tell your uncle if you encounter any troubles. It's late now, go home. The same goes for you, Izumi. As an uncle, he is still very responsible. Yes, Uncle Fuyu. X2. The two bowed, as a greeting. Then, turn around and walk towards home. Everyone watched the backs of the two children and a baby leave. It seems that it is indeed not Uchiha Itachi. Hinata Hanabi looked at the little figure, and she was more certain at this moment. Although the clothes on the back of the child also covered the Uchiha clan emblem, it was definitely not Uchiha Itachi's. After all, Uchiha Itachi was Konoha's peerless genius. How could he be expelled from the teacher's house because of poor grades? Before she could say what she was thinking, suddenly, Jiraiya beside her said with emotion, "Is that the son of the Fugaku clan leader? I didn't expect him to grow up so big, go to school, and have a younger brother. He is really an excellent new generation of Konoha." After the words fell, Hinata Hanabi was silent. After a while, she raised her eyelids slightly, turned her head, and looked at Jiraiya in silence. "He is Uchiha Itachi." Yes, Jiraiya looked at her in surprise. "What's wrong? Didn't Fugaku say it just now?" However, Hyuga Hanabi didn't answer him, still looking at Master Jiraiya seriously. Even her tone became serious. "The head of the Uchiha family, the son of Uchiha Fugaku? Uchiha Itachi. It is indeed the son of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi. What happened to this girl from the Hyuga family?" The Uchiha Itachi who went to school for 2 years, graduated from the ninja school with the first place in the school at the age of 7, passed the Chunin exam alone at the age of 10 and was promoted to Chunin, joined the Anbu at the age of 11, and was regarded as the best student by the teacher. "This I don't know, didn't he just go to school?" Jiraiya touched his chin, frowned and looked at Hyuga Hanabi who became serious for no reason. "You can ask Fuyu, but Fuyu just said he seems to be a problem student." After the words fell, Hyuga Hanabi turned her head stiffly and looked at Mr. Fuyu in silence. Mr. Fugaku sighed with emotion and shook his head. "Teacher Jiraiya is right, so," Fugaku with a sighing tone, "I have always been worried about Itachi's education." "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Hinata Hanabi shook her head, looking at the figure in front of her with complicated eyes, but said in a very calm tone, "My heart is no longer turbulent." Compared to the third generation, the fourth generation, the Midaman advisor, and Orochimaru, the genius Itachi has become a problem student. This. What a big deal. 232 doubts. Perhaps this illusion is a reverse. Come with me. The fourth generation, a loving and warm man, is a scumbag who is found out for having a night out with his wife. The third generation is honest and upright, but he embezzles public funds here. The Midaman advisor, a genius who rose from a civilian family, has been working diligently for Konoha, but he is investigated for corruption and bribery here. Orochimaru, a scientist who is looking for the secrets of the ninja world, has also become a greedy guy here. Therefore, the Konoha genius has become a problem child of Konoha. Actually, if you think about it, there is nothing wrong. Hinata Hanabi seems to have discovered the laws of this world and analyzed a little bit of information. At this time, she is relieved. "I am not afraid of discovering something strange, I am afraid of not discovering anything. At least for now. It should be right to come to Konoha." However, Hinata Hanabi turned her head and looked at Fugaku, Uchiha, or the younger brother of the Uchiha clan leader. This is a bit weird. You know, she has never heard that the clan leader Fugaku has any younger brother. Could it be that he died when he was very young, so he didn't mention it? Anyway, it seems this is also a doubtful point. But Hinata, Uchiha, how is this possible? Unless it is after the Fourth War. After the Fourth War, the Hyuga family gradually separated, and there was no longer the restraint of the bird in the cage, so marrying out was not a strange thing. It's just that it is a little impossible at this time. And Mr. Fuyu and Miss Channa in the Land of Rain seem to have an unusual relationship. How is it possible? Hinata Hanabi shook her head and chuckled, without thinking much in her mind. Although this illusion is a bit deceptive, it seems to be peaceful. At least, the tragedy of the Uchiha family should not happen. At this time, Master Jiraiya, Boss Fuyu, we will go back first. Kakashi and the other two also left. Now only Fuyu, Hinata Hanabi, and Jiraiya are left. Me? It's getting late. Jiraiya stretched and said happily, it's time for me to go home. Although he has been outside, he also has his own house in Konoha. Let's go see Minato tomorrow. It's not so easy for a Jinchuriki to give birth, so he probably needs help this time when he comes back. After saying that, several instant bodies disappeared. Fuyu looked at Hinata Hanabi beside him, then I should go back too. Thank you Mr. Fuyu for this time. Hearing Fuyu's voice, Hinata Hanabi came back to her senses and bent down, thank you very much. No need. Fuyu waved his hand and walked towards home. Thinking about his return, I haven't notified Suzune yet. I don't know how things are going at home now. And Inoka, how is school these days? You know, Kana is also worried about her. However, as he walked forward, Hinata Hanabi behind him was frowning at his back, muttering to herself, Uchiha Fuyu. The head of the Uchiha clan, the younger brother of Uchiha Fugaku, did not become a ninja, but said he was an ordinary businessman. He has a very good relationship with the sixth generation, the masked man, the six paths of pain, and Jiraiya-sama, and he also saved her in the Kingdom of Wind. It's a bit strange no matter how you look at it. Of course, it may be normal for this strange illusion. After all, this world is already abnormal enough. But she still has to investigate it. Maybe this non-existent person is the key to her breaking the illusion? Hey, I guess my sister and the others are very worried now. Hinata Hanabi sighed, then shook her head, looking at the darkening night, then I should go back. Before she finished speaking, suddenly, she was slightly stunned, and then raised her head stiffly, looking at the direction where Uchiha Fuyu left. She. On her body. Now. It seems that she has no money at all. I'm back. Sorry. Excuse me. Hinata Suzune, who was happily bringing Inoka out to greet Fuyu upon hearing that Fuyu was back, suddenly turned cold. Although she was still smiling, she always felt that the atmosphere was weird. Didn't you see that after entering the house, Inoka was so scared that she shrank aside and sat quietly? Well, it's getting late, and it's time to eat. Fuyu shook his head helplessly. Who knew? As soon as he pressed the doorbell, this person came over to borrow money, and then Suzune came out. How could he lend money to someone to stay in a restaurant under Suzune's smiling eyes? Who knows? The next day, the news that the CEO of Fuyu Group lived an unruly life and had a mistress in his house was widely circulated on the internet. But now I don't know how to explain it. I know the origin of Hinata Hanabi, but how to say it? He is just an ordinary businessman. I might be considered a psychopath. After thinking for a while, he said calmly, your clansman, Hyuga Hanabi, saved her on the road and returned to the village with Jiraiya and the others. I know. Suzune smiled slightly and looked at Hyuga Hanabi, Obito has already told me. After the words fell, Fuyu was stunned. I haven't said anything yet, why did that kid tell you first? However, Suyin looked at Hanabi and felt a little strange. Such pure eyes and generous temperament, why had she never seen them in the family? She had never even heard of the name Hyuga Hanabi. But the Byakugan could not be faked. Such natural eyes, unless one has the blood of the Hyuga clan, otherwise, even if others obtained them, it would not be so natural. And she hadn't heard of anyone in the main family having their eyes dug out these days. So, who is she? Although she was very confused, Suyin still didn't show it, and still smiled at Hyuga Hanabi, Hyuga Suyin. Hyuga Hanabi. Hyuga Hanabi also looked at Hyuga Suyin in surprise. I didn't expect it. What Jiraiya said was actually true. Uchiha, Hyuga, how is this possible? If I guessed correctly, Nijigi is not even born yet, and her father is still a stubborn clan leader who focuses on the Hyuga clan. How could he watch the blood of the Hyuga clan flow out? Could it be that in this world the originally stubborn father is actually an optimistic and cheerful father? And Hyuga Suzune seem to have heard of this name? But she doesn't seem to have seen such a person in the clan? Please sit down. Suzune greeted Hyuga Hanabi to come in. For some reason, she always felt that this person was a little friendly, especially her eyes. Of course, depending on the situation, it was not what she thought, so she didn't care. As for the rest, I'm sorry, the Hyuga clan's affairs are handled by the clan leader, and she will be called Uchiha Suzune in the future. So, she didn't care what the identity of this woman with pure white eyes was to the family. Looking at Fuyu, who had already lazily lay down and stretched, her heart suddenly became warm. She knew that Fuyu went out for her besides checking the signal in the Kingdom of Wind. It was just a bird in a cage. After sighing helplessly, she still looked at Fuyu with a smile on her face. It's getting late. Huanokuo and I didn't expect you to come back so soon, so we've finished eating. After a pause, how about wait a minute? Go take a shower first, I'll prepare dinner. No, Fuyu waved his hand and said casually, just order takeout. I'm really hungry. A bowl of ramen. At this point, he turned his head and looked at Hinata Hanabi, who was thinking about something. Do you need it? After the words fell, Hanabi was slightly stunned, then smiled and said a little embarrassedly, sorry for the trouble. I will definitely repay you in the future. I was indeed a little hungry. This is a fantasy world, and now is not the time to be reserved. But pace. I didn't expect that there is already takeout in this world. The technology here is indeed much faster in some aspects at this time. According to the time that Ichiraku boss showed up, plus his caution, and the distance here, I guess even if I ride a bicycle, it should be delivered in 20 minutes. She looked at Hinata Suzune, who ordered food from the computer. Perhaps we need to investigate her identity. Just pondered. Okay. Suzune stood up with a smile, looked at the computer, and then poured them 2 cups of hot tea. Less than 10 minutes later, she stood up leisurely. It's almost time, I'll go pick up the food first. After saying that, Hanabi was puzzled by Suzune. Does this world's takeaway still require you to pick up the food yourself? In that case, why not just go and eat it? However, at this time, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lord Suzune. Boss Fuyu. Miss Inoka. Your takeaway has arrived, please give a 5-star rating. Squeak. The door was closed again. Hanabi looked at the hot noodles in front of her silently, without a single clumping, as if they had just come out of the pot. The takeaway in this world is too fast. What did she see just now? A green light? The figure of 233. Konoha. Familiar scenery. The first, second, third, fourth familiar Hokage rock. The old Hokage building, the streets, the ninja school and the lazy morning. All this in front of her. It made her memories keep coming out. Hinata Hanabi looked around, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, as if she was lost in memories. This morning, thinking that she had returned to the Konoha of the past, she hesitated for a while and decided to go out for a walk. Although the Konoha here is slightly different from the Konoha in her memories, with many more strange things, such as milk tea, toast, cinema, dance hall, and internet cafe, it is basically the same. Putting aside other messy things, this ninja world is actually quite good. However, she still hasn't found a way to leave this fantasy. Hinata Hanabi smiled helplessly. Before leaving here, I have to find a way to solve the problem of identity, and I must find a way to make money. I can't borrow from Mr. Rich all day long. As for the identity issue, As the head of the Hyuga family, she still knows some secrets of the Hyuga family, or in other words, since that incident, the ninja everyone in the world knows that it is not just the Hyuga clan that has the Byakugan. So, it is not difficult to solve. This river is really nostalgic. Hyuga Hanabi looked at the flat grove and the slowly flowing river in front of her, her eyes curved up, and there was a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth. This is the place where Konoha children often come to play, but after Konoha was expanded and rebuilt, the river disappeared. She smiled and looked around, then raised her head and looked at the sun, and pondered for a moment, why are there no children coming to play now? Could it be that the children of this world will not come here to play at all? However, just as the words fell, the vast horizon. A loud music sounded, the birds were startled and the fish fled, and the forest also trembled slightly. Hyuga Hanabi was stunned for a moment, listening to this strange music, and then, she couldn't help but turn to the place where the music came from. Don't say it. Although it sounds weird, it is quite interesting. It has a unique charm. But, at this time, who is singing here? After hesitating for a while, Hinata Hanabi walked over with curiosity. After walking a few dozen steps, the view suddenly opened up. The land was flat, the trees were neat, and the figures were shadowy. This is... what the hell? Hinata Hanabi's mouth twitched, looking at the strange red clothes in front of her, holding two pink strange fans in their hands, and there were pink strips around the edge of the fans, dancing in the wind with strange music. Especially the figure at the back. Silver white hair, red marks under the eyes, wearing a red gown, and holding a pink fan in his hand. He spun and jumped. He was charming. He danced charmingly. She only took a look and quickly looked away, looking at the green trees swaying in the music and wind, her mouth twitched slightly. If she continued to look, maybe her pure eyes would be useless. It was so painful. I said something wrong last night. Her heart could still stir again. There is something wrong with this ninja world. Now she roughly guessed why today the wind and the sun were good, but there were no children in this childhood playground. Without any hesitation, she quickly cleared the scene from her mind, then turned around and walked towards the center of the village. Sure enough, I still have to find a way to leave here. Now she was more determined to leave here. This ninja world. It doesn't matter if I don't stay. Walking and walking. When she saw the plain scenery around her, Hinata Hanabi was relieved again. Putting aside those weird people, this place is actually quite good. Forget it, let's continue to look. Hinata Hanabi pondered again, analyzing the existing information in her mind, but no matter whether it was the infinite moon reading or other illusions, it has been so long, and she hasn't found any flaws yet? It seems this illusion is not simple. Maybe it's really Tsukuyomi? I wonder if the 7th generation and the others have thought of other ways to wake her up? With a helpless sigh, he continued to look at the streets around him. You can't say it. Mr. Fuyu is indeed good at doing business. Along the way, as long as there is a store with the words Fuyu on it, you can see customers coming in and out in an endless stream. No wonder he can do business in other countries and ninja villages. You know, it's not the time after the Fourth World War. Ninjas from various countries put aside their prejudices, communicate with each other, and work together to maintain peace in the ninja world. So, even if you are not a ninja, it is not so easy to do business in other ninja villages with the 3 words Uchiha. It's just that I always feel something is weird in my heart. As for what's weird, Hinata Hanabi couldn't tell. After all, as the head of the Hyuga clan, how could she know too much about the information of the Uchiha family? With a helpless smile, he shook his head and muttered to himself, maybe I just think too much. After all, he is still his savior. As soon as the words fell, Ms. Hanabi. 2 voices called her from behind. Hinata Hanabi paused slightly, turned her head, and the original contemplation on her face disappeared immediately. She smiled at the two people walking towards her. "Good morning, Mr. Fuyu, Ms. Suzuan." "Good morning." Suzuan also smiled back and nodded. "I didn't see Ms. Hanabi this morning, and I thought Ms. Hanabi went somewhere." "Sorry. Because I suddenly wanted to go out for a walk in the morning, so I didn't disturb you." Hinata Hanabi said apologetically, and then looked at the two of them. "Ms. Suzuan and Mr. Fuyu are also shopping?" "No, I just sent Inoka to school." Suzuan smiled and said gently, "Because when Fuyu left the village, Inoka happened to go to school. Fuyu didn't go to see her, so I went to see her this time." "Ms. Inoka?" Hinata Hanabi nodded with a smile. "I'm so happy." "That's it. Why is there a red-haired girl for an Uchiha and a Hyuga? No matter how you look at it, the red-haired girl looks more like Sister Kana." "Mr. Rich, how strange. Didn't Miss Suzuan notice it?" But there was no need for her to ask too much about the things in the illusion. Since they met, the three of them walked together. The street became lively at this time, but is the film of the group director going to be finished? Fuyu looked at the advertisements of the new movie of Root Studio is released all over the street, and looked at Ling Ian in confusion. Why are his advertisements everywhere in the village? "It's almost done. I received the news a few days ago that they started to finish filming. This new movie tells the story of the First Ninja World War." Hinata Ling Ian nodded. "Many people are still looking forward to it. After all, there are still many old people in the village who have experienced the First Ninja World War. Therefore, seeing this advertisement will resonate with them more or less." "But..." She hesitated for a moment, leaned close to Fuyu's ear, and lowered her voice. "It's been a hot topic on the internet recently. I suspect they bought the hot search." After the words fell, although the voice was lowered, Hinata Hanabi pretended not to hear it and smiled implicitly. Sure enough, she is still a little uncomfortable with this ninja world. 234 Amazing Taijutsu. Of course, he could also receive the weird data on the internet. He even knew who was brushing the hot search. It's just that. Really? He really didn't expect that the group of White Zetsu actually started to take orders for others. It seems that since Madara left, their lives are not so good now. Otherwise, as the ancestor of Chakra who made ninja weapons, how could he fall to this point? Earn hard-earned money by brushing orders. Every time he thought of this, especially when he went out this morning and looked at the tree that appeared at the door for no reason, his heart was full of guilt. That was the condemnation of conscience. Fuyu sighed and shook his head. "Forget it, don't worry about them, they are all poor people. Later, I will lock our ads so that they can continue to brush them towards our goal, and make more money." Although she understood what Fuyu said, Ling Ian probably understood that she didn't need to worry about it. Nodding, "I understand." Hinata Hanabi, who was standing quietly, couldn't help but sigh in her heart that she was indeed the third generation of this world. She even cheated to hype up the advertisement. Along the way, she saw quite a few advertisements of Root Studio, especially the cool trailer playing in front of a store, which aroused her curiosity. It seems quite interesting. The movie of Kirigakure is almost finished and is being processed now. Ling Ian continued, "It will be transmitted to us through the internet in a few days." At this point, she sighed, "This internet is really convenient." Indeed. As she said, the technology in some aspects of this world is still quite advanced. Especially the internet. You know, at that time, it seems that the Kaminaraman family had just proposed unlimited remote communication, which was far inferior to the internet. Of course, there is no very convenient thunder car here, and I don't know if the largest enterprise in the Land of Fire, Kaminaraman Company, will appear again. It's true that the Fuyu group is incredible. However, Fuyu nodded and smiled. But he felt a little regretful. What a pity. The mobile phone has not been developed yet, otherwise, food delivery would probably develop faster. The gaming industry has shown a slight decline, so we need to pay attention to it. Looking at the system, he estimated that it could be upgraded. After all, the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Wind are basically almost completed except for some areas. Thank you. Just as the words fell, suddenly, a green light flashed. Boss. A rough and familiar voice sounded. Fuyue raised his head and looked at Might Dai, who bowed respectfully in front of him, and said with a smile, "Are you exercising so early?" For Dai, perhaps this is not delivering food, but another kind of exercise. Just as the words fell, "Youth doesn't allow me to sleep in." Dai held the takeaway bag in his left hand and gave a thumbs up with his right hand. There seemed to be a white light flashing at the corner of his mouth. "Thank you for the 5-star praise yesterday, boss." "You're welcome. The platform is him, and the employee is also his. In fact, it doesn't matter whether there is a 5-star praise or not, but Matt Dai is a man who will be very serious as long as he works. Therefore, every time he delivers, he will show a hearty smile and let the customer give him a good review. But I guess, even if he didn't say it, other customers would not dare to give bad reviews randomly. Look at the green light and terrible momentum. I guess he would tremble all over just by seeing it, afraid that if he gave a bad review, the other person would be full of green light and say to you with a smile, 'Excuse me, do you have any opinion about me?' Who dares to have an opinion? It's scary to think about it. It's getting late, why don't you deliver your takeaway? Don't keep the customers waiting." "Don't worry, boss." Might Dai smiled confidently and gave Fuyue a thumbs up. "Youth will never be late." After he finished speaking, he said "ah" and disappeared directly in front of him. At this time, Hinata Hanabi beside him looked at the green light and smiled, indicating that she didn't want to say anything. Compared to the Jiraiya-sama he saw just now, this is not a big deal. But sure enough, it's still an illusion. I didn't expect it. Mr. Dai, Kai's father, didn't die? However, where are the 7 ninja swordsmen? The 7 ninja swordsmen? He looked at Hanabi, who asked this question for no reason, with doubt, and after a pause, he said, "At that time, the 7 ninja swordsmen crossed the defense line and intended to attack our Konoha's important figure, Danzo. Of course, the 3rd generation refused. Although the situation was very critical at the time, at the last moment, the 4th generation and the 3rd generation, Konoha's heroes, Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, arrived in time and rescued Danzo. In the end, only 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen escaped. Later, I heard that Zigwashin Puffer Ghost was promoted to manage the economic development of the Hidden Mist Village. Our business here is also connected with him, but because of this, Biwajozo and Kurakurega seemed very dissatisfied with his promotion and defected directly." With a sigh, "It's still missing." Hinata Hanabi was silent again. This story, how to say it? Although it's not completely different, after listening to it there is a hint that makes people don't know how to complain. Again for Danzo-sama? What did Danzo-sama in this world do? I sighed helplessly, with a hint of melancholy in my eyes. Fortunately I didn't see Teacher Kai. I think Teacher Kai should have become an excellent ninja like Teacher Kakashi. Otherwise, I guess However, I haven't finished sighing in my heart. Suddenly, another green light, a little smaller than the previous one, passed by not far away, and then stopped in front of my eyes and bent down. "Hello, boss." Hinata Hanabi. At the same time, "Hello, your takeaway has been delivered. Please sign for it." "Yes." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, took the takeaway, and looked at the famous Konoha genin in front of him with a slight twitch of his mouth, and said calmly, "That's it. Mighty Dai. Once a joke of Konoha. Now the famous takeaway god of Konoha. It's just that from his terrifying aura, he doesn't look like a simple genin no matter how you look at it. What a terrifying aura. Please enjoy your meal." Might Dai handed over the meal, then took out a small notebook and scratched it, then raised his head and showed a hearty smile. If possible, I hope you can give a 5-star review. I wish you a pleasant meal. After the words fell, it turned into a beam of light and flew away. Fugako looked at the figure in silence and shook his head with emotion. If he didn't open the Sharingan, he wouldn't even see the shadow. What an incredible physical skill. He patted Itaka beside him and said calmly, "Eat." After eating, it's almost time to go to school. Today, Mikoto didn't prepare breakfast, so he ordered takeout to let Mikoto relax. However, Itaka smiled and nodded, but his eyes flashed slightly, looking at the direction where Dai left, as if he thought of something, and muttered to himself, "Physical skill." After speaking, carrying takeaway food, he followed his father inside. 235 Storms rising. On the other side, the war has already begun. After receiving the mission, as a loyal and responsible weapon of the ninja world, the Little White Man immediately started working. Combat Department Little White Man 9527, how are you? Log in to the account. How are your good reviews? This movie is good, 5-star reviews. Too boring. Remember, we are professionals, since we have accepted the mission, then we should complete it well. Then when I saw the trailer of this movie, I couldn't help but recall the past. At that time, I was still a teenager. I agreed with my girlfriend to go home and get married after this battle, but I didn't expect that in the end. Pass skip, next one. There is a comment over there, do you want to use it? Say it out and let me see. Konoha Fortress, a different war, cool scenes, give you same story. 10 tales per line. Remember to delete the last one. Command Center, notify the combatants below, 10 people per computer, take turns, save costs, everyone must get all the good reviews within an hour. Hey? Why can't it get past the headline after so many days? Damn it! Kill the rich group. This is not a game. This is not a game. This is a war. Remember it all. Listen to my command. If you make any mistakes again, I, Commander 002, will definitely follow the example of my predecessors and hang myself in front of the door. Over. Over. In the dark and humid cave, every white Zetsu took action, doing his job quickly and seriously. It seemed to have turned into a command center, with only one computer commanding the little white men in various places to fight. Under the command of the second generation of commander, the little white men, all the little white men were doing it in an orderly manner. The second generation of commander, with his left hand behind his back and waving the wooden whip in his right hand, patrolled around solemnly. After all, he had issued a military order. He would definitely complete this mission, get the reward, kill the Fuya group, and avenge all the sacrificed white people. They are irreconcilable with the black-hearted Enterprise Fuya group. At this time, Black Zetsu was watching silently these weapons that were united and in order. I don't know, should I be relieved or have a stomachache? At this moment, they seems to have exploded with unprecedented power. Collaboration. Unexpected. Even Black Zetsu would not have expected this. But can we do something practical? You know what their mission is? It's not about making money, brushing orders, or killing someone because of this kind of thing, but a rescue activity centered on Mother. Therefore, what's more important now is to complete the first mission left by Madara-sama. However, nowadays, a bunch of white Zetsu are brushing orders, and next to them a white Zetsu is drawing. What the hell is this? I miss Madara-sama again. On the other side, Ninja World. As orders are brushed non-stop, advertisements for the new movie of Root Studio have begun to appear on the internet. This is the story of the first Ninja World War. Different from the love drama of the previous Meteor Konoha, about war, many people are still quite interested in it. After all, this might be the analysis of the First Ninja World War by the Third Hokage? Therefore, how can ninjas and village chiefs turn a blind eye to it? It would be bad if they missed something. Especially looking at the good reviews on the internet. What new age movies, what super cool ninjutsu, what different ninja battles, what baptisms full of love and fire, all of which are said to be unique in the ninja world. It is a good movie at first glance, and everyone is looking forward to it. Even the Kirigakure Ninja Village is always on guard. Although the boss of the Fuyu group has said that there will be no loss, as ninjas, how can they not be a little vigilant in their hearts? You know. Hegemony of the Blood Mist Ninja School is the first movie that their Kirigakure Ninja Village officially entered the film industry, so how can they not care? Therefore, they are also promoting it in their own ninja village and even the entire water country. For a while, the entire network was surging, and there were movie advertisements everywhere, which made Fuyu very pleased. At this time, he has received the sample film from the Hidden Mist Village, but it is still some time before the scheduled release date, and it may even be released after Naruto is born. However, it is a pity. It seems that Denzo has decided to go it alone, and has not sent the sample film they shot yet. Sure enough, the darkness of Konoha Ninja, a man carrying the darkness, is not someone who will stay under others for long. As an ambitious, goal-oriented, and despicable guy, even if he has no money, he can still sell his body without hesitation in desperate situations. It shows his determination. It is worthy of being the root of Konoha. Fuyu sighed with emotion, and after handling the matter, he began to rest again. These days, he either chats with Kana online or enjoys Suzun's exclusive massage. It is quite relaxed and comfortable. Except today. He yawned, looked at Jiraiya who pulled him up with an apologetic look, and said helplessly, "Tell me. What's the matter? Do you know I'm very busy?" After the words fell, Jiraiya said righteously, drank the milk tea on the table heroically, and said, "How can a real man immerse himself in the fragrance of tenderness? Are you qualified to say that?" Fuyu squinted and looked at Jiraiya with contempt. He heard Hanabi say that. This guy started to dance square dance the day after he came back. What bad intentions! That day, Hinata Hanabi even washed her eyes with Konoha mountain spring water. Under Fuyu's contemptuous eyes, Jiraiya smiled awkwardly, and then said seriously, "Actually, Minato asked me to tell you something. As for her square dance? As the vice president of Konoha Elderly Square Dance Center, he respects the elderly and loves the young. Isn't it normal for him to dance with the elderly?" Looking at Fuyu who looked puzzled, Jiraiya did not keep him in suspense and lowered his voice, "What is your relationship with that woman from the Byakugan clan? It seems that the Hyuga clan doesn't know why a woman with such pure Byakugan suddenly appeared in the village. You know, the bloodline secret is extremely important to a family. However, now there is an unknown family bloodline outside. I've already said that I picked it up on the road." Fuyu rolled his eyes casually, "I don't know either." "Okay." Jiraiya shrugged and didn't say much. "Anyway, you are backed by Uchiha, and the Hyuga clan won't mess around. I'm just notifying them." After the words fell, he touched his chin again and frowned, "I need to go to Kushina in a few days." He sighed, "Don't let anything unexpected happen again. Recently, it's really a lot of autumn. I heard that Danzo divided himself into 10 parts and sold them to 10 families, and then used the money to make a movie, and the contract from the Hyuga family was stolen. If the old man Danzo's movie fails this time, I guess those families will definitely not be able to hold back and cash out directly. Then it will be troublesome. I can only contribute a movie ticket. The old man really doesn't even look for a handsome student like me when he makes a movie. How photogenic! If Jiraiya is going to show up, how can he fail? I'm leaving first." Fuyu looked at Jiraiya's departing back, smiled slightly, and shook his head. He doesn't care about the Hyuga family either. It's just stretched, it's time to start. Just finished speaking. Ding. A customer is here. Welcome. Manager Sato's voice called out. The rich man in the corner also raised his head. When he saw the white eyes on the paralyzed face, he was slightly startled. What is this guy doing? 236 How about delivering food? Is the Hyuga clan in this world still the same? Hinata Hanabi sighed, looking at the departing figure, murmured to herself, it's really strange. Why is it different from what she thought? If this world is a world full of love and peace, why would the Hyuga family be like this? Shouldn't it be a cheerful and free family? And I really didn't expect that the elder of the Hyuga clan would die in such a bizarre way. So, does Uncle Hisashi not have to sacrifice? At this moment, in her heart, she even wondered if there was a big hand behind this, constantly changing everything. After all, everything here is really weird. After her investigation during this period, she found that before the Third War, everything in this world was the same as the real world. The decisive battle between Uchiha Madara and the first generation, Sakumo-sama died according to rumors, and the second generation chose to stay alone in order to cut off the heir. Everything is so similar, but after the Third War started things became a little weird. Especially that Uchiha Obito. She admire. There is nothing to say. Yu sighed, frowned slightly and looked at the wealthy gentleman beside her. She was full of doubts in her heart and was about to open her mouth to test to see if she could get any information. Richie spoke first, looking at Hinata Hanabi in confusion. What did you tell the Hinata clan leader? Why did you leave like this? The words fell. Hinata Hanabi suddenly stiffened her mouth. No, it's nothing. She just found a suitable identity for herself. Now, with the help of the Hyuga clan, there is no need to hide anymore. But it seems that it's better not to go to the Hyuga family for a while. Unexpectedly, the Hyuga clan has fallen so low that they have learned to gamble, especially if they dare to buy 1/10 of Danzo's money. To know the root organization of Konoha in this world was also quite terrifying. But I don't know what happened later, and it turned out to be like this. She looked at Mr. Rich and thought of Mr. Rich and Sister Suzune. No, now she finally remembered who Hinata Suzune was. The younger sister of my father and Uncle Hisashi, and the aunt of her and her older sister. But later on, due to lack of talent, he became a branch and died on the battlefield. I didn't expect that I could actually see living people in the illusion. But Uchiha and Hinata. If it was still possible at the time of the 7th generation, it would be a bit troublesome now. Certainly. If possible, even if this place is just an illusion, she would still help, as a thank you to Mr. Rich. That's right. Hinata Hanabi seemed to remember something. She looked at Fuyu and hesitated for a moment. Mr. Fuyu, is there anything I need Hanabi's help with? Now that there is no problem with my identity, I have to find a way to make money and live here. Otherwise, you probably won't be able to pay for it even if you go online to look up information. You can't borrow it from a rich gentleman all day long. The words fell. Fu looked at her in surprise. You want to find a job? Yes, eyes. Hinata Hanabi bent down embarrassedly, and the plumpness unique to the Hyuga family women trembled slightly, and she said embarrassedly, please. If you want to work. Rich pondered for a moment. He didn't expect that the future head of the Hyuga family would actually be preparing to work to make money. Just what should be done. And this time. Rich boss. Miss Hanabi. A loud voice came. Rich and Hanabi immediately knew who it was, and raised their heads to look at the takeaway god who was getting food at the front desk. He pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Hanabi. How about delivering food? The job is simple, the time is free, the more you deliver, the more you get. As long as you deliver more and are capable, even earning 1,000,000 taels a month is not a dream. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the son of the fourth Hokage was successfully born, and nothing happened during the birth. Everything in Konoha was stable, and the Nine Tails Rebellion did not occur. Soon. It's time for the movie to be released. The weather is gradually getting cooler. After several months of publicity, many people in the ninja community have begun to look forward to the 3 movies. Especially this time. Even the Kirigakure Ninja Village came to participate, and looking at their promotional posters, it seems to be about the Academy's policy during the Blood Mist. Anyway, just looking at the picture is quite exciting, especially the slogan. Dominate the Blood Mist Ninja School. It really made everyone's blood boil with excitement. Is this to unify the ninja world? The new movie released by FANFIC Group is related to Mahjong. Many people who participated in this year's Kushin Cup battle can't forget the fierce battles at that time. Some people had unparalleled hands, some had eyes that swept all directions, and some were in critical moments. Exploding teeth and all the passion is vividly visible, so taking advantage of the heat everyone is looking forward to it. As for the new movie Konoha Fortress released by Root Studio, as a person who was born in the war era for everyone, they are also curious, especially the last work of Root Studio Meteor Konoha was well received by the ninja world, showing a different life in the ninja school, so everyone is looking forward to what kind of excitement Root Studio will bring to them this time. Especially now on the internet all the posts are brushing the good reviews of this film. After watching it for a long time, how can you not be curious whether this film is really as good as what is said on the internet? Therefore, early in the morning, many people began to come to prepare to watch the movie. Asuma, you are here. Here. Hong. Asuma yawned and looked at everyone. Since changing the online name, my waist doesn't hurt anymore, my legs don't feel sore, and even my sleep is sweet. Comfortable. It was the Sparrow God Cup at that time. Obito was bribed regardless of brotherhood, and finally listened to his father's words and let it go. So that he missed the championship and didn't realize his dream. This has always been a pain in his heart. But some time ago, he had let it go. Because he found the second goal in his life. I hope the old man's movie will be a big hit. I heard that if the movie is a big hit this time, if it succeeds, Internet Cafe 1888, if it fails he can only tell his mother that the old man has red lips inside his divine robe. It's not easy for him to urge the old man to succeed. Asuma, what are you going to watch first? Shiranui Genjian took the 1,000 books and looked at the brochure in his hand. It's really lively this time. 3 movies are released at once, especially Mahjong Soul released by FANFIC Group. I heard that the 4th Hokage is behind it. But FANFIC Cinema can only watch Mahjong Soul and the Mist Village movie Domination of the Blood Mist Ninja School. If you want to watch Konoha Fortress, you need to go to the Root Cinema. To be honest, I'm looking forward to it, especially Mahjong Soul and Konoha Fortress. One is the 3rd generation and the other is the 4th generation. How can I not be curious? So, let's watch Konoha Fortress first. Asuma raised his hand first, with wisdom in his eyes. There is only one movie in the Root Cinema, but there are 2 in the Rich Cinema. After watching Konoha Fortress, we can watch 2 movies in a row in the Rich Cinema. How fun! After the words fell, everyone nodded in agreement. Then let's go to the Root Cinema first according to Asuma's suggestion. Then everyone set off for the Root Cinema. And Asuma behind him looked at the little friend he brought with him, and his mouth corners slightly raised. Old man, I can only help you so much. 237 fell. At the same time, Danzo, who was always paying attention to the situation of the movie, also looked at Mito Kato and beside him with a serious face. How is the situation? You know. This battle can only succeed, not fail. Very smooth. Mito Kato Yan smiled slightly and looked at Danzo. According to the data handed over, the movie tickets are now sold until the day after tomorrow, Danzo. There was a little excitement in his tone. Your plan is successful, advertising on a large scale, and then constantly attracting everyone's attention on the internet, so many people's curiosity has been mobilized. We succeeded. In the future, we will also have our own theaters, and we don't have to rely on the rich group anymore. After the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo both smiled with relief. This time, they finally succeeded. You know. This time they didn't spend any money to give back to customers, but sold movie tickets honestly, at most just let a few people swipe the orders. And what is such a small amount of money for swiping the orders compared to all their efforts? So, this time it was really successful. Get ready to celebrate. Danzo waved his hand, showing the momentum of the group leader, and shouted heroically, "Book a celebration banquet and celebrate for me." Paused for a while. By the way, tell the group of people who swindled orders. They did a good job this time. The balance will be sent to them in 3 days. Shimura Danzo. Always keep his word. However, they don't know. At this time, Root Cinema. The first wave of people who finished watching have walked out of the cinema, looking at each other in surprise. This movie. What the hell is it? Even Asuma and his group are the same. The movie is over, but they haven't come back to their senses yet. I always feel something is weird. It seems not as good as they expected. It is indeed about the end of the First Ninja World War. In order to seek peace, the second generation of Hokage went to the Hidden Mist village but was suddenly attacked. In the end, he chose to stay behind and let a new ninja protect Konoha. The various ninjutsu are indeed very dazzling. It's just, I feel empty after watching it. However, I can't tell where I feel empty. Even Asuma feels it in his heart, but he still doesn't know how to describe it. But seeing the people still queuing behind him, he is still relieved, at least it seems. Old man father has succeeded this time, and he will become a child of a rich family. When the time comes, I will buy and smash one by one. So, looking at everyone who suddenly lost interest, he quickly said happily, "Let's go watch the next 2 movies. Let's go, it's almost time." After the words fell, everyone heard it and agreed. I didn't care. Originally, it was just a gathering for everyone to meet up with Asuma, so as long as we were happy, that was enough. Therefore, then everyone smiled and walked towards the Fuya Group Cinema. However, at this time, as time went by, one group after another finished watching. The whole network began to slowly become lively. What the hell is this? You were obviously looking forward to it. Is this a groundbreaking movie? Don't be kidding. Is this a war? They dragged their feet and were in love the whole time. If they were on the battlefield, they would be killed by the leader? Is Root Studio humiliating the ninjas of Konoha? After watching the movie, everyone began to comment on the internet, and as time went by, more and more people left negative comments on the internet. There were even many people who started to curse under the good reviews a while ago, thinking that they were deceived. Especially after watching the 3 movies, many people felt more obvious. The Fuya Group's Cloud Hidden Shadow is still of high quality, and the Kirigakure Ninja Village movie is also quite exciting. Only the Root Studio, with the beauty of the battlefield, makes many people want to kill people. The movies of Fuya Cinema are still good, and the mature voice of the Sparrow God is really beautiful. That's a fox? Brother. What's wrong with the fox? What's wrong with the fox? I just like this. I still think that the Yin-Yang Reincarnation God Ninetail in Black Boy Advent is cute. Cuteness is worthless in front of maturity. No one talks about the Kirigakure Ninja Village movie? It's really exciting. I feel like I saw the feeling of the Sparrow God Cup, and my whole body is boiling with blood. Fighting and killing are all useless things, boring. The person above is wrong, but the film The Hidden Mist is based on real events. There was a class in the hidden mist where a student killed all the students in the class. In the last class, he was the only student who successfully graduated. True story? What's wrong with a true story? You know, wasn't Konoha Fortress also filmed in the same way as the First Ninja World War? Don't joke, if it was like this, Konoha would have been gone long ago. At this moment, the whole network started to make a fuss. Many people read the comments on the internet and knew why they felt weird at the time. Therefore, in order not to be out of touch with the public, they could only express their agreement online. For a while, the score of Konoha Fortress was dropping wildly from the full score at the beginning. And Danzo and his group, who were originally immersed in the celebration banquet, also found that something was wrong at this time. Originally, the situation was very good. However, the celebration banquet had just been booked, and there was a lot of scolding on the internet. Danzo and the other two broke out in cold sweat, especially Danzo. You know, this is the money he earned by selling himself. If he fails this time, he will really be broke. Hurry up! Hurry up! Danzo immediately shouted to Midam and Yan, let those guys continue to swipe the orders, brush up the ratings, and then brush down the difference. He has. There is no other way. If he doesn't continue, his first movie in the cinema will be a failure. However, as soon as Danzo finished speaking, Midaman also quickly found the group who swiped the orders not long ago, but after a while, Midaman Yan looked up at Danzo bitterly. Danzo, they said the situation is urgent and they have to pay more. Add more money? How much can tens of thousands of people add? Promise him, swipe for me. There are still many people who haven't seen the movie yet, we must suppress it as soon as possible. Understood. What a pity. As time went by, there were more and more comments. The three of them were getting more and more panicked. They didn't expect that the last movie would have problems. They had seen it before. They thought it was very good. It added some romance to the tense war, but they didn't expect that everyone didn't like it. Didn't they like Meteor Konoha very much? Why didn't they like this one? Is it because the characters are not handsome enough, or the ninjutsu is not cool enough? After a fierce battle with more and more people, 3 days later, the three of them looked at each other in silence. Finally, forget it. Let's stop those guys from placing orders. Danzo sighed, hesitated, and said, at least we didn't lose everything, we got back some of it, and there's a theater. We can get back on our feet. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded with a smile, but the smile seemed a little bitter, holding the pipe with trembling hands. This time is different from the previous 2 times, at least it proves that this road is feasible, as long as we shoot the next one well. Hiruzen, Danzo. The three looked at each other, and their regretful mood cheered up again. That's right. They still have hope. Although they apologized for more than 1 billion, as long as Danzo is still there and the bounty order is still there, then they can continue. The corners of the three people's mouths curled up slightly, and they smiled comfortably. Next one. I believe they will definitely be better. However, I don't know. At this time, a certain family. A family ninja was hurriedly holding up colored paper in his hand and ran in with a look of panic on his face. Chief. He fell, it's fallen. It's fallen a lot. 238 ran away. When the news of the sudden drop in Shimura Danzo's bounty reached Konoha, for a moment, everyone was stunned. I've only heard of bounties rising, but I've never heard of them falling. However, according to the news obtained from the black market, it seems that some of the bounty holders have begun to withdraw their bounties, which has caused the bounty to continue to fall. In just 10 days, it has fallen by several hundred million. At this time, not only was there a quarrel about the movie on the internet, but even the entire black market was in a commotion. After all, Danzo was the number one on the bounty list over the years. Even the god of the ninja world at that time, Senju Hashirama, and his brother, the bounties of the younger brother and the bond cannot compare to his. He can be said to be a legend in the black market, far exceeding the second place by several hundred million, and is the target of many wandering ninjas and assassination ninjas. Suddenly, why did it fall? Many ninjas are secretly regretting. It's too late. Therefore, Shimura Danzo, a legendary figure in the ninja world, a key protected target of Konoha, and the number one in the black market bounty ranking list. Every move involves the attention of major ninja villages and ninjas, not to mention that several hundred million are gone in a sudden drop. Who wouldn't feel distressed? Who wouldn't feel sorry? It feels like they have lost several hundred million. And Konoha is also in chaos. Especially those who bought Shimura, the major families who had Danzo shares in the village. They lost tens of millions in this drop. You should know that this is not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, but tens of millions. It is not a small amount. Therefore, when many families saw the decline, they did not stabilize, but stopped losses in time. On the contrary, on the Hyuga family side, many elders who jointly purchased Danzo shares saw this scene, and their originally depressed mood suddenly became cheerful. After all, their purchase contract has not been found yet, and Danzo only recognizes the contract and not the person. It's good now. Everyone is gone. The mood is also relieved. Therefore, the family ninjas sent out to find the murderer were also called back. Now, the bounty on Shimura Danzo has fallen to 110 million. And it seems that it will continue to fall. You can imagine how terrible this stock market crash is. Many family members who participated in the purchase had green faces when they went out, the kind of green that glows. So, there is really no need to waste too much manpower and material resources to find such a small amount of money. I heard from Ling Ian. The atmosphere in the clan has improved a lot in the past few days. The elders who used to have gloomy faces have also been smiling recently. They tell everyone it's just a little money, and they don't care at all. Very generous. Looking at the news on the internet with a sigh, he shook his head with emotion and muttered to himself, it seems that this loss is several hundred million. Originally, they relied on loans to start their business, but now they are facing a stock market crash and a new movie failure. How can the major creditors not be panicked? In order to stop the loss in time, they can only take action. As for relying on their own strength to increase the bounty, if there is no one, there are only 10 of them. This is back to square one. By then, even if Danzo is really killed, it is estimated that they will lose several hundred million. After all, their left and right hands are their own money. If we buy back their contracts at a low price now, Fuyu touched his chin and squinted his eyes, as if there was a light flashing, then I will raise it again, and then, when Danzo buys back the contract, can't I use Danzo's money to reward Danzo? And he only lose the agency fee and the base price? It seems it's really possible. But after thinking about it, forget it, I'm doing a serious business. Fuyu shook his head and gave up the cruel idea in his mind. After all, he is a businessman of the will of fire. Every year, he will lose money to give back to users for his family. How could he do such a thing? He is not such a person. He continued to look at the posts on the internet. With the increasing number of people watching movies in the past few days, more and more people know that Konoha Fortress produced by Gen Studio is a bad movie. The sales rate of movie tickets in Gen Cinema has dropped sharply in the past few days. On the contrary, Mahjong Soul produced by Fuyu Group and Blood Mist Ninja School produced by Kirigakure have become popular again. According to data from various places, the sales of movie tickets have been rising continuously during this period, far exceeding Konoha Fortress. Especially with the fermentation of the reputation of Mahjong Soul, the doll of the nine-tailed fox has been sought after by everyone again, and the sales have increased significantly. Sales have greatly increased. Add to that the advertising expenses that Danzo invested in the early stage. It can be said that this time we can achieve such results, thanks to Danzo. On the other hand, Danzo. The advertisement attracted everyone's attention, and now because of the Waterloo of the number of moviegoers and the bounty, the 1 billion yuan was originally redeemed by relying on the bounty, but the 1 billion yuan was invested in filming movies, building theaters, brushing orders, and selling advertising space. Now it is estimated that they don't have much money. This time, what is Danzo going to rely on to solve the debt collection of those creditors? Rely on the root organization to carry out assassination? If this is really done, I guess Konoha will really kill him, and the Shimura family will not have to stay in Konoha. After all, not paying back the money and killing people? Is this what a human would do? This reason is really it's too low. At least he should come up with a reason that endangers Konoha's security and is suspected of plotting a coup. If not, then maybe he can only rely on the name of the head of the Shimura family to temporarily suppress the creditor, and then implement installment repayment. Fuyu took a sip of tea, shook his head, and looked at the posts on the internet. Don't say it. It's quite interesting. Especially the debt collection posts that suddenly appeared in the past 2 days. Tens of thousands of brothers took orders, brushing orders, clearly agreed that 1 like is 1 tael, 1 5-star praise is 10 taels, first pay the deposit, and the balance will be paid later, but now it has been several days, and there is still no balance. They even took out the last bit of money to pay for the internet fee. Now the balance has not been recovered, and there is no surplus food at home. I heard that some brothers are ready to hang themselves. It's really sad to hear it, and tears to see it. Although many people expressed their dissatisfaction with the bad behavior of brushing orders, they still sympathized when they heard that the people were so poor that they were almost finished. Especially when it was revealed that this group of people were the victims of the 1040 financial engineering that shocked the entire network last time, I felt even more sympathetic. It's not easy either. Seeing this, I felt a throbbing in my heart, as if I remembered the hardships of starting my own business back then. It didn't seem to be that difficult. Relying on the system, I can say that I have made a lot of money in the past few years. No way. He is doing a legitimate business, and has always been trusted by everyone for his honest business. Sure enough. As a businessman, you still have to be honest. But after thinking about it, as a businessman of the will of fire, he felt that he still had to do something for these poor people. So he sighed. Then raised his hand, quickly put it on the keyboard and typed a line of words. Come on. You are the best. After clicking send directly, he leaned against the backrest with emotion, took a sip of tea with melancholy, and muttered to himself, I can only help you so much. As soon as the words fell, the door suddenly opened, and Ling Yian rushed in. Fuyu. Fuyu. Before Fuyu asked. Just saw. Ling Yian had a tangled face, and the confusion in her eyes had not disappeared. Looking at Fuyu in front of her, she hurriedly said, Danzo-sama. He paused, ran away. 239 Danzo's big picture. Finally, the former black market legendary bounty has fallen to more than 10 million. However, facing the debt collectors, Danzo did not use the root organization to threaten, nor did he suppress it with the title of the head of the Shimura family. Instead, it was beyond everyone's expectations. He ran away. As for the reason, it is unknown for the time being. Perhaps it is because he has never left Konoha or the Land of Fire since he was rewarded, and this suddenly fell. A big drop. Therefore, I want to prepare to go out and take a look. Anyway, the person is gone. The families that came to collect the debts were immediately stunned. They thought that Shimura Danzo would use Konoha consultants to pressure them, and they also thought that he would use the head of the Shimura family to delay repayment. After all, the reputation of Konoha's root is still quite terrifying. Even if the power of the root organization has been weakened in recent years to protect Danzo, to prevent the root organization from going out to perform complex tasks and encounter danger, and to shift the work goal of performing tasks to protecting Danzo, Danzo is still the number one figure in Konoha anyway, and he should not be easily offended. Therefore, they thought just make a fuss, as long as they give a guarantee that they will pay back the money when the time comes, they will let it go. The result? I never expected it. He ran away? He actually ran away? The major families were panicked. Now, what should I do? More than 1 billion. Is he really not going to pay it back? But thinking that the third generation had guaranteed the head of the Sarutobi family, they dared to buy 1/10 of Danzo, so after they couldn't find anyone, everyone came to the Sarutobi family's land. When seeing so many people coming to collect debts, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also confused. Go to Danzo to collect debts. Because of the past few days, everyone was panicked. It didn't matter if the movie was not popular, they could continue to shoot later. Anyway, there is a cinema. As long as they can make a good movie next time, I believe they can definitely turn the tide. After all, this time is not like the previous times. They did not attract customers at a loss, but the group of customers really came to see their movie, but the movie had some accidents. Result: Danzo's bounty suddenly dropped, and then there were reports on the internet that they owed money and oppressed workers, and almost killed people. Then, because the three of them did not respond, things got worse and worse. Negative images of Root Studio kept appearing on the internet, and even employees outside thought that they had no money to make movies and no money to pay salaries. Some of them were true and some were false. However, these days, many people resigned, and as a result, many movie theaters in many places could not survive. It could have been stabilized, but it became worse and worse, so that many people began to distrust Root Studio. So, he has been trying to figure out how to stabilize the situation these days. But he didn't expect that now. Run? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the group of people who came to make trouble, and suddenly shuddered. The pipe in his hand almost fell to the ground. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He looked at the people in front of him with disbelief and raised his voice. He ran away. Then he paused. Impossible. However, the other families shook their heads helplessly, hesitated, and said, "We didn't find anyone," and even asked the Shimura family, but they didn't find him either. Yes. Yes. Third generation, sir, you have to at least give me a definite answer. We borrowed money for your sake at that time. More than 100 million. You know, we are just some small families. How come it's gone? The families suddenly became noisy, which gave Hiruzen a headache. He quickly stretched out his hand and asked them to be quiet. Everyone be quiet. Everyone be quiet. After everyone quieted down, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at them with a serious expression, with his hands behind his back, and said seriously, "Don't be nervous, everyone. Don't be nervous." At this point, he frowned, took a puff of cigarette, and was silent for a while. Maybe Danzo is just going out for a while. Don't be nervous. I'll go over and take a look, and I promise to give you a definite answer. Think about Danzo. Since he was rewarded, in order to ensure his safety, he weakened the power of the Root organization, increased the number of protective ninjas, and made him rarely leave the village. Maybe it's just because the reward money suddenly disappeared, and the whole person felt relaxed, so he thought about going out for a walk. After all, he hasn't been out for a long time. Even if he went out, there were many ninjas following him around, and he couldn't run around. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a while, looking at everyone. "Don't worry, I'll go over and take a look now. I owe you money, and I promised to." However, before he finished speaking, suddenly, a figure ran over in a hurry. "Hiruzen! Hiruzen!" Mito Kato ran and shouted, waving his hands constantly, panting, his face was pale. He ran away. He ran away. Danzo has already run away. In this moment, he ran directly in front of everyone and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in panic. Danzo really ran away. I went to the Shimura family. Now the Shimura family has issued a statement that anything Danzo did has nothing to do with them. After my investigation, in fact, in order to ensure Danzo's business in the past, he had already taken a lot of money from the family. Later, in order to expand the theater line, he also bought and rented a lot of land to open a cinema without telling us. Otherwise, the cinema would not cover the whole country now. Now everyone has heard the news and all ran over to collect debts. After the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered and looked at Mito Kato-en in disbelief. At this time, the precious pipe that he used to cherish fell directly to the ground. He quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed Mito Kato-en's shoulders tightly. What did you say? Danzo Mizuto Kato-en said with a sad face. He really ran away. He really ran away? Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely stunned at this time. He let go of Mizuto Kato-en's hands, staggered back several steps, and looked up at Mizuto Kato-en. He ran away. He really ran away. And on the side, the family members who came to collect debts also looked at each other, looked at the kind-hearted third generation, hesitated for a moment. Third generation. The words were still spoken. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand with a bleak face, bent down, picked up the pipe, turned around. Let me rest first, later. After a slight pause, I'll tell you later. A long sigh of melancholy. He is. I really didn't expect that Danzo had done so many things behind his back. Add them up, this is almost more than 2 billion, right? And he just ran away like this. Without saying a word, he ran away. With disappointment in his eyes, he took the cigarette he picked up, took a long puff, and was silent for a while, and finally, Danzo. After saying that, shaked his head and walked into the room. He was actually abandoned by his best friend. 240. There are many opportunities to make money in the city. Ran away? He really ran away. He ran away unexpectedly. Originally, Fuyu didn't believe it, but you have to know who Danzo is? Don't be inferior to others. Seeing his old friend become Hokage, he also wants to become Hokage to prove himself, and he will do anything to become Hokage. Seeing others get rich, he also wants to get rich, in order to expand big business, even willing to sell yourself. He is a guy with a big vision and great momentum. As long as he thinks of a goal, he will do his best to achieve it, unlike the third generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been hesitating, so that in the end nothing. It is the method used by Danzo every time he is a little bit screwed up. For example, this time he took out a loan, sold himself, cheated, forced. As a result, he owed a lot of debts. People. Gone. Looking at the pile of deeds in his hand with emotion, and then looking at the third generation Hokage who walked very hunched and seemed to be much older. Finally, all the debts were taken by his best friend. And this time, the wall suddenly fell and everyone pushed it. It is estimated that the Root Studio is already in name only, so these deeds are the place of the Root Cinema. Now with the decoration and a bunch of tools, all are sold to him at cost price. Instantly filled the gap between the Fuyu Cinema and the Fuyu Cinema. The coverage rate of the Land of Fire. But this money, it is just a drop in the bucket for the debt, and it is estimated that only a part of it can be repaid. Unless the savings of the Sarutobi family are used in the future, it is estimated that it will not be repaid in more than 10 years. And the day before yesterday, the fourth Hokage came forward and used his reputation as a guarantee to make everyone calm down and accept the proposal of paying a part every year. It is said that even the daimyo's mansion was alarmed at that time. After all, Danzo borrowed from people who were not ordinary people, and ordinary people probably didn't have so much money to lend him. At the same time, Konoha had sent people out to look for Danzo's whereabouts, but as an old strong man, Danzo wanted to hide, and it was estimated that it would not be so easy to find. Anyway, Jiraiya ran over with Asai last night and had a few drinks with him. Although the old man met the wrong person and now owed a debt, he was his teacher anyway, so in the end Jiraiya still took out all his savings from writing books in the past few years. It's just that he doesn't have much savings for such a large debt. After all, he was originally a playboy, and he collected materials wherever he went. It was not easy for him to save such a small amount of money. Last night, he was drunk and felt that he must open his eyes and be a good person. He couldn't be like the old man he guaranteed his brother, but his brother borrowed money and ran away, and he was chased for debt. You can say that. Adding the suspicion of embezzlement of public funds last time, he is carrying a huge debt this time. It is estimated that even if the fourth Hokage is really finished, he will not be able to sit in that position. The old age is not guaranteed. And Jiraiya is also ready to leave. This time, he returned to the village to congratulate Minato and see if there is anyone who needs his help, but he didn't expect to encounter so many things. It's time to leave now. After all, his best friend is still on the run because of his attack on Danzo. I feel sorry for Orochimaru. If it was a few years later, this tragedy would probably not have happened now. In fact, Fuyou also wanted to remind this old boy who devoted all his efforts to his teacher's best friend is not much better than Danzo. But thinking of Suzune, and thinking that Orochimaru would not let Jiraiya guarantee him like Danzo, and then run away after borrowing money, he ignored him. Looking at Hiruzen who was walking away, his hunched body was really sad. Fuyou rubbed his body and quickly closed the door. This weather is really too cold. Having said this, he turned his head and looked at Hanabi who was confused and had not yet recovered, and said, "What are you watching?" Because of the closure of the root cinema, Suzune has been very busy these days. As for Hanabi, she seems to be thinking about what she should do now. After the words fell, Hanabi recovered, shook her head and said, "Nothing. It's just that." When she turned to go into the house, she turned back and silently looked at the old man staggering in the cold wind, her eyes full of complexity. Danzo ran away without paying back his debts, and the third Hokage took on a huge debt for his best friend. In just a few days. She was stunned by the drama. She was stunned for several days and didn't know what to say in her heart. This illusion. Really? It's poisonous. Time flies. In the blink of an eye. It has been a while since the last root cinema closed down. Although the popularity on the internet has gradually subsided, you can still see a lot of posts about this incident, especially a post about debt collect. I only heard that no one from the root studio has come to pay them the final payment. Their brothers are almost finished. What a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been very busy these days. He needs to find all the property first, then calculate how much money is left, and then pay back part of it in batches according to all the creditors. So, it is estimated that the group of people who make fake orders online may really be forgotten. This is a group of poor guys. I don't know, will these guys get angry and go directly to Danzo for the final payment? Anyway, in the past few days, the Konoha Anbu still hasn't found where Danzo has gone. I heard that even the assets that can be converted into cash in the root base have been sold by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It can be said that once you start a business you will never be able to recover. They have started to sell off their assets. Today, the weather is slightly cool. Although it snowed heavily last night and the snow on the ground in the village has not melted, there is sunlight today. The sun shines directly on Konoha. It warms people's hearts like the will of fire. The coldness has been driven away. Asuma, who walked out of the house for the first time in a long time, looked at the sun and sighed. These days, because the old man met the wrong person, the debt collectors came to his house, and his mother didn't know that the old man was suddenly being chased for debts, so that the old couple who used to respect each other started to quarrel these days, and for the sake of the family he could only help the old man to count. Although he saw the debts owed by the old man, his legs trembled, and he wanted to change his father and be brothers with two yet, but no matter what, he was his old man, how could he really abandon him? So, no need to say. For his best friend, the old man, he also took it. Take it. Just when Asma was looking melancholy, a cup of warm milk tea appeared in front of him. He raised his head and looked at the people in front of him. People. Kakashi, Kai, Obito, Genma, Ebisu. Their eyes couldn't help but turn red, their hearts warmed, and they laughed twice. Thank you. We have heard about what happened in the past few days. Shiranui Genma took a sip of milk tea and said, we are still young, and there is a long time to live. We can definitely pay it back by taking more tasks in the future, and maybe Danzo-sama will find it later. After the words fell, Asuma was silent for a while. Suppose an S-level task reward is 1 million, please ask. No need to ask, this is still considered that he is almost desperate. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he put aside the unrealistic thoughts. Let alone whether he can complete the S-level task now, even if he can, he probably won't have so many S-level tasks to pay off his debts. Of course Shiranui Genma is right. Maybe that bastard will come back in a few days? But now, he thought of the advice of the fourth generation a few days ago, and fell silent again. His face seemed full of entanglement. Just when everyone was looking at him puzzled and was about to ask him what he was thinking. Suddenly, Asuma took a deep breath, raised his fist, and stood up directly, with determination in his eyes. I've decided. I'm going to the city. I'm going to the daimyo's mansion. I heard there are more opportunities to make money in the city. Can 241 pay the balance? The weather is good today. Spring. The sun is shining. Winter is over. Although a lot of things happened during the winter festival. 3 movies fought, and finally the Root Studio closed down. One of the founders, Shimura Danzo, fled overnight, and the debt collectors chased the family of another founder, Sarutobi Hiruzen. There are even many miserable people on the internet who are using their lives to collect debts. But no matter what, the matter was finally resolved. After all, the third generation Hokage, who was over 50 years old, took on everything. Afterwards, in order to pay off his father's debts, Sarutobi Asuma left Konoha and went to the big city to find opportunities to make money, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also dragged his old body to work and make money. It's just that such a large sum of money, I don't know when this old man will pay it back. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with most people. Apart from feeling a little sad and sighing, and watching the excitement, everyone will continue to live their lives as they should. And Hyuga Hanabi, because she has been recognized by the Hyuga family, she now has a legal status in Konoha with the support of the Hyuga family. Therefore, there is more information that can be found, and she is still working hard to break the illusion. Perhaps because this ninja world is a little different, so Hanabi still thinks this is an illusion in her heart. I want to find a way to break the illusion and leave here. Fuyuto looked at the streets that became lively again after a winter. As time goes by, Konoha is also changing slowly. At least the village has been much more lively in the past 2 years, and internet cafes, dance halls, cinemas, and milk tea shops have become places where many people choose to relax in their spare time. It can be said that it is peaceful. Everyone has also begun to seek relaxation. Therefore, the turnover of each district is slowly rising. At this time, Fuyu Suyin beside him suddenly called him. Today he needs to go to the Uchiha clan to see his second nephew. As for the eldest nephew, because he needs to go to school, he is not out of school yet, so he should not be able to see him. Fuyu turned his head and looked at Suyin beside him with a complicated expression. What's wrong? However, after the words fell, Suyin did not answer, but just shook her head. Then, with a complicated expression, he stretched out his right index finger and pointed forward, with shock and emotion in his eyes, and said nothing. What's wrong? Could it be that Tuer kept shouting no? No. No, under the street light again? Fuyu turned his head and looked in the direction Suyin pointed with curiosity. Suddenly, he was silent too, looking ahead with a complicated look. I saw a white-haired old man in front. Not far away. He took the packed meal at the door of the store, then, with a slight smile, he quickly left the store and ran in one direction. This. The third-generation master. He. Have they started delivering food? Your meal has been delivered. Please enjoy it. If it is not too much trouble, please give a 5-star rating. Thank you. Have a pleasant meal. As the door closed, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing at the door, also stopped smiling. He sighed with emotion, patted his face, and looked at the blue sky. It didn't rain today, which was good. The delivery speed was also much faster. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked slowly to the front. It was time to take a break. I'm old. Not only can't the body bear it, but even the chakra can't bear it. To pay off the debt. What can he do now? The studio closed down, and there was no income at all. The only thing to be thankful for was that the dividends from the first movie from Fuyu Cinema were still there. As for the family's money, how could he use it carelessly as the clan leader? That was to train outstanding juniors. If he used it, what would he do if something happened and he had no money? Take the task again? He is now the retired third Hokage, receiving a pension from the village, unless there was an accident in the village that needed his help. Otherwise, he could only compete with the newcomers for the mission, or hide behind the village like Guji and perform some secret missions. But he is the third Hokage. If he goes to perform the mission, the village will be restricted, not to mention the money for the mission is really small. So, after thinking about it, he can only come to deliver food. The working hours are flexible, the more you deliver, the more you earn. Many genin will take a few orders when they are free, which is indeed more suitable for him. After a while, he came to a more open place and looked at the 3 figures who looked exactly like him standing opposite him. Shadow clone technique. How many orders have you delivered today? Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his cigarette, took a deep puff, and stared at his clone. If you are lazy, don't blame me for being rude. Don't say. It's quite fast to deliver outside with the shadow clone technique. I easily get over 100 orders a day, but the only frustration is that it's a bit troublesome to accept orders. I don't know which stores and when there are orders, so I can only rely on the shadow clones to notify me. Don't worry, we know what to do now. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the left nodded and said helplessly, with such a large debt on my shoulders, how dare I be lazy? I delivered 9 orders. After the words fell, the other 2 clones next to him also said. That's right. That's right. I just delivered 9 orders. I'm luckier than you. I received several orders nearby, and now I've delivered 12 orders. Not bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. It looks like a good morning. Come back and rest quickly, I have to continue working hard later. Yes, X3. Then there were 3 consecutive bangs. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one left nearby. His face seemed to be several times more tired. He picked up a water cup, blew it gently, shook it, and then sat directly on a stone bench beside him. He took a sip of hot water, screwed the lid on, leaned back, put his hands directly on the stone bench, looked up at the sky calmly. After an unknown amount of time, he straightened up again, took a puff of the pipe, exhaled a puff of smoke, and shook his head. Danzo, where did you go? At the same time, outside Konoha, in the land of fire, in a remote grove somewhere, an old man in a grey kimono suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked in one direction silently. After an unknown amount of time, Finally, he sighed, shook his head, then turned back and continued to walk forward. Sorry, Hiruzen. Danzo said faintly, with a strange light flashing in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. He didn't really plan to leave Konoha. There was really no way. He owes too much. Once everyone comes to collect debts, he won't have to do business anymore. By then, the last bit of money left will have to be used to pay off debts, and then he will be trapped in endless debt repayment. So, how can he do business? So, no matter what, he must temporarily leave Konoha and seek other development opportunities. Otherwise, he will be dragged to death in Konoha and will not be able to make a fortune. Shimura Danzo. Once a goal is set, even if it means sacrificing everything, he will definitely move forward firmly. With determination in his eyes, his tone became serious. Don't worry, Hiruzen. When I get rich, I will definitely not forget you when I return to the village. After the words fell, he took a firm step and was about to move towards the goal. Suddenly, a weird voice came from behind. Boss Danzo, can you pay the balance first? 242 Goodbye 1040 Project. This big brother is really something. Fuyu, who was driven out of the Uchiha clan, shook his head helplessly and spat at the door angrily. Today you are indifferent to me, tomorrow I will make you out of reach. How could he, as an uncle, harm his second nephew? I didn't even let him hug me. Fuyu saw that the time was almost up and the sky was gradually getting dark. He had just had dinner at Fugaku's place. Now it was estimated that it was time to go home. I thought Hinata Hanabi and Inoka would almost go back. With a big wave of his hand, he called Suzuan, who was laughing beside him, to go home. Along the way, Fuyu was also thinking about the bird in the cage. Now Jiraiya has gone out. According to his character, after learning that his best friend betrayed the village for 1 billion, he would definitely find a way to get Orochimaru back. After all, Danzo is now bankrupt, his net worth has plummeted, and he has run away. If Orochimaru really wants to come back, the village will definitely not stop him. Especially since the fourth Hokage is still his student, as long as Jiraiya takes him to have fun, Minato will probably be scared and agree without hesitation on the spot. Then, quickly close the door and tell Kushina that he will never go. Of course. According to Orochimaru's character, he is still exploring the secrets of the ninja world, such as immortality and other forbidden techniques. So, he probably won't return to the village. When they find Orochimaru, they don't know if they can ask him to help them in the name of sponsoring their research funds. Suddenly, just as he was thinking, Rich Ling Ian's panicked voice sounded, "There is." He didn't finish his words. Fuyu covered his head directly. Then, he couldn't help but raise his head, and then he looked at the tree in front of him with a confused face, and suddenly fell silent, then turned his head to look at the tree that mysteriously appeared some time ago. This. Why is it here again? The ancient country of Lulin. Hinata Hanabi sat alone in the hall, frowning and thinking. During this period of time, although there is something a little bit wrong with this ninja world, it is generally similar to her understanding of infinite moon reading. A beautiful and peaceful world. For example, the fourth generation. Although the night girl was reported, at least he did not die in the nine-tailed rebellion. For example, the old bastard Danzo, although he is still on the run because of bankruptcy, he does not seem to be conducting any human experiments, and the Uchiha clan should not be destroyed. So, this may really be a world of infinite moon reading. However, she is, at least to this day, she has not found a way to break the illusion. Of course. This is what she thought before. Until this morning, when she was investigating the data, she found the information of the ancient country of Lulin. These are not secrets to the world, and they can be found by spending 10 taels to open a computer. It seems that someone in the Wind Country uploaded it, and there are some legends of the ancient country of Lulan. For example, the dragon vein that can travel through time and space. Of course, she has heard this story in the real world, and it seems that there is still the seal of the 4th generation of adults there. And the 7th generation of adults also took over the task of investigating the seal of the 4th generation of adults, but traveling through time and space, these people just listened. After all, many people have studied it. There is nothing special there except the seal left by the 4th generation for some unknown reason. Therefore, it is probably just some false myths. Originally, she didn't care, but later she found that the ruins were actually the place where she first appeared, and some people said that a terrible explosion occurred there some time ago, and the reason is still unknown. After comparison, the time of the explosion is the time when she came to this world, and the explosion she also heard it at that time. So, she couldn't help but wonder whether she had traveled through time, coming to a world where neither her sister nor she has appeared yet. However, is this world really the world of the past? Then why is it so different from hers? So, what is going on in this world? Did she travel to the past, or did she really enter a fantasy? For a moment, Hinata Hanabi herself began to doubt herself, especially when she thought of the rain country. Mr. Fuyu seemed to know something about the masked man, so, does Fuyu know something now? Or why did he hide it from her? It seems that I may have to go back to where I came from. Hinata Hanabi murmured thoughtfully, and Uchiha Fuyu. What does he know? The words were not finished. Creaky. The door was opened. Hinata Hanabi looked at the two people who came in, and her face quickly regained its calmness. She did not reveal her doubts, and smiled at Fuyu and Ling Ian, young aunt. She planned to investigate whether Uchiha Fuyu really knew something. However, looking at Fuyu, who was covering his nose and his nose was a little red, he was puzzled. Mr. Fuyu, what is this? It's okay. Fuyu waved his hand and said nonchalantly, I don't know why there was a tree at the door, and I accidentally touched my nose. After the words fell, Hinata Hanabi narrowed her eyes slightly, but recovered immediately. She also saw it when she came back. Suddenly, a tree appeared at the door. As she knew about the 4th Shinobi World War, she certainly guessed something. Maybe someone secretly threw a tree in the back mountain and planted it here quietly, or maybe a white Zetsu died at the door. But if it was really white Zetsu, why did it die at the door of Mr. Rich's house for no reason? And he didn't say anything. It's really weird. That group of monsters who don't eat, drink or defecate, can't they deliberately hang themselves at someone else's door just because they can't collect debts? Hinata Hanabi laughed at her interesting idea. Then, she ignored it. After all, why do they need money? It's impossible. Even if it's to supervise Mr. Rich, it's impossible to turn into a tree directly. You know. That's dead. Do you know? Another brother of ours died. He died miserably. Even his body was not intact. I feel very sad about what you've experienced. Danzo looked at the group of black-haired people surrounding him with a smirk, sighed, and shook his head. Really? I don't want this to happen, but unfortunately, in the end I really have no money. Think about it, these guys are quite pitiful. I encountered online fraud before, and I heard that the amount involved has reached 100 million. Now I swiped the order and encountered his bankrupt boss. Not a penny, it's not easy. But now, he really can't pay. But believe me, I will pay it back 3 times in the future. Looking at the people staring at him with ill intentions, Danzo's mouth twitched. Considering that he is the only one now, they were able to find him faster than Konoha, so they should be very powerful. If I had known earlier, I would not run away. At least in the village, Hiruzen will definitely accompany me to pay the money back. He was suddenly filled with regret. However, suddenly, he seemed to remember something in his mind. Looking at the people staring at him with eager hands, he quickly said, I have a business. How about we cooperate? I believe I can make money. After the words fell. We don't believe it. That guy said the same thing last time. The white Zetsu sneered disdainfully, don't lie to me. Do you really think we are idiots? You actually want to cheat us out of money? Yu Denzo's mouth twitched, is there any money that can be cheated? The white Zetsu glared at him again. Kill him. Kill him. Bury him in a hole. That's too much. Why don't you take it to the black market and ask how much it's worth? However, Denzo, who saw this scene, was not panicked at all. Instead, he looked at them calmly and said, since you don't have much money, what are you afraid of? What if you get cheated? Why don't you trust me? I'll help you get rich. Just as he finished speaking, the white Zetsu was slightly stunned, and then nodded. It seems so. Paused. Looking at Denzo suspiciously, then how do you plan to help us get rich? You have always failed in starting a business. It worked. Denzo's heart skipped a beat, and then, leaning on his cane, his mouth slightly raised, with a confident tone, don't worry, this time I'm doing a business with no capital. No capital? What kind of business? Tell me quickly. I heard that you have a lot of brothers. Denzo looked at a group of excited guys, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he came over and lowered his voice. You already know 1040 financial engineering, right? That's right. When the little white guy was confused, Denzo clapped his hands and said, that's right. This is what I'm going to do this time. The words fell. The white Zetsu fell silent again. Then, looked at each other, looked at him unkindly, and began to rub their hands again. This guy. Is he playing with us? 243 Sleep on the floor today, be the boss tomorrow. According to my research for many days, the so-called 1040 project is just a new scam. Suppose there is a project that can gain huge profits, and then use this project to attract those greedy guys, let them invest money in it, and accumulate a lot. Then Teacher Denzo. A little white man in disguise raised his hand, like a student studying hard, and stood up from his position. What should we do? Learn the 1040 project? After saying that, Denzo nodded with satisfaction, looking at the guys who looked like freshmen who had just entered the ninja school. His lectures these days were not in vain. It seems. This group of brothers who came from nowhere are quite obedient. He coughed twice, took a small bamboo stick, and pointed at the small blackboard behind him. Of course we won't learn from him. My method is different from that 1040 financial engineering. The person didn't show up, and used the name of the rich group to deceive others. After thinking for many days, since there are so many of us, then he knocked on the blackboard and stared at the bottom with a serious face. This is the key point. Listen to me carefully. Suddenly. The key point. All the Ziobaiju quickly sat up, holding a pen in their hands and constantly writing in their notebooks. First of all, relying on the advantage of numbers, we can go deep into the grassroots, take care of them, take them out to play, tell them stories, enhance their trust, and let them feel the warmth of home. Denzo continued, next explain our company's corporate culture, product advantages, and future goals. Remember, his expression became serious again. We are a legitimate company, not a scam company. Therefore, there must be no coercion. The words fell. The white Zetsu looked at the shameless Denzo teacher on the stage with contempt, but still nodded. No wonder he could owe tens of billions at a time. Sure enough. He is not an ordinary person. Hurry up and lower your head and pick up the pen. Write it down. This is the key point. Next Denzo looked at the people who were taking notes seriously and nodded implicitly. With this group of guys. Shimura Denzo. How will he fail this time? Every time he thought of this failure, he sighed in his heart. Originally he would not fail this time. Even if the movie failed to be released this time and the movie ticket sales rate fell sharply, but no matter what, the cinema is his, and the movie is also made by him. In just a few days, it will almost pay off the filming. Therefore, the loss is not much. As long as the next movie is as popular as Meteor Konoha, his root studio and root cinema will definitely rise by then. What a pity! Who could have thought that this bounty could actually drop? It's just a scam. In the end, after his bounty dropped, everything went to hell, and the money he secretly owed would also come to light, and no one would believe him anymore. After that, if he was still in the village, he would be trapped in endless debt repayment, and even if he wanted to start a business again, no one would believe him. So, this time, it's not his fault. It's the choice of fate. Danzo sighed, and then cheered up again. It wasn't the first time that Shimura Danzo failed. This time, even with God's help, it would be impossible to defeat him. The tiger's eyes glared, and the momentum of owing billions of yuan immediately overwhelmed the group of poor people in front of him. He stared at them, still with a serious tone. The next one is the most important. It is more important than the previous one, and everyone must remember it in their hearts. Having said this, he quickly wrote 2 big words on the blackboard. Packaging. After writing, he knocked hard to remind them to pay attention. That's right, it's the packaging I talked about yesterday. Only after packaging and letting them see that it is profitable, will they believe us and give us money. Let me ask, if you are a poor ghost, how can anyone believe that you can make them rich? After the words fell, the Baiju nodded in understanding. Thinking of the past. If it weren't for that bastard who lied to them that he was a senior executive of a wealthy group, how could they believe him? But a certain white Zetsu raised his hand. Teacher Danzo, how should I package it? Good question. Danzo shouted, nodded, and looked at him. Where is the homework I assigned to you yesterday? How did you do it? Read it out now for me to listen to. Okay, Teacher Danzo. A certain white Zetsu stood up, holding his notebook, and said seriously, my name is Fanfan. I used to be an ordinary child in the countryside. I lived a life of hunger, cold clothes, and no girlfriend, until one day I met Teacher Danzo. Under the guidance of Teacher Danzo, I made a lot of money, millions, which is something I dare not think of in my life. Later, I had enough food, warm clothes, and even more girlfriends. I am really happy. Thank you, Teacher Danzo. After speaking, raised his head and looked at Teacher Danzo, who was in deep thought expectantly. Teacher Danzo, how did I write? After speaking. Too small. Small-minded. Danzo sighed and shook his head. What's a few million worth? Seeing them lower their heads in shame, that's right, a few million is a huge sum of money for you, but this time we are different, we are packaging. To package ourselves. So, we must shock people's hearts. Forget it, you should listen to me now. Speaking of this, he made a fake fist with his right hand, put it under his mouth, and coughed twice, with depression and vicissitudes in his eyes. I used to be an ordinary person, living a precarious life, hungry and cold, until one day, I came into contact with this place. Speaking of this, his eyes suddenly changed, the original depression and vicissitudes disappeared, his eyes seemed to have light looking forward, and even his voice became excited. How long does it take for a person to go from a pauper to a billionaire? 30 years? Or 20 years? No. This is impossible. But emphasized the tone. Here with us. You only need 1 year. You can become a billionaire in just 1 year. Today you sleep on the floor, tomorrow you will be the boss, bring your relatives and friends to join our big family. I didn't hesitate at all before, so I succeeded. What are you still hesitating about now? There is only one chance, and it will never come again if you miss it. Everyone listen to me. Raised his fist, held his head high, and spoke in an excited tone. Follow me. The words fell. The white Zetsu also became excited. Billionaires. Their vision is indeed small. Small. Also raised his fist and shouted, Go! Go! Another shout. Go! Then roared. Very good. Danzo nodded with satisfaction, stretched out his hands, pressed them slightly, and said after they calmed down, then do the same as me, don't brag about hundreds of thousands or millions, just brag about tens of millions or hundreds of millions. The words fell. The white Zetsu calmed down, remembering that they were in class now. What teacher Danzo said made sense. A white Zetsu raised his hand again, Teacher Danzo, when do we start? They couldn't wait to become billionaires. However, Danzo shook his head, it's not the right time yet, our plan needs to be improved. He sighed. We must find a place first. This place must not be too poor, not too rich, not connected to the internet, and have a large population. Then, collect information around and find a secret base. Who are the rich and who are the poor? So, after many days of research, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a confident smile under the gaze of the white Zetsu. Land of the earth. This is the best place for us. Therefore, we still need a lot of time. Land of the earth. That group of old stubborn people probably don't know what pyramid selling is. After the words fell, the white Zetsu were stunned, then they stood up and applauded, with light in their eyes. As if, under the leadership of Teacher Danzo, they will definitely be able to make a fortune. 244 As if in another world. At the same time, in Konoha, no one knew that Danzo, who had already fled, had taken tens of thousands of his brothers and was preparing to start a business in the land of Earth, and even temporarily held a pyramid selling course, which was well received by all the little white people. At this time, it had been a while since Danzo escaped. Although things seemed to have calmed down, the village still did not give up looking for Danzo to return to the village. Not to mention that the huge debt owed to the daimyo's palace, just the fact that the third Hokage had to use a shadow clone to deliver takeout at an old age, and the second son went to the city to make money to pay off his debts, made people sigh. So, no matter what, Danzo must be found. There are still many problems in the takeaway industry. Fuyu looked at the data in his hand and shook his head helplessly. Now it only covers internet cafes and major families. No way. Most people don't buy any computers at all. 100,000 taels is not a small amount for ordinary people, not to mention that they have to pay an internet fee every month. Therefore, most people still like to go to internet cafes to surf the internet, and it is more atmospheric to play with all friends in internet cafes. So, unless people who go to internet cafes stay there all the time, otherwise, few people will order takeaways. The performance of games has also declined a lot. Ling Ian next to him took out a report. Although there are the additions of Sand Village and Cloud Village, the overall situation is still declining during this period. Is that so? Fuyu nodded. During this period, he has been dealing with the Sparrow God Cup, the Bird in the Cage, the movie, and the reception of the Root Cinema, but he didn't think about the game. Therefore, it is normal to show a decline. After pondering for a while, he was about to tell Ling Ian that he would release a new game later. Suddenly, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Probably the takeaway has arrived. Fuyu stood up and opened the door directly, and immediately. Your meal has been delivered, please give a 5-star praise. The two looked at the third Hokage standing at the door in silence. Why did he deliver it? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have gotten used to it and didn't care. He looked at Fuyu and Suzune and waved his hand. Since we live together, we still have to prepare our own meals. I'm leaving first. After the words fell, Suzune blushed slightly, then looked at the back of the third Hokage leaving until he disappeared, and sighed, "It's not easy for the third Hokage either. At an old age. The third Hokage was not a good person, and the other person owed money and ran away, but as a guarantor, he took on the responsibility of repaying the debt. You should know that the third Hokage is not only the third Hokage of Konoha, but also the patriarch of the Sarutobi family. However, he did not think of using the family or the village, but chose one person to make money. It's fate that really plays tricks on us." "Indeed." Fuyou nodded with the same feeling, "It's not easy. I heard that they all used the Shanghai Shadow clone to brush the orders. The performance at the end of the year is probably only comparable to Might Day, who delivers food at a high speed. He is simply risking his life." Suddenly, just when he took the food and was about to go in, his eyes lit up, and he remembered the game, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "How about we help him? In a few days, ask the third generation to come over to shoot the commercial, and we will pay him." After the words fell, Fuyu's eyes narrowed more and more, as if he thought it was very worthwhile. After all, who is the third generation Hokage? That can be said to be a legend, and the hero of shinobi is not just a simple talk. Although his reputation has become quite bad because of the milk tea shop, barbecue restaurant, embezzlement of public funds, and this incident, he is still the third generation Hokage after all. Look at the group of debt collectors who gave him a face and didn't make trouble again. It just so happens that both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Wind have access to the internet. Take this opportunity to advertise. After saying that, Ring Yin was silent for a moment, then nodded. This was good. At least it seemed that both sides had benefits. "I'll ask the third generation later. Don't worry, let's eat first. Recently, because I'm too busy, I've been ordering takeout. As for Hinata Hanabi, I don't know if she discovered anything. She's been very busy recently, and sometimes she looks at him strangely, as if she wants to say something but stops. Could it be that she's already discovered that this isn't an illusion?" She shook her head and ignored it. She opened the takeout. She was a little hungry, so she was about to start eating. Fuyu was stunned again, stopped, and looked at the system interface that suddenly appeared. "Finally upgraded? Time flies. In the blink of an eye, some time has passed." Iwagakuer Shinobi, the Four Tails Jinkraki, sneaked into the Rain Country during the war and was caught for plotting something bad. During his sentence, he had problems such as fighting, being lazy and not working, and escaping. After being criticized, he was sincere, actively corrected his mistakes, and worked hard. Now his sentence is reduced and his sentence is over. "I was just passing by. How could I have plotted something bad?" Slander. After walking out of the prison that could not be escaped, Shinobi was still confused, as if he had not come to his senses yet. "You really let me go? You know, he is the Four Tails Jinchuriki, who has a terrible weapon in the ninja world, a terrifying monster that can destroy a village with a tailed beast ball. You really let him go?" But thinking of that red-haired monster, he understood. The four tails in his body may be a monster to others, but to that monster it may just be a small monkey. He sighed sadly, raised his head and looked in front of him, and he was silent. It has changed a lot. In front of him, it is completely different from when he first came. The flat streets, the bustling pedestrians, although it is raining heavily, there is no water accumulation, and all the water seems to flow into the ground. At this moment, he felt as if he was in another world. You know, when he came to the Rain Country it was not so lively here. Thinking of life in prison afterwards, although they organized several jailbreaks, they all failed as expected. Later, the prison seemed to have received some kind of mission, asking them to make a Nine-Tails doll. Anyway, he looked confused, but at that time he had given up after failing all the time. Therefore, he didn't think much about it, and just made dolls honestly as a training. Unexpectedly he was released. When he came out, they also gave him some money, saying that this was his salary. It was really strange. Of course, he didn't think much about it. Anyway, he was out now, so he couldn't be arrested again. What's the point? But where to go first? Lao Ziyi was silent for a while, back to Iwagakur Ninja Village. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Originally, he left because he didn't get along with the third Tsuchikage, so why go back to find helplessness? He sighed and decided to walk around first. But new ninja tools. Lao Ziyi looked at the iron boxes walking on the street, and frowned in surprise. Then he looked at the strange square boxes in the hands of many pedestrians who seemed to be chatting, and frowned even more deeply. How long has he been locked up? Why does it seem that he doesn't recognize this world? The changes are so strange. However, while walking, he suddenly stopped, as if he heard something, turned his head in confusion, and scanned the surroundings. Finally, it seems that he found the source of the sound, looking at the strange square ninja tools hanging at the door of a store. Will it move inside? The third Hokage. Lao Ziyi was stunned, looking at the third Hokage wearing strange clothes in the square box. Is this the third Hokage? It must be. After all, as a ninja of the same generation and also a Jinkraki, he has seen the third Hokage. How could he forget it? It's just. What is the third Hokage doing? Why is he in there? Before he could come back to his senses, suddenly, the man on the screen who was wearing strange armor and looked like the third Hokage suddenly picked up a big sword, looking very happy. Hello everyone, I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, come and chop me if you are a brother. I am waiting for you in Legendary Ninja. In fact, I refused to shoot this Legendary Ninja advertisement at first, until I tried it. Wow, the explosion rate is really high, and it also gives VIP. The equipment is all Buling. When I am busy, I can hang up offline and take the Konoha ninja to attack the Sand Village every day. The picture flashed by. It was replaced by a more weird picture. Choose Uchiha at the beginning. However, at this moment, Lao Ziyi was silent. It is really the third Hokage. Is he under the illusion? Please leave. 404 not found. 404 not found. Open Resti. 245 is not available, hung up. The advertisement is perfect. Although the reputation of the third Hokage was slightly damaged due to some things, he was a Hokage who had experienced the First, Second, and Third Ninja World Wars. Therefore, even if his reputation was damaged, his appeal was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Therefore, after the advertisement was released, the game attracted a lot of fresh blood again, especially now that players from the Wind Country and the Lightning Country have joined, and now the network has become more and more lively. What a pity! It is a pity that there is still no news about Danzo. It is estimated that this guy should have left the Fire Country, and no one knows where he ran to. Fuyu knows clearly in his heart. Shimura Danzo. An old man who is unwilling to be peaceful. Even if there is nothing to do, he will find something to do until something really happens. He will run away directly, and if he can't run away, he will fight hard again. He is not very capable, but he is a first-class troublemaker. It is estimated that he saw that the market in the Fire Country can't accommodate him now, so it is possible that he ran to other countries to make a fortune. Maybe one day in the future. After delivering the takeaway, the third Hokage sat down with a tired body and opened the lunch box to eat the simple meal. A luxury car, Will of Fire, stopped directly in front of him, and then, from the car, an old man in a suit and tie, with a neatly combed slicked back hair and high-end sunglasses walked down, smiled at the third Hokage who was staring at him blankly, and said, "Don't work, I'll support you." Who knows if he really made a fortune after returning from Danzo's 2 failed business ventures. He still doesn't give up even after losing, and even dares to sell himself to start a business. This guy will not give up easily. It's just that his ethics are not very good. When he encounters danger, he sells when his partners say so, and runs away when they say so. Fuyu sighed suddenly, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was shouting on the screen, "If you are a brother, come and cut me," shook his head, then turned his head to look at Hinata Hanabi, who was looking at him with complicated eyes. "What's wrong?" No, Hinata Hanabi was silent for a while and shook her head. She had gone out to see the ruins of the ancient country of Lulan some time ago, but here was nothing strange there, and the only strange thing should be the huge Fuyu Group signal tower. So, is this an illusion or the past? She also didn't understand. Especially when she saw the third Hokage wearing strange armor on the screen, carrying a huge sword in his hand, and constantly saying something like, "I refused at first, but if you are a brother, come and cut me." Her heart was full of complicated feelings. To be honest, she would rather this was just an illusion. Otherwise, she was afraid that after she returned, she would no longer be able to face the third generation, even if the third generation in that world had already sacrificed. But no matter what, the third generation was the third generation. After her investigation during this period of time, she discovered, during World War I and World War II, the history of the ninja world was exactly the same as that of her world, but it was not until the Third Ninja World War that the Fuyu Group appeared, and it became a little confusing. Although the Battle of Kanabi Bridge was also experienced, Uchiha Obito was not sacrificed, and the Three Tails Rebellion did happen here, but the one who was captured was not Senior Harano Rin, but the sixth generation. And there was also the Fuyu Group advertising on the battlefield. The changes of the masked man seemed to be related to the Fuyu Group, the changes of the third generation and Danzo were also related to the Fuyu Group, and the Six Paths of Pain and the Angel of the Rain Country were also related to Fuyu. No matter how you look at it, there seems to be something strange here. Could it really be this Fuyu Group? As for the fourth generation, after her investigation, the nightclub Red Light District has nothing to do with the Fuyu Group. Anyway, it seems that the Fuyu Group can be seen behind it. Maybe Uchiha Fuyu is really related to all this? Hinata Hanabi looked at Mr. Fuyu, hesitated for a moment and said, "You." After a slight pause, "Do you know something?" "What?" "Know what?" Fuyu looked at her confusedly, "Where is the right job for you?" After the words fell, Hinata Hanabi raised her eyelids and fell silent again, then looked at him unhappily. "No. Maybe. It really has nothing to do with him?" After all, Uchiha Fuyu started his own business after graduating from the ninja school. He has not learned ninjutsu for many years. He is just an ordinary businessman. How could he know her affairs or let her be trapped in a genjutsu? Not to mention. In fact, in some ways, the ninja world is still pretty good now. Why did he do this? Could it be that he still wanted to see the third generation work? Thinking of the third Hokage on the screen, she sighed in her heart. Now she didn't think about it anymore. After a pause, she said, "I saw the third Hokage some time ago." "The third Hokage? Isn't it easy to meet him?" She looked at Hinata Hanabi with doubt. "Sometimes when I order takeout, it's still the third Hokage who delivers it. There are quite a lot of good reviews, second only to Dai." I don't know why, but when she heard this, she sighed again. Hinata Hanabi's mouth twitched, then shook her head. "It's not this." I paused. "Yesterday I saw the third Hokage at the filming site playing a supporting role. Here is your lunchbox." "Thank you." After being exhausted for the whole morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, took the lunchbox, found an empty seat and sat down, opened the lunchbox, and when he saw the big chicken drumstick on it, he was immediately happy. The food in this crew is really good. In order to save time, after running the takeaway, he would take advantage of the time to come over to play a supporting role and get a lunch, so that he wouldn't have to go home so much. Since Danzo ran away and took on all the debts by himself, Biwako was a little dissatisfied with him. Therefore, after thinking about it, I decided not to bother her. Anyway, I didn't plan to use the funds of the Sarutobi family to pay for Danzo, and Biwako would be fine for a while. It is estimated that when Danzo ran away, he also wanted to avoid being a burden. Shimura clan. Therefore, he should handle his own affairs by himself. Let Lake Biwa dance well. And since the mobile phone of Fuya Group came out, it has become very convenient to receive orders, and it won't waste too much time. Think about Fuya Group. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of that boy again. After graduating from the ninja school, he refused to become a ninja without hesitation. He was considered to be greedy for life and afraid of death. He endured everyone's contempt, but never gave up. I didn't expect that. Now it's really not to be underestimated. The internet and mobile phones have directly changed the ninja world. He took out the mobile phone in his pocket, looked at the time on it, and murmured, "After eating, I will take a few more orders. It should be possible to have a lot more time today." After the words fell, he raised his head and looked at the lively crew in front of him. Since after the war between Root Studio and Konoha and Kirigakure Ninja Village for 3 movies, many people probably saw the profits of movies and joined in. I heard that even the rough guys in Kumigakure Ninja Village are working on making a movie. It seems that they are preparing to shoot the story of the third-generation Raikage who stopped tens of thousands of ninjas alone during the Third World War. It can be said that the movie market is becoming more and more competitive and lively. It's a pity Danzo ran away, and Root Studio will never have a new movie again. It's really a pity. After finishing the meal quickly, he tidied up and looked at his mobile phone again, sighing in his heart, "I don't know if Danzo knows my phone number. I sent it to him from Ninja. Really? I don't know if I can call him back. I have to send him a message anyway." It seems that since he left Konoha, he has rarely been seen online. I wonder if he has encountered something. He sighed and thought of his youngest son, Asuma, with a hint of relief at the corner of his mouth. Although that brat was careless and always irritated him, he would still share the burden for his father when he encountered difficulties. I wonder how that brat is doing in Daimyo Prefecture now? Is it hard to make money? Is he well fed and clothed? So, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and called Asuma directly. A pleasant ringtone sounded immediately. After a while, "The number you dialed is temporarily unanswered, please wait." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows slightly and sighed. It seems that he is still very busy, so busy that he doesn't even have time to answer his father's call. After the words fell, he dialed again. After a while, still, "The number you dialed is temporarily unanswered, please wait." Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, shook his head, and continued to dial. "If it doesn't go through this time, forget it." However, the phone was connected. Sarutobi Hiruzen was delighted, but said in a serious tone, "What's wrong? So busy? Even your father?" He didn't finish his words. "Old man, I'm busy. I'm attacking the first tail of the Sand Village. I died without doing anything. I'm dying." A hurried voice came directly from the other side. Then, beep. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently looked at Tonghua who had died, his eyelids slightly raised, and the original strict father's expression disappeared without a trace, gnashing his teeth angrily, "Evil son." 246 Bird in a cage. At the same time, on the other side, Asuma put the dead phone aside and quickly controlled the game character to continue fighting monsters. The old man is really... When did he not call? At such a critical moment, a call came? You know he is brushing a dungeon. And now as a member of the 12 ninjas, he has a regular job, working from 9 to 5. It's a rare day off, so he wants to play games. As a result, a phone call came directly. Isn't this disturbing his relaxation? The bald man next to him shook his head helplessly after seeing it. Asuma, that's your father, is this really okay? In fact, I have wanted to change my father for a long time. Don't worry about him. Hurry up. Fight quickly, you can hold on with your flesh. Dlu looked at Asuma speechlessly, shook his head, and quickly controlled his character who was about to run out of blood. While replenishing blood, he said, by the way, I don't know what he is doing with Masama recently. Who cares? I make my money, he does his business, I just come here to work. When Asuma thought of the things in Konoha, he sighed in his heart, anyway, that guy has always been looks like I'm upset. Lord Kazuma seems to have always had a bad impression of Konoha's ninjas. Dlu also nodded in agreement, especially Asuma, he treats you even worse. Is it because you are the son of the third Hokage, and the third Hokage the last time he embezzled public funds was widely reported? Ah, the old man is really... Asuma looked disappointed, and just when Dlu thought Asuma would severely criticize his father's misconduct, if you really did such a thing, wouldn't you do it secretly? As a Hokage, you were discovered? How can you be a ninja? Is this the point? Dlu sighed helplessly, shook his head, remembered the news he had inquired about, and muttered to himself, I'd better tell Asuma later. Hima seems to be plotting something. Fuyu checked the system. This upgrade brought out 2 technologies, mobile phone and car. Therefore, it can be said that it was a huge upgrade, and his strength became a little stronger. What a pity. He has been staying in Konoha all this time and has not tested his strength. And since there was a tree at the door last time, he rarely saw White Zetsu again. The group of White Zetsu did not seem to continue to follow him. I don't know where they ran to. Even the number of people surfing the internet is gradually decreasing. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen has already paid the end, so now he doesn't even go online and is ready to leave this sad place? Fuyu sighed and shook his head. In addition to getting 2 technologies in this upgrade, it seems that other industries can also be selected in the next upgrade. For example, the dance hall can be upgraded to a disco or a karaoke bar, and cinemas, milk tea, and barbecue restaurants can also be combined into a mall. The guaranteed number of people has increased, and he is one step closer to becoming the richest man in the ninja world. At the same time, the movie market is really getting bigger and bigger. This time, even the Cloud Village and the Sand Village seem to have joined in. Because Konoha is the first place where movies appear, many families probably saw the huge benefits and joined in. For example, many families in Konoha have formed crews at this time. It's just that because it was the first time to shoot, and the investment was not as bold as Danzo's to directly use money, the effect of the shooting did not seem to be very good. But in general, the film industry has also entered a period of rapid development. I heard that the Mist Village, which has tasted the sweetness during this period, is also preparing to shoot another movie. It's really gratifying. It's a pity. I don't know if Jiraiya has found Orochimaru. He went to remote places with no signal, so there was no way to call him to ask. He shook his head with emotion. At this time, Suzune is back. It seems that the Hyuga clan needs to hold a clan meeting today, so Suzune, who has not yet married, does need to go back to the Hyuga clan. Of course. Ever since Danzo ran away, breaking everyone's trust in Danzo and letting the third Hokage bear the responsibility, the Hyuga clan seems to be less depressed. I heard from Suzune that the elders who were lost and found were also happy all day long. However, what happened in Hyuga again? Fuyu looked at Suzune with a sad face in surprise. Could it be that the elders are making trouble again? It doesn't make sense. Recently, I saw that Elder Beiwa and Elder Shiin were not happy. It doesn't look like they are in trouble. Anyway, when she saw that the elders of the Hyuga clan and the elders of the Uchiha clan had such a good relationship, Hyuga Hanabi was completely stunned. After all, as the 2 major families of Konoha, the relationship has never been very good. Of course. Putting aside him, Suzun, Hakyuka Elder and the Great Elder, overall, the Hyuga family and the Uchiha family do not get along very well. No. Suzun shook her head helplessly, it's all about the Hyuga family. After hesitating for a moment, looking at Hanabi and Fuyu who were looking at her curiously, she said, an elder suggested that we should start preparing to put a caged bird on Niji, but my second brother doesn't seem to agree. The relationship between the main family and the branch family has not been very good during this period. Speaking of this, Suzun was also full of emotion. After all, she also has a caged bird on her body. However, she frowned at Hyuga Hanabi, who looked solemn because of her words. She was very curious. Why does this person with pure white eyes, no caged bird on his body, and suspected to be from the main family never have to hold a clan meeting? What's wrong with you? After the words fell, Hanabi came back to her senses, shook her head, and smiled slightly, nothing, just thinking about something. Here. Is it an illusion? Could it be that Brother Niji can't escape his fate? After the branch family turns 3, the caged bird ritual will begin. Hinata Hanabi thought of Brother Niji who sacrificed himself to protect his sister, and she felt a little reluctant, but what could she do at this moment? You have to know that she is not the head of the Hyuga family here, but just a member of the Otsutsuki family who is temporarily accepted by the Hyuga family. That's why the Hyuga family didn't inform her during the meeting. And if you calculate the time, there is still a long time before the Otsutsuki on the moon will come to the Hyuga family. By then I guess she will be exposed. Hinata Hanabi sighed helplessly, lowered her head, and muttered to herself, Brother Niji. What did you say? Suzun looked at Hinata Hanabi in surprise, sighed, and was about to say something when she looked at the time and estimated that Anoka should go home, so she put on an apron directly. Sorry, I'll go prepare dinner first. After the words fell, turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Like a housewife. Fuyu shook his head helplessly and didn't care much. This was the Hyuga clan's business. Suzun would take the Uchiha surname in the future. Uchiha Suzun? And Hyuga Hanabi looked at the departing Hyuga Suzun with complicated eyes. Hyuga Suzun. Her aunt. She should have been sacrificed, but now she has become the second in command of the Fuyu group. If this is not an illusion. Her eyes seemed to gradually become firm. 247 The future of the Hyuga family. Most people can't really care about the Hyuga family's affairs now. Wait until the future. There will be a yellow-haired man who will change for his wife and brother-in-law. But now, Dad's dad is called Grandpa, Dad's mom is called Grandma. Fuyu's mouth twitched as he looked at a yellow-haired kid sitting on the rocking car at the door with a smile, rocking and singing sweetly. He suddenly felt very worried about the future of the Hyuga family. Didn't you see that Hyuga Hanabi was silent beside him? I guess she was also wondering whether this Uzumaki Naruto would become the 7th generation who would dominate the ninja world in the future. Especially when she thought of the 4th and 3rd generations here. I guess her heart was complicated. Fuyu sighed helplessly and shook his head. If the Hyuga family can really change, then it will be a good opportunity for Ling Ian to crack the bird in the cage. Doesn't need to be sneaky anymore. Of course Uzumaki Naruto can't be relied on. After all, if we wait until after the 4th Ninja World War to change, I guess Suzun will have to wait until she becomes an old lady. Especially now. The masked man has been heartbroken 3 times and has realized that there is no woman in his heart. Madara left early, Danzo ran away to who knows where, Hanzo of the Salamander is addicted to the internet, Nagato is still in a wheelchair, Zyubai is gone, and Naruto has not become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki either. Fuyu expressed great doubts about whether the 4th Ninja World War can be the same as it was originally. It's hard to say. Black Zetsu thinks this time period is too weird, and is ready to wait them out before starting the plan. And after the 4th Ninja World War, the improvement of the economy, the development of technology, the improvement of people's consumption level, the reduction of task commissions, the reduction of income, and the increase in housing prices. Fuyu suspects that the changes in the Hyuga family are not only due to Uzumaki Naruto, Niji, and Hinata, but also because the big family form can no longer be maintained. So much so that they had to split up, letting each family go out to work as a family unit, live their own lives, and come back for holidays. Perhaps this is also the choice of the times. After all, a large family not only needs to train family ninjas, but also needs funds to maintain the operation of the large family, and the expenditure is too high. Fuyu looked at Naruto, who was happily playing on the rocking car, sighed, and shook his head. It's just a child. Just as the words fell, Minato, who was taking care of the child, seemed to see him coming over. Fuyu, don't you have to work today, Hokage? Ha ha ha, it's rare to take a break. Minato laughed twice, scratched his head embarrassedly. Kushina has been too hard recently, so I thought about it and let me take care of the child today. After speaking, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at the white-eyed woman next to Fuyu. Hinata Hanabi. He had also heard of it. It seemed that he was a ninja of the Hyuga family, with pure Byakugan and not a caged bird. At that time, he followed Jiraiya and his teacher back to the village. In addition to the guarantee of the Hyuga clan, he did not care about it. He just thought of the Hyuga family. He was also sighing in his heart, but now in front of the Hyuga family, it was really difficult to say anything. Therefore, he thought about it. Bring Suzune and Inoka to my house in a few days. Kushina also complained that you haven't come for a long time. It's in the same village. I saw Kushina coming to buy milk tea yesterday. Fuyu rolled his eyes, but thinking that Minato should want to say something, he smiled and nodded, okay. After the words fell, the sound of the rocking car also stopped. The young Naruto jumped down directly, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Fuyu and Hanabi. Uncle Fuyu, Aunt Hanabi. Good boy. Fuyu smiled and touched Naruto's head. Maybe because of the chakra, the children in the ninja world are more mature. Thinking of the one in Fugaku's house, I sighed in my heart. What a pity. Fugaku refused to let him teach. Otherwise, he would guarantee to give him a chubby child. How could he, as an uncle, mistreat his nephew? It's almost time. Minato said happily at this time. It's time to go home now, otherwise, Kushina will complain again. At this point, he looked at Fuyu expectantly. Would you like Fuyu to come to my house? It happens that I have nothing to do today, let's have a drink together. No. Fuyu shook his head, thinking that he should not ruin the rare vacation of other people's family of 3-4, so he smiled and refused. Waved his hand and watched Minato and Naruto leave. Then turned and walked towards the store. Hyuga Hanabi, who was standing by, looked at the warm backs of the 4th and 7th generations holding hands, and was filled with emotion. If the 7th generation saw this scene, he would be very moved. But when he thought of the 7th generation, who rarely went home for Konoha, Boruto was quite complaining, so he shook his head with a helpless smile on his face. But Niji brother. 7 can Naruto change him and his father? Forget it, this is good too. At least the 4th generation is not dead, and Naruto can live happily. Yet, if this goes on, maybe Naruto can give birth to a sister. Fugaku beside him touched his chin and nodded. By then, Minato will have both sons and daughters, and maybe Fugaku can also have a daughter. With a sister, Sasuke's second-year disease should be restrained. Always jumping for no reason. After the words fell, suddenly. Indeed, the 7th generation also has both sons and daughters. A leisurely voice came from the side. Fuyu couldn't help but nodded. Indeed, he tilted his head in confusion and looked at Hinata Hanabi. What did you say? Hinata Hanabi shook her head, looked at Mr. Fuyu, and was silent for a while. Nothing. Here. Is it related to Uchiha Fuyu? You know, she has wasted a lot of time in the past few days, observing him. It's a pity. I'm not sure yet. But just now. Does he know something about the real ninja world? Now thinking about it in my heart. Uchiha Fuyu. What a mysterious guy. Evening. After the meeting, Ling Ian came back a little late again. During this period, they were discussing the issue of the son of the Hyuga family leader being engraved as a caged bird. Therefore, she, as the younger sister of Hayashi and Hisashi, had to go. In fact, if it was according to the original arrangement, there was no need to discuss it at all. When the child reached the right age, the elders of the main family would directly engrave the caged bird. However, the Hyuga clan leader was assassinated, and the Hyuga family was a little stagnant because of the joint venture of Pythagorean theorem some time ago. As a father, Hyuga Hisashi certainly did not want to engrave his child as a caged bird. Therefore, he felt that now was the time to directly bring up the bad events of the elders of the main family, such as their improper words and deeds, stock trading failures and making troubles, and that they were not qualified to manage the Hyuga main family, nor were they qualified to engrave the caged bird on his son. He kept insisting on this matter, which made the elders of the main family lose face. Even if the caged bird was activated, he still refused to give up. The main family was quite helpless, and since the time was not up yet and they could not force it too much, they called the main family and the branch family to discuss. So, Hinata Hayashi probably thought it was time to change the child and started to work hard. Even after dinner, Suzune was also distressed. She couldn't bear to see her second brother get hurt, and she didn't want her nephew to be cursed. So, she was very tired recently because of these things. Especially, the mysterious Hyuga woman at home looked at Fuyu more and more for some reason, which made her even more tired. 248 Spreading rumors is illegal. Suzune's sister. Can you tell me about Mr. Fuyu's past? The words fell. The teacup in Suzune's hand trembled slightly, looking at the serious Hinata Hanabi in front of her. What does this guy want to do? Why is he so concerned about Fuyu's past? Could it be? Suyin panicked and fell silent. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Hanabi, why do you suddenly ask this? Hanabi was silent too. Why? Isn't it to investigate Uchiha Fuyu's information? This guy. It's a bit strange. But he couldn't say it clearly. However, this embarrassed look made Hinata Suyin's heart jump slightly, especially when she saw the pair of pure white eyes. She sighed with melancholy, but still hesitated for a moment, looking at Hanabi's expectant and serious expression. She knew in her heart. She is serious. After a moment's hesitation, her eyes also fell into memories, and she gently opened her lips. What happened to Fuyu in the past? She met Fuyu on the first day of school. As Suyin's gentle voice sounded, the smile on her face became deeper and deeper, as if she had forgotten about Hanabi. She originally just wanted to talk about it briefly, but she didn't expect to talk more, and finally, her eyes were filled with memories. As for Hinata Hanabi looking at those gentle eyes, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Seems very similar to her sister. It's just Thaddeus' sister would definitely not go to live in the house of the 7th generation before she got married. Hinata Suzune. She had only heard her name, but she had only heard that she died on the battlefield during the Third World War. As for Uchiha Fuyu, she didn't hear anything at all. I don't know if this person really existed, but later also died on the battlefield, or if he didn't exist at all. It's just that. As Suzune recalled, Hinata Hanabi also listened quietly, especially more and more surprised in her heart. I didn't expect Uchiha Fuyu to do so many things. Refused to graduate early, left the ninja industry after graduation, and published many articles in the Ninja Academy that amazed the 3rd generation. Suddenly. Wait a minute. Hinata Hanabi seemed to have heard something, and looked at Suzune with a serious face. Mr. Fuyu once advised Uchiha Obito not to be a ninja, and wanted to be his father. What did she hear just now? Did I hear it wrong? Yes, Fuyu likes children very much. Suzun nodded with a smile, as if she was very happy to hear that Fuyu was very rich. Looking at Hinata Hanabi, especially Ataki. Every time I go to the Uchiha family, I will bring Ataki a lot of delicious food and fun things. I also plan to let Fugaku clan leader hand Ataki over to him for teaching. No wonder. When they were in the land of rain, Uchiha Obito seemed to hate Mr. Fuyu very much. At that time, she thought it was just the arrogance of the Uchiha family. No. Don't let Uchiha Obito be a ninja. What does he know, or is it just an accident? Hinata Hanabi was shocked, as if she had discovered the secret of this world. Is it really related to Uchiha Fuyu? At this time, Suzun Fuyu walked down, looked at the two people facing each other in surprise, and immediately asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" What? One person was confused? One person was disappointed? Nothing. Suzun smiled and shook her head. Are you going to the store now? Oh, not today. Fuyu shook his head and came to his senses. Maybe the two aunts and nieces have some secrets to discuss? He ignored it and looked at Suzun. Minato invited us to be his guest. It's a good opportunity for you to go to Hyuga today. Clan, let's go and take a look. Hokage-sama. Suzun was surprised for a moment, then nodded. After all, before Minato-sama became Hokage, Fuyu had a good relationship with Minato, so she didn't think there was anything wrong. Just. Where's Hanabi? However, Fuyu seemed to see Suzun's doubts, and pondered for a moment. Does Hanabi want to go? He was casual. It's not a big problem. After the words fell, Hanabi also came back to her senses, looked at Fuyu with complicated eyes, and shook her head. Thank you, I have something to do later. Maybe. Should we investigate from this aspect? Although I also want to ask Mr. Fuyu, but now maybe he won't say anything at all. And I will also reveal something. After speaking, he stood up directly and bent down. Please go, I'll go out for a while. Let's investigate this aspect first. After saying that, he turned around and walked outside, looking at Fuyu with a puzzled look on his face. Hasn't this guy been thinking about the caged bird recently? Why did his eyes suddenly become so complicated? Could he be planning to use some means to stop Niji's caged bird? But he ignored her. Anyway, she always thought this was an illusion, and she probably wouldn't mess around. If she messed around, the Hyuga clan would be blamed, so what does it have to do with him, the Uchiha abandoned child? He is just an ordinary person. Bringing Suzun, who was more silent than usual, to Minato's house. Then, after enjoying the cooking of the house husband, the fourth Hokage, Kushina took Suzun upstairs with a mysterious look on her face. Only 3 men were left downstairs. Minato shook his head with a helpless smile. Kushina is very happy, but unfortunately, Inoko didn't come. I heard that she performed very well in the academy. What an excellent child. Looking at Minato with a strange look. Now that he has become a father, he talks about education and children. Glancing at Naruto, who was playing nearby, he nodded with emotion. Naruto looks very good too. Then, looking at Minato, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about today? Nothing. Minato smiled and shook his head, then stole a glance at the stairs and lowered his voice. How are you and Miss Suzun? Not bad. After that, Minato didn't say much, but patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Do you know about the Hyuga family? Bird in a cage. The bird in a cage is a sealing technique specially created by the main family to control the branch family and prevent the bloodline of the branch family from being obtained by the enemy. Minato nodded and said, you also know about the recent dispute between the main family and the branch family. I know. But what does this have to do with me or you? It's the family affairs of the Hyuga clan. Others can't intervene. Ah, it seems that Suzune has already said it. Minato shook his head and looked at Fuyu seriously. Please do your best, Kushina, and I will also support you. Support what the hell? How to support? Fuyu rolled his eyes and looked at Minato unhappily. Tell me, what's the matter? After the words fell. Hee. Minato smiled awkwardly and lowered his voice. Kushina heard that you are now very close to a member of the Hyuga clan, so she was very angry and thought you were a scumbag. She was ready to give up when she encountered danger. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, remember that night when I was summoned to the red light district? She thought Miss Suzune was too kind and was ready to teach her. The words were not finished. What to teach? There's more. Fuyu's mouth twitched. Spreading rumors. It's illegal. Hokage-sama. 249 Breaking the illusion. I didn't expect the dispute between the main branch of the Hyuga family to break out at this time. Fuyu, who came out of Minato's house, sighed in his heart. Looking at Suzune in front of him, he remembered Minato's reminder and suddenly had a black line on his forehead. Still want to trick him? Aren't you afraid that he will buy the headlines of 4th Hokage tonight? What did Kushina tell you? Kushina-sama. Suzune came back to her senses, smiled slightly, and shook her head. Actually, she didn't say anything. So, what was said? But it seems that he can't ask. He shook his head helplessly and didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, he is not Minato. He won't mess around even if he gets rich, unlike Minato. After becoming Hokage, he became arrogant and learned to bring his disciples to his girlfriend. And Suzune. She is also very gentle. It's not a big problem, it's not a big problem. Send a few kilograms of exercises to Minato's house later, and say that it's from me, the uncle, to Naruto. The child is almost 2 years old, why is he still so careless? You have to know that this is the ninja world. The ninja world where people start training at the age of 3 or 4 and think about life at the age of 5 or 6. Although training at the age of 1 or 2 is not very useful, as the son of the Hokage how can he be lazy? It's just right to cultivate the advanced spirit of the will of fire now. As the uncle of Naruto and Sasuke, I can't watch my child degenerate. By the way, send a copy to the Uchiha family. The words fell. Ling Yin looked at Fuyu strangely again, then nodded, okay. Fuyu. She still cares about the child. Thinking of this, she felt melancholy again. She didn't know what the dispute between the main family and the branch family would turn out like. Especially the head of the main family this time, a daughter was born. If she was not talented enough, it would be even more troublesome. Of course. She understood what Brother Hayashi did. If her child was also forced into a cage by the main family, she would definitely be angry. After a moment of silence, why don't I go back to the Hyuga clan temporarily? At this time, it is really not suitable for her to run around in the dispute between the main family and the branch family. Especially Fuyu. Although he has withdrawn from the Uchiha clan on the surface, secretly who dares not to regard him as a member of the Uchiha clan? It would be better if he did not inherit the bloodline of the Hyuga clan in the future. However, Fuyu looked at Ling Yin in surprise. Why leave the clan? The words were not finished. The dispute between the main family and the branch family. Fuyu interrupted directly and waved his hand. It's not a big problem. Tell me who threatens you, and I will issue a bounty order ahem, just stay at home and don't go anywhere. Recently, you don't have to go to the Hyuga family meeting. After the words fell, Suyin felt that she had just heard something incredible. But seeing Fuyu's confident words, her heart was still warmed. She smiled slightly, nodded, and said softly, "Yet. Listen to you. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Fuyu looked at Suyin's smile, nodded, and said, "Don't worry, there are people who are more worried about the dispute between the main family and the branch family. It seems. The sudden outbreak of the conflict between the main family and the branch family made Suyin feel uneasy. However, where is Hyuga Hanabi? Why doesn't this guy take action? Even if he thinks this is an illusion, he is still her brother Niji. Think about the 12 little strong men. Just one of them died, wouldn't they be sad in their hearts? No guilt at all? Why don't you help him change his fate? Fuyu sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, if it doesn't work I can only buy the headlines. The words fell. Suddenly, the soft and sweet voice of Ling Yian came from the side. Fuyu, I want to ask you something. I've loved you. Hate it, it's not that. It's just Ling Yian blushed slightly and paused. What is the relationship between you and Miss Hanabi? Relationship? Not much, just a relative who can't find a job and comes to stay. Fuyu said righteously without hesitation. The words fell. Ling Yian also nodded with satisfaction. It seems that there is indeed no relationship. After all, if there is a relationship, Fuyu will definitely say, my relationship with her is pure and innocent, just like your relationship. At the same time, after Ling Yian and Fuyu left, Hinata Hanabi also started her own investigation. What a pity. She is now only a ninja of the Hyuga family, not a registered ninja in Konoha, so most of the information cannot be obtained. It is easy to make people suspicious. So, for the time being, I can only check it on the internet. I guess Fuyu would never have thought that something like the internet you fill in a little, I fill in a little and the information comes out. It's just that most of the information is false or exaggerated, and you need to distinguish it yourself. Uchiha Fuyu, a graduate of Konoha XX, he has written works such as Konoha Says, My Konoha My Naruto, and a brief discussion on the will of fire of the third generation Hokage. He has been highly praised by the third generation Hokage. He was once called the new generation of the will of fire. He has a very high ninja talent. He was allowed by the Hokage to graduate early, but he finally refused. After graduation, he no longer engaged in ninja. It is suspected that he was accepted as a disciple by Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, but later, perhaps because he did not engage in ninja, it was left unresolved. Founder of Fuyu Milk Tea, Fuyu Grill, Fuyu Dance Hall. Creator of the Internet, computers, and mobile phones. There are a lot of glorious introductions at the back, such as the Merchant of the Will of Fire, the Outstanding Merchant of the Ninja World, the Richest Merchant of the Ninja World, etc. But most of these are irrelevant to her. The only puzzling thing. It is probably why she refused to graduate early and refused to become a ninja after graduation even though she is very talented. But these are not the main points. Maybe she just likes doing business? Continue to scroll down. During the Sparrow God Cup, it was revealed. It is suspected that she has an unusual relationship with the director of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi Nono, and it is suspected that she has a close relationship with the secretary Hinata Suzune, and it is suspected that she has a lover in the Rain Country. Hinata Hanabi narrowed her eyes, thinking of the things in the Rain Country, and felt that this might be true. But she is not a ninja, and seems to be a noble, so she can't say anything. It's Suzune's sister. Alas. Continue to read down. It is suspected that there is an illegitimate child of Uchiha Obito. I have heard this morning. It is still a little impossible based on the age, but it is undeniable that what Sister Suzune said may be true. That is to say, Uchiha Fuyu once stopped Uchiha Obito from becoming a ninja. Why? After completing the information a little more in my heart, I continued to scroll down. Suddenly she narrowed her eyes and stared at the screen. It is rumored that he once helped the 4th Hokage perfect the Raise Nan, which shows that his ninja talent is extraordinary. I don't know how long it took. Hanabi turned off the computer, frowned, and her delicate face was a little distressed. She muttered to herself, "It seems he is indeed weird. If this is an illusion, why did he do this?" Although a lot of things happened to the Konoha high-level officials, but he didn't kill her, nor did he do other strange things to her. What's the point? However, it is undeniable. He may know something. But the Uchiha clan, isn't there only Uchiha Sasuke left? No. At this time. Suddenly, Hanabi narrowed her eyes and remembered the guy who claimed to be Uchiha Shin at that time. Is he the same? If that's the case, in order to break this illusion, maybe we can only start with him. 250 Development of the takeaway industry. Next. The dispute between the main and branch Hyuga families seems to have become a hot topic. Many families in the village have already known about it. As a major ninja village in Konoha, for a while, the atmosphere in the village was also quite depressing. I heard that the Uchiha guards were also very busy during this period, worried that something unstoppable had happened in the village. Therefore, the patrols near the Hyuga family were also increased. Especially the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family. Although a certain elder corrupted the family tradition and acted as a licking dog, the relationship between the two families was actually average. Therefore, it is estimated that many Uchiha took advantage of this time to do something bad and prepare to disgust the Hyuga family. These few days, it seems that the road leading to the Hyuga family has also been blocked, causing many families driving cars to complain in their hearts. After all, if they don't pass through there, they still need to take a long detour. Now, cars have also gradually entered the ninja world. Although there are still many roads in the ninja world that are not suitable for most cars, in general cars as a means of transportation have gradually made people get used to it. It's just not cheap. When Hanabi saw this kind of car, she was shocked. After all, there are no such advanced cars in the real ninja world. She is more suspicious about what this illusion relies on. You can say, during this period, it has that taste. The bloody storm in the ninja world. There is a sense of depression in the village. Of course. For ordinary people, ninja matters are solved by ninjas, and the dispute between the main and branch families of the Hyuga family does not have much impact on them. Everyone lives as they should. And he, Uchiha Fuyu, an ordinary businessman, therefore, can be regarded as an ordinary person. Fuyu looked at the data that Ling Ian had sorted out during this period. Since she was told not to care about the Hyuga clan last time, Ling Ian had not gone to the Hyuga clan for meetings as required. Although she had been a ninja before, she was no longer a ninja now. So, in fact, in a way, the Hyuga clan's ninja mission could not be assigned to her. What a pity! Inherited the bloodline. If she had not inherited the bloodline, she might not have to be a bird in a cage. Fuyu looked at the soaring data in surprise and said, the takeaway industry has risen quite well recently. Because of the emergence of mobile phones, ordering and delivering meals has become much more convenient. Therefore, many people still choose to order meals through their mobile phones when they are busy or don't want to cook. Ling Ian pondered for a moment and analyzed, in addition to Konoha, the takeaway data in other places has also increased a lot. That's right. Fuyu nodded. This mobile phone is different from a computer. Although it is a full-screen smartphone as soon as it comes out through the system, compared to a computer he still divided the price of the mobile phone into several grades. Therefore, most people can still afford it if they save up. Remembering the appearance of mobile phones, Hinata Hanabi was shocked again. After all, according to the calculation when Hinata Hanabi came, the common airman electric over there had just proposed remote unlimited communication, but it has been realized here. And cars. There seem to be buses and large-scale thunder cars over there. But for their side the cars are handsome, expensive, exquisite, and compact. The technology on both sides can be said to have its own merits. Anyway, Hinata Hanabi probably still doubts in her heart what the technology of this world is based on. It's so advanced. It's just that there are more deliverymen, and most of them are part-time deliverymen, so many people complain about the mess. Hinata Suzune recalled the complaints during this period and said helplessly, there are even fake deliverymen. Many people are worried that there will be problems at that time. This is indeed a problem. Fuita frowned and pondered for a moment. It seems that we should plan it. It's not like it was at the beginning now. After everyone registers, they can send gifts as long as they don't exceed the time limit. Now there are more people, and in order to establish a brand unified planning is also necessary. How is Might Dai now? Mr. Dai Ling-Ian was puzzled as to why Fuita suddenly mentioned Mr. Dai, but after thinking for a while, she said, Mr. Dai still has 5-star reviews now. The most popular deliveryman, always praised by customers, and never spilled soup or was late in the long time he worked, and would lend a hand to those who needed help on the road. Very reliable. The words fell. Hinata Hanabi smiled and said nothing. Otherwise, what to say? The delivery in this world is really developed. Not long ago, we experienced a series of things such as Danzo's bankruptcy and running away, and the third generation of debt-ridden deliverymen. She has matured a lot. You are worthy of being the god of delivery. Fuita sighed with emotion, nodded, touched his chin, and pondered for a moment. In this case, let Mr. Dai take care of the training. He has a hot heart for takeout. He is deeply admired by the takeout drivers. At the same time, today, it is sunny and windy. The weather is crisp in autumn. It is a good time to deliver and exercise. As a senior in the industry, the god of Konoha takeout, with a score far higher than the second place, Might Dai, who delivers takeout with a shadow clone, bent down to the customer standing at the door and shouted, your takeout has been delivered. Please enjoy your meal. Remember to give a 5-star rating. Okay. After looking at the takeout driver with amazing momentum, scary voice, wearing a green tights, and glowing all over, the customer took the takeout in a panic, and then closed the door. Thank you. You're welcome. Another roar, full of passion. Then, Might Dai looked at the closed door, turned his head, looked at the black-haired kid behind him, with thick nasolabial folds at a young age, and said seriously, Master Itaki. Did you see that? First, you have to be polite and reassure the customers, so that you can get 5-star praise, and at the same time this is also training our mentality, only with confidence. Can you become an excellent delivery man? Let everyone believe it. But I just want to learn physical skills from you, not to deliver food. Same. Master Itaki. Didn't you see that I have been training myself? Might Dai put his left hand on his waist, stood straight with his legs apart, and gave a thumbs up with his right hand. His white teeth seemed to flash with confidence. Since I started delivering food, my physical skills have become more and more refined. And my stability has become stronger and stronger. So, if you want to learn physical skills well, you must first learn to deliver food. Although it sounds strange, since Senior Dai said so, what else can Itaka do? After all, he came to learn physical skills from Mr. Dai. There was a serious expression on his young face. I will try my best to deliver the takeaway, Senior Dai. Please teach me. After the words fell, Dai also showed a gratified smile on his face, nodded, and patted Itaka's shoulder with emotion. I have seen it. Your youth is boiling like a flame. You will definitely become an excellent delivery man. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, you must work hard to overcome it. Even at the cost of your life, you must definitely deliver the takeaway to the hands of customers. It's too exaggerated. Is this really related to learning physical skills? However, before Itaki, who looked helpless, asked. Youth is endless. Might Dai's loud and passionate cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, and he quickly took out his cell phone, looked at the caller, was slightly stunned, and then quickly answered the call. "Boss, do you have any instructions?"